The Collected Stories of Philip K. Dick, Volumes 3 and 4. By Philip K. Dick. DB 83107. Copyright 1987, The Estate of Philip K. Dick. Read by Gary Tells. This book contains 794 pages. Approximate reading time, 43 hours, 25 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the books, at Level 2, the contents, introductions, stories, and notes, and at Level 3, the sections. Library of Congress Annotation. The third and fourth volumes in a series gathering all of award-winning science fiction author Philip K. Dick's short stories. Volume 3, consisting of 24 stories, includes Foster, You're Dead. Volume 4 contains 18 stories, including The Minority Report, the inspiration for the movie with the same name. Some Violence, 1987. Other books by Philip K. Dick: The Short Happy Life of the Brown Oxford, The Eye of the Sibyl, We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, Second Variety and Other Classic Stories by Philip K. Dick. Copyright 1987, The Estate of Philip K. Dick. This book contains 414 pages. Approximate reading time, 22 hours, 25 minutes. From the Book Jacket. Many thousands of readers worldwide consider Philip K. Dick to have been the greatest science fiction writer on any planet. Since his untimely death in 1982, interest in Dick's work has continued to mount, and his reputation has been enhanced by a growing body of critical attention. The Philip K. Dick Award is now presented annually to a distinguished work of science fiction, and the Philip K. Dick Society is devoted to the study and promulgation of his works. This collection draws from the writer's earliest short and medium-length fiction, including several previously unpublished stories during the years 1952 to 1955, and features such fascinating works as Second Variety, Foster, You're Dead, The Father Thing, and many others. Here, readers will find Dick's initial explorations of the themes he so brilliantly brought to life in his later work. Dick won the prestigious Hugo Award for Best Novel of 1963 for The Man in the High Castle, and in the last year of his life, the now classic film Blade Runner was made from his novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? More recently, Dick's short story, The Minority Report, inspired Steven Spielberg's movie of the same title. The classic stories of Philip K. Dick offer an intriguing glimpse into the early imagination of one of science fiction's most enduring and respected names. Contents: Fair Game, page 1. The Hanging Stranger, page 13. The Eyes Have It, page 27. The Golden Man, page 31. The Turning Wheel, page 57. The Last of the Masters, page 75. The Father Thing, page 101. Strange Eden, page 111. Tony and the Beetles, page 123. Null-O, page 135. To Serve the Master, page 145. Exhibit Piece, page 155. The Crawlers, page 167. Sales Pitch, page 175. Shell Game, page 189. Upon the Dull Earth, page 203. Foster, You're Dead, page 221. Pay for the Printer, page 239. War Veteran, page 253. The Chromium Fence, page 291. Misadjustment, page 305. A World of Talent, page 321. Psyman Heal My Child, page 353. Second Variety, page 373. Notes, page 411. Introduction by John Brunner. I have 33 books by Philip Dick on my shelves. In the near future, I hope to have 38, more than twice as many as by any other science fiction author. The closest contender weighs in with a mere 18, and 4 of those are anthologies he edited. Why? Why do I own so many more of his books than of anybody else's? Well, put it this way. Dick is the man who made me accept, even if only for the duration of one novel, that there could be a society in which the medium of currency exchange was orange marmalade. I've been trying to recall my first encounter with the guy's work. I suspect it must have been when I read what I understand was his first ever publication in the SF field, Beyond Lies the Wub. It was told in a workmanlike style and had a pleasantly amusing punchline, all in all a praiseworthy debut. But in the short stories that followed, report had it that he was writing one per week. One had the impression of someone still trying to find his own voice. In particular, I noticed many echoes of the much-lamented Henry Kuttner. I had to wait for his novels before I realized just how individual an imagination Dick possessed, how ingeniously he could twist our world into strange patterns, or tilt it at an unfamiliar angle to create a disturbing new perspective, combined with a sense of sheer otherness that for days and sometimes months afterwards left festering barbs in the subconscious of the reader. I remember buying a tattered second-hand copy of Solar Lottery and devouring it at a sitting. I remember sweating through the days between installments of Time Out of Joint when Ted Carnell serialized it in New Worlds. And after I'd read those two, I was convinced. I knew I had to go in search of everything else by him that I could find. In 1966, also in New Worlds, I published a tub-thumping, drum-beating article about his work, at that time too little known in Britain, which, I must at last admit, was motivated at least partly by self-interest. I wanted to be able to buy more of his books. 10 years after, I had the pleasure of being asked to write a preface to Ballantyne's The Best of Philip K. Dick. A decade later still, in 1986, here I am invited to perform a similar and equally gratifying task, but considerably more difficult. I don't want to plagiarize myself, you see, and on rereading my 1976 article, I find that in it I summed up everything I thought then, and everything I still think, about what made Dick's work extraordinary. I talked about the nature of the Dickian world, its near emptiness, its sterility, its resemblance to our own, and its unsettling differences. I talked about the altered perceptions that he could entrain in the reader's mind, and the deftness with which he sustained absurd assumptions for just as long as was necessary to prevent the reader from tossing the book aside in disbelief. Marmalade Money being only one of countless examples. I talked about his prodigal largesse with ideas and concepts that most writers would regard as central, but he treated as peripheral, citing above all that marvelous scene in which one of his characters says to another, "God is dead." And this is known. A creature is sufficiently evolved to have created the earth and all its life forms, including us, has been found drifting in space. Yet within the story, this fact is simply not important. I'm tempted to quote my 1976 piece in extenso, but I'd better not. This is a later age, and Phil is dead, and this time there won't be any helpful letters from him suggesting items for inclusion in the proposed collection, because it is, deservedly, complete. Nor, come to that, respectful but irritable ones listing others he preferred to see left out. I first met him during a pre-WorldCon party in 1964 in Oakland, California. He was not as I'd imagined. From his prolificity and mordant wit, I'd expected a relaxed, if rather cynical person. Instead, I found a very shy one, reluctant to make eye contact with a stranger like myself, glancing constantly around as though to make sure a way of escape was open. Later I learned how deeply tormented he was by the idiocies of the world, how personally he felt the slights visited on our collective intelligence by those who pretend to speak in our name and that of our civilization, who exercise power over us yet think only of themselves. How seriously he wanted to be taken when he devised his simulacra of politicians, from his eternal Jackie Kennedy to his stubborn duplicate of Lincoln, I could never tell. But it didn't matter. He had hit on yet another brilliant image for the faults and shortcomings of our world, another facet of the mirror he held up to it, that distorted and nonetheless in some inexplicable manner reflected a greater truth, an aspect nearer to reality. At our last meeting in France during one of the Metz science fiction festivals, I equally failed to figure out how literally he intended people to regard his claims about communicating with the Apostle Paul or having killed a cat by willing it to death. I could not decide whether, after so many years of inner suffering, his reason had been usurped by his own inventions, or whether he had reached the bitter conclusion that the only way to cope with our lunatic world was to treat it as one vast and rather vicious joke, and fight back on the same irrational level. I hope, the latter, for it implies that in his writing he had found the solution, or at any rate a solution, to the manifold problems he had been confronted by. His frustration at not being recognized in the field of general literature, his broken marriages, the mysterious raid on his house described in Paul Williams' book Only Apparently Real, and all the rest. He was a strange person, but a wonderful writer, and perhaps his writing offered him catharsis. Certainly it provided his readership with a unique experience. And that, I think, says all that needs to be said concerning why I have 33 of his books and hope soon to have 38. Read on and be impressed. John Brunner, South Petherton, England, October 1986. I think we're getting a restricted view of actual patterns, and the restricted view says that people do things deliberately, in concert, aimed at me, where, in truth, there are patterns that emanate from beyond people. And they're certainly not directed at any of us, you know. They're much broader, and they work through all of us. Philip K. Dick, in an interview, 1974. Fair game. Professor Anthony Douglas lowered gratefully into his red leather easy chair and sighed. A long sigh, accompanied by labored removal of his shoes and numerous grunts as he kicked them into the corner. He folded his hands across his ample middle and lay back, eyes closed. "Tired?" Laura Douglas asked, turning from the kitchen stove a moment, her dark eyes sympathetic. "You're darn right." Douglas surveyed the evening paper across from him on the couch. Was it worth it? No, not really. He felt around in his coat pocket for his cigarettes and lit up slowly, leisurely. "Yeah, I'm tired all right. We're starting a whole new line of research. Whole flock of bright young men in from Washington today, briefcases and slide rules." "Not—" "Oh, I'm still in charge." Professor Douglas grinned expansively. "Perish the thought." Pale gray cigarette smoke billowed around him. "It'll be another few years before they're ahead of me. They'll have to sharpen up their slide rules just a little bit more." His wife smiled and continued preparing dinner. Maybe it was the atmosphere of the little Colorado town, the sturdy, impassive mountain peaks around them, the thin, chill air, the quiet citizens. In any case, her husband seemed utterly unbothered by the tensions and doubts that pressured other members of his profession. A lot of aggressive newcomers were swelling the ranks of nuclear physics these days. Old-timers were tottering in their positions, abruptly insecure. Every college, every physics department and lab was being invaded by the new horde of skilled young men, even here at Bryant College, so far off the beaten track. But if Anthony Douglas worried, he never let it show. He rested happily in his easy chair, eyes shut, a blissful smile on his face. He was tired but at peace. He sighed again, this time more from pleasure than fatigue. "It's true," he murmured lazily. "I may be old enough to be their father, but I'm still a few jumps ahead of them. Of course, I know the ropes better, and the wires, the ones worth pulling. Those too. In any case, I think I'll come off from this new line we're doing just about—" His voice trailed off. "What's the matter?" Laura asked. Douglas half rose from his chair. His face had gone suddenly white. He stared in horror, gripping the arms of his chair, his mouth opening and closing. At the window was a great eye, an immense eye that gazed into the room intently, studying him. The eye filled the whole window. "Good God!" Douglas cried. The eye withdrew. Outside there was only the evening gloom, the dark hills and trees, the street. Douglas sank down slowly in his chair. "What was it?" Laura demanded sharply. "What did you see? Was somebody out there?" Douglas clasped and unclasped his hands. His lips twitched violently. "I'm telling you the truth, Bill. I saw it myself. It was real. I wouldn't say so otherwise. You know that. Don't you believe me?" "Did anybody else see it?" Professor William Henderson asked, chewing his pencil thoughtfully. He had cleared a place on the dinner table, pushed back his plate and silver, and laid out his notebook. "Did Laura see it?" "No, Laura had her back turned." "What time was it?" "Half an hour ago. I had just got home. About 6:30. I had my shoes off, taking it easy." Douglas wiped his forehead with a shaking hand. "You say it was unattached? There was nothing else, just the eye?" "Just the eye. One huge eye looking in at me, taking in everything, as if—" "As if what?" "As if it was looking down a microscope." Silence. From across the table, Henderson's red-haired wife spoke up. You always were a strict empiricist, Doug. You never went in for any nonsense before. But this, it's too bad nobody else saw it. Of course nobody else saw it. What do you mean? The damn thing was looking at me. It was me it was studying. Douglas's voice rose hysterically. How do you think I feel, scrutinized by an eye as big as a piano? My God, if I weren't so well integrated, I'd be out of my mind. Henderson and his wife exchanged glances. Bill, dark-haired and handsome, 10 years Douglas's junior. Vivacious Jean Henderson, lecturer in child psychology, lithe and full-bosomed in her nylon blouse and slacks. "What do you make of this?" Bill asked her. "This is more along your line." "It's in your line," Douglas snapped. "Don't try to pass this off as a morbid projection. I came to you because you're head of the biology department." "You think it's an animal, a giant sloth or something?" "It must be an animal." "Maybe it's a joke," Jean suggested. "Or an advertising sign, an oculist's display. Somebody may have been carrying it past the window." Douglas took a firm grip on himself. The eye was alive. It looked at me. It considered me. Then it withdrew, as if it had moved away from the lens. He shuddered. "I tell you, it was studying me." "You only?" "Me, nobody else." "You seem curiously convinced it was looking down from above," Jean said. "Yes, down at me, that's right." An odd expression flickered across Douglas's face. "You have it, Jean, as if it came from up there." He jerked his hand upward. "Maybe it was God," Bill said thoughtfully. Douglas said nothing. His face turned ash-white and his teeth chattered. "Nonsense," Jean said. "God is a psychological transcendent symbol expressing unconscious forces." "Did it look at you accusingly?" asked Bill, "as if you'd done something wrong?" "No, with interest, with considerable interest." Douglas raised himself. "I have to get back. Laura thinks I'm having some kind of fit. I haven't told her, of course. She's not scientifically disciplined. She wouldn't be able to handle such a concept." "It's a little tough even for us," Bill said. Douglas moved nervously toward the door. "You can't think of any explanation? Something thought extinct that might still be roaming around these mountains?" "None that we know of. If I should hear of any—" "You said it looked down," Jean said, "not bending down to peer in at you. Then it couldn't have been an animal or terrestrial being." She was deep in thought. "Maybe we're being observed." "Not you," Douglas said miserably. "Just me." "By another race," Bill put in. "You think—" "Maybe it's an eye from Mars." Douglas opened the front door carefully and peered out. The night was black. A faint wind moved through the trees and along the highway. His car was dimly visible, a black square against the hills. "If you think of anything, call me." "Take a couple of phenobarbitals before you hit the sack," Jean suggested. "Calm your nerves." Douglas was out on the porch. "Good idea, thanks." He shook his head. "Maybe I'm out of my mind. Good Lord. Well, I'll see you later." He walked down the steps, gripping the rail tightly. "Good night," Bill called. The door closed and the porch light clicked off. Douglas went cautiously toward his car. He reached out into the darkness, feeling for the door handle. 1 step, 2 steps. It was silly. A grown man, practically middle-aged, in the 20th century. 3 steps. He found the door and opened it, sliding quickly inside and locking it after him. He breathed a silent prayer of thanks as he snapped on the motor and the headlights. Silly as hell. A giant eye. A stunt of some sort. He turned the thoughts over in his mind. Students? Jokesters? Communists? A plot to drive him out of his mind? He was important. Probably the most important nuclear physicist in the country. And this new project. He drove the car slowly forward onto the silent highway. He watched each bush and tree as the car gained speed. A communist plot. Some of the students were in a left-wing club, some sort of Marxist study group. Maybe they had rigged up. In the glare of the headlights, something glittered, something at the edge of the highway. Douglas gazed at it, transfixed. Something square, a long block in the weeds at the side of the highway, where the great dark trees began. It glittered and shimmered. He slowed down almost to a stop. A bar of gold lying at the edge of the road. It was incredible. Slowly, Professor Douglas rolled down the window and peered out. Was it really gold? He laughed nervously. Probably not. He had often seen gold, of course. This looked like gold, but maybe it was lead, an ingot of lead with a gilt coating. But why? A joke, a prank, college kids. They must have seen his cargo pass toward the Hendersons and knew he'd soon be driving back. Or it really was gold. Maybe an armored car had gone past, turned the corner too swiftly. The ingot had slid out and fallen into the weeds. In that case, there was a little fortune lying there, in the darkness at the edge of the highway. But it was illegal to possess gold. He'd have to return it to the government. But couldn't he saw off just a little piece? And if he did return it, there was no doubt a reward of some kind, probably several $1,000s. A mad scheme flashed briefly through his mind. Get the ingot, crate it up, fly it to Mexico, out of the country. Eric Barnes owned a Piper Cub. He could easily get it into Mexico, sell it, retire, live in comfort the rest of his life. Professor Douglas snorted angrily. It was his duty to return it, call the Denver Mint, tell them about it, or the police department. He reversed his car and backed up until he was even with the metal bar. He turned off the motor and slid out onto the dark highway. He had a job to do. As a loyal citizen, and God knew 50 tests had shown he was loyal, there was a job for him here. He leaned into the car and fumbled in the dashboard for the flashlight. If somebody had lost a bar of gold, it was up to him. A bar of gold? Impossible. A slow, cold chill settled over him, numbing his heart. A tiny voice in the back of his mind spoke clearly and rationally to him. Who would walk off and leave an ingot of gold? Something was going on. Fear gripped him. He stood frozen, trembling with terror. The dark, deserted highway, the silent mountains. He was alone, a perfect spot, if they wanted to get him. They? Who? He looked quickly around, hiding in the trees most likely, waiting for him to cross the highway, leave the road and enter the woods, bend down and try to pick up the ingot. One quick blow as he bent over. That would be it. Douglas scrambled back into his car and snapped on the motor. He raced the motor and released the brake. The car jerked forward and gained speed. His hands shaking, Douglas bore down desperately on the wheel. He had to get out, get away before... Whoever they were got him. As he shifted into high, he took one last look back, peering around through the open window. The ingot was still there, still glowing among the dark weeds at the edge of the highway. But there was a strange vagueness about it, an uncertain waver in the nearby atmosphere. Abruptly the ingot faded and disappeared. Its glow receded into darkness. Douglas glanced up and gasped in horror. In the sky above him, something blotted out the stars, a great shape so huge it staggered him. The shape moved, a disembodied circle of living presence directly over his head. A face, a gigantic cosmic face peering down, like some great moon blotting out everything else. The face hung for an instant, intent on him, on the spot he had just vacated. Then the face, like the ingot, faded and sank into darkness. The stars returned. He was alone. Douglas sank back against the seat. The car veered crazily and roared down the highway. His hands slid from the wheel and dropped at his sides. He caught the wheel again just in time. There was no doubt about it. Somebody was after him, trying to get him. But no communists or student practical jokers, or any beast lingering from the dim past. Whatever it was, whoever they were, had nothing to do with Earth. They, were from some other world. They were out to get him. But why? Pete Berg listened closely. "Go on," he said when Douglas halted. "That's all." Douglas turned to Bill Henderson. "Don't try to tell me I'm out of my mind. I really saw it. It was looking down at me. The whole face this time, not just the eye." "You think this was the face that the eye belonged to?" Gene Henderson asked. "I know it. The face had the same expression as the eye, studying me." "We've got to call the police," Laura Douglas said in a thin, clipped voice. "This can't go on. If somebody is out to get him—" "The police won't do any good." Bill Henderson paced back and forth. It was late, after midnight. All the lights in the Douglas house were on. In one corner, old Milton Eric, head of the math department, sat curled up, taking everything in, his wrinkled face expressionless. "We can assume," Professor Eric said calmly, removing his pipe from between his yellow teeth, "they're a non-terrestrial race. Their size and their position indicate they're not earthbound in any sense." "But they can't just stand in the sky," Gene exploded. "There's nothing up there." "There may be other configurations of matter not normally connected or related to our own. An endless or multiple coexistence of universe systems lying along a plane of coordinates totally unexplainable in present terms. Due to some singular juxtaposition of tangents, we are, at this moment, in contact with one of these other configurations." "He means," Bill Henderson explained, "that these people after Doug don't belong to our universe. They come from a different dimension entirely." "The face wavered," Douglas murmured. "The gold and the face both wavered and faded out." "Withdrew," Eric stated. "Returned to their own universe. They have entry into ours at will, it would seem, a hole, so to speak, that they can enter through and return again." "It's a pity," Gene said. "They're so damn big. If they were smaller—" "Size is in their favor," Eric admitted. "An unfortunate circumstance." "All this academic wrangling!" Laura cried wildly. "We sit here working out theories, and meanwhile they are after him." "This might explain gods," Bill said suddenly. Gods? Bill nodded. Don't you see? In the past, these beings looked across the nexus at us, into our universe, maybe even stepped down. Primitive people saw them and weren't able to explain them. They built religions around them, worshipped them. Mount Olympus, Jean said. Of course. And Moses met God at the top of Mount Sinai. We're high up in the Rockies. Maybe contact only comes at high places, in the mountains like this. And the Tibetan monks are situated in the highest landmass in the world, Bill added. That whole area, the highest and the oldest part of the world. All the great religions have been revealed in the mountains, brought down by people who saw God and carried the word back. What I can't understand, Laura said, is why they want him. She spread her hands helplessly. Why not somebody else? Why do they have to single him out? Bill's face was hard. I think that's pretty clear. Explain, Eric rumbled. What is Doug? About the best nuclear physicist in the world, working on top-secret projects in nuclear fission, advanced research. The government is underwriting everything Bryant College is doing because Douglas is here. So? They want him because of his ability, because he knows things, because of their size relationship to this universe. They can subject our lives to as careful a scrutiny as we maintain in the biology labs of a culture of Sarcina pulmonum. But that doesn't mean they're culturally advanced over us. Of course, Pete Berg exclaimed. They want Doug for his knowledge. They want to pirate him off and make use of his mind for their own cultures. Parasites, Jean gasped. They must have always depended on us, don't you see? Men in the past who have disappeared, spirited off by these creatures. She shivered. They probably regard us as some sort of testing ground, where techniques and knowledge are painfully developed for their benefit. Douglas started to answer, but the words never escaped his mouth. He sat rigid in his chair, his head turned to one side. Outside, in the darkness beyond the house, someone was calling his name. He got up and moved toward the door. They were all staring at him in amazement. "What is it?" Bill demanded. "What's the matter, Doug?" Laura caught his arm. "What's wrong? Are you sick? Say something. Doug!" Professor Douglas jerked free and pulled open the front door. He stepped out onto the porch. There was a faint moon. A soft light hovered over everything. "Professor Douglas," the voice again, sweet and fresh, a girl's voice. Outlined by the moonlight at the foot of the porch steps stood a girl, blonde-haired, perhaps 20 years old. In a checkered skirt, pale Angora sweater, a silk kerchief around her neck. She was waving at him anxiously, her small face pleading. "Professor, do you have a minute? Something terrible has gone wrong with—" Her voice trailed off as she moved nervously away from the house into the darkness. "What's the matter?" he shouted. He could hear her voice faintly. She was moving off. Douglas was torn with indecision. He hesitated, then hurried impatiently down the stairs after her. The girl retreated from him, wringing her hands together, her full lips twisting wildly with despair. Under her sweater, her breasts rose and fell in an agony of terror, each quiver sharply etched by the moonlight. "What is it?" Douglas cried. "What's wrong?" He hurried angrily after her. "For God's sake, stand still!" The girl was still moving away, drawing him farther and farther away from the house, toward the great green expanse of lawn, the beginning of the campus. Douglas was overcome with annoyance. Damn the girl, why couldn't she wait for him? "Hold on a minute," he said, hurrying after her. He started out onto the dark lawn, puffing with exertion. "Who are you? What the hell do you—" There was a flash. A bolt of blinding light crashed past him and seared a smoking pit in the lawn a few feet away. Douglas halted, dumbfounded. A second bolt came, this one just ahead of him. The wave of heat threw him back. He stumbled and half fell. The girl had abruptly stopped. She stood silent and unmoving, her face expressionless. There was a peculiar, waxy quality to her. She had become all at once utterly inanimate. But he had no time to think about that. Douglas turned and lumbered back toward the house. A third bolt came, striking just ahead of him. He veered to the right and threw himself into the shrubs growing near the wall. Rolling and gasping, he pressed against the concrete side of the house, squeezing next to it as hard as he could. There was a sudden shimmer in the star-studded sky above him, a faint motion. Then nothing. He was alone. The bolts ceased, and the girl was gone also. A decoy. A clever imitation to lure him away from the house so he'd move out into the open where they could take a shot at him. He got shakily to his feet and edged around the side of the house. Bill Henderson and Laura and Berg were on the porch, talking nervously and looking around for him. There was his car, parked in the driveway. Maybe if he could reach it. He peered up at the sky. Only stars, no hint of them. If he could get in his car and drive off down the highway, away from the mountains toward Denver where it was lower, maybe he'd be safe. He took a deep, shuddering breath. Only 10 yards to the car, 30 feet, if he could once get in it. He ran, fast, down the path and along the driveway. He grabbed open the car door and leaped inside. With one quick motion he threw the switch and released the brake. The car glided forward. The motor came on with a sputter. Douglas bore down desperately on the gas. The car leaped forward. On the porch, Laura shrieked and started down the stairs. Her cry and Bill's startled shout were lost in the roar of the engine. A moment later he was on the highway, racing away from town, down the long, curving road toward Denver. He could call Laura from Denver. She could join him. They could take the train east. The hell with Bryant College. His life was at stake. He drove for hours without stopping through the night. The sun came up and rose slowly in the sky. More cars were on the road now. He passed a couple of diesel trucks rumbling slowly and cumbersomely along. He was beginning to feel a little better. The mountains were behind, more distance between him and them. His spirits rose as the day warmed. There were hundreds of universities and laboratories scattered around the country. He could easily continue with his work someplace else. They'd never get him once he was out of the mountains. He slowed his car down. The gas gauge was near empty. To the right of the road was a filling station and a small roadside cafe. The sight of the cafe reminded him he hadn't eaten breakfast. His stomach was beginning to protest. There were a couple of cars pulled up in front of the cafe. A few people were sitting inside at the counter. He turned off the highway and coasted into the gas station. "Fill her up," he called to the attendant. He got out on the hot gravel, leaving the car in gear. His mouth watered. A plate full of hotcakes, side order of ham, steaming black coffee. "Can I leave her here?" "The car?" The white-clad attendant unscrewed the cap and began filling the tank. "What do you mean?" "Fill her up and park her for me. I'll be out in a few minutes. I want to catch some breakfast." "Breakfast?" Douglas was annoyed. What was the matter with the man? He indicated the cafe. A truck driver had pushed the screen door open and was standing on the step, picking his teeth thoughtfully. Inside, the waitress hustled back and forth. He could already smell the coffee, the bacon frying on the griddle. A faint, tinny sound of a jukebox drifted out. A warm, friendly sound. The cafe! The attendant stopped pumping gas. He put down the hose slowly and turned toward Douglas, a strange expression on his face. "What cafe?" he said. The cafe wavered and abruptly winked out. Douglas fought down a scream of terror. Where the cafe had been, there was only an open field. Greenish-brown grass, a few rusty tin cans, bottles, debris, a leaning fence. Off in the distance, the outline of the mountains. Douglas tried to get hold of himself. "I'm a little tired," he muttered. He climbed unsteadily back into the car. "How much?" "I just hardly began to fill the—" "Here." Douglas pushed a bill at him. "Get out of the way." He turned on the motor and raced out onto the highway, leaving the astonished attendant staring after him. That had been close, damn close, a trap, and he had almost stepped inside. But the thing that really terrified him wasn't the closeness. He was out of the mountains, and they had still been ahead of him. It hadn't done any good. He wasn't any safer than last night. They were everywhere. The car sped along the highway. He was getting near Denver, but so what? It wouldn't make any difference. He could dig a hole in Death Valley and still not be safe. They were after him, and they weren't going to give up. That much was clear. He racked his mind desperately. He had to think of something, some way to get loose. A parasitic culture. A race that preyed on humans, utilized human knowledge and discoveries. Wasn't that what Bill had said? They were after his know-how, his unique ability and knowledge of nuclear physics. He had been singled out, separated from the pack because of his superior ability and training. They would keep after him until they got him, and then what? Horror gripped him. The gold ingot, the decoy. The girl had looked perfectly real. The cafe full of people, even the smells of food, bacon frying, steaming coffee. God, if only he were just an ordinary person, without skill, without special ability, if only— A sudden flapping sound. The car lurched. Douglas cursed wildly. A flat. Of all times. Of all times. Douglas brought the car to a halt at the side of the road. He switched off the motor and put on the brake. For a while he sat in silence. Finally he fumbled in his coat and got out a mashed package of cigarettes. He lit up slowly and then rolled the window down to let in some air. He was trapped, of course. There was nothing he could do. The flat had obviously been arranged. Something on the road, sprinkled down from above. Tacks, probably. The highway was deserted. No cars in sight. He was utterly alone, between towns. Denver was 30 miles ahead. No chance of getting there. Nothing around him but terribly level fields, desolated plains. Nothing but level ground, and the blue sky above. Douglas peered up. He couldn't see them, but they were there, waiting for him to get out of his car. His knowledge, his ability, would be utilized by an alien culture. He would become an instrument in their hands. All his learning would be theirs. He would be a slave and nothing more. Yet, in a way, it was a compliment. From a whole society, he alone had been selected, his skill and knowledge over everything else. A faint glow rose in his cheeks. Probably they had been studying him for some time. The great eye had no doubt often peered down through its telescope or microscope or whatever it was, peered down and seen him, seen his ability and realized what that would be worth to its own culture. Douglas opened the car door. He stepped out onto the hot pavement. He dropped his cigarette and calmly stubbed it out. He took a deep breath, stretching and yawning. He could see the tacks now, bright bits of light on the surface of the pavement. Both front tires were flat. Something shimmered above him. Douglas waited quietly. Now that it had finally come, he was no longer afraid. He watched with a kind of detached curiosity. The something grew. It fanned out over him, swelling and expanding. For a moment it hesitated. Then it descended. Douglas stood still as the enormous cosmic net closed over him. The strands pressed against him as the net rose. He was going up, heading toward the sky, but he was relaxed, at peace, no longer afraid. Why be afraid? He would be doing much the same work as always. He would miss Laura and the college, of course, the intellectual companionship of the faculty, the bright faces of the students. But no doubt he would find companionship up above, persons to work with, trained minds with which to communicate. The net was lifting him faster and faster. The ground fell rapidly away. The earth dwindled from a flat surface to a globe. Douglas watched with professional interest. Above him, beyond the intricate strands of the net, he could see the outline of the other universe, the new world toward which he was heading. Shapes, two enormous shapes squatting down, two incredibly huge figures bending over. One was drawing in the net. The other watched, holding something in its hand. A landscape. Dim forms too vast for Douglas to comprehend. At last, a thought came. What a struggle! It was worth it, thought the other creature. Their thoughts roared through him, powerful thoughts from immense minds. I was right, the biggest yet. What a catch! Must weigh all of 24 raggots. At last! Suddenly Douglas's composure left him. A chill of horror flashed through his mind. What were they talking about? What did they mean? But then he was being dumped from the net. He was falling. Something was coming up at him, a flat, shiny surface. What was it? Oddly, it looked almost like a frying pan. The Hanging Stranger. At 5 o'clock, Ed Loyce washed up, tossed on his hat and coat, got his car out, and headed across town toward his TV sales store. He was tired. His back and shoulders ached from digging dirt out of the basement and wheeling it into the backyard. But for a 40-year-old man, he had done okay. Janet could get a new vase with the money he had saved, and he liked the idea of repairing the foundations himself. It was getting dark. The setting sun cast long rays over the scurrying commuters, tired and grim-faced, women loaded down with bundles and packages, Students swarming home from the university, mixing with clerks and businessmen and drab secretaries. He stopped his Packard for a red light and then started it up again. The store had been open without him. He'd arrived just in time to spell the help for dinner, go over the records of the day, maybe even close a couple of sales himself. He drove slowly past the small square of green in the center of the street, the town park. There were no parking places in front of Loyce TV Sales and Service. He cursed under his breath and swung the car in a U-turn. Again he passed the little square of green with its lonely drinking fountain and bench and single lamppost. From the lamppost something was hanging, a shapeless dark bundle swinging a little with the wind, like a dummy of some sort. Loyce rolled down his window and peered out. What the hell was it? A display of some kind? Sometimes the Chamber of Commerce put up displays in the square. Again he made a U-turn and brought his car around. He passed the park and concentrated on the dark bundle. It wasn't a dummy, and if it was a display, it was a strange kind. The hackles on his neck rose, and he swallowed uneasily. Sweat slid out on his face and hands. It was a body, a human body. "Look at it," Loyce snapped. "Come on out here." Don Ferguson came slowly out of the store, buttoning his pinstripe coat with dignity. "This is a big deal, Ed. I can't just leave the guy standing there." "See it?" Ed pointed into the gathering gloom. The lamp-post jutted up against the sky, the post and the bundle swinging from it. "There it is. How the hell long has it been there?" His voice rose excitedly. "What's wrong with everybody? They just walk on past." Don Ferguson lit a cigarette, slowly. "Take it easy, old man. There must be a good reason, or it wouldn't be there." "A reason? What kind of a reason?" Ferguson shrugged. "Like the time the Traffic Safety Council put that wrecked Buick there. Some sort of civic thing. How would I know?" Jack Potter from the shoe shop joined them. "What's up, boys?" "There's a body hanging from the lamp-post," Loyce said. "I'm going to call the cops." "They must know about it," Potter said, "or otherwise it wouldn't be there." "I got to get back in." Ferguson headed back into the store. Business before pleasure. Loyce began to get hysterical. "You see it? You see it hanging there? A man's body, a dead man." "Sure, Ed, I saw it this afternoon when I went out for coffee." "You mean it's been there all afternoon?" "Sure. What's the matter?" Potter glanced at his watch. "Have to run. See you later, Ed." Potter hurried off, joining the flow of people moving along the sidewalk, men and women passing by the park. A few glanced up curiously at the dark bundle and then went on. Nobody stopped. Nobody paid any attention. "I'm going nuts," Loyce whispered. He made his way to the curb and crossed out into traffic among the cars. Horns honked angrily at him. He gained the curb and stepped up onto the little square of green. The man had been middle-aged. His clothing was ripped and torn, a gray suit, splashed and caked with dried mud. A stranger. Loyce had never seen him before, not a local man. His face was partly turned away, and in the evening wind he spun a little, turning gently, silently. His skin was gouged and cut, red gashes, deep scratches of congealed blood. A pair of steel-rimmed glasses hung from one ear, dangling foolishly. His eyes bulged. His mouth was open, tongue thick and ugly blue. "For heaven's sake!" Lloyd muttered, sickened. He pushed down his nausea and made his way back to the sidewalk. He was shaking all over with revulsion and fear. Why? Who was the man? Why was he hanging there? What did it mean? And why didn't anybody notice? He bumped into a small man hurrying along the sidewalk. "Watch it," the man grated. "Oh, it's you, Ed." Ed nodded dazedly. "Hello, Jenkins." "What's the matter?" The stationary clerk caught Ed's arm. "You look sick." "The body. There in the park." "Sure, Ed." Jenkins led him into the alcove of Loyce TV Sales and Service. "Take it easy." Margaret Henderson from the jewelry store joined them. "Something wrong?" "Ed's not feeling well." Loyce yanked himself free. "How can you stand here? Don't you see it? For God's sake!" "What's he talking about?" Margaret asked nervously. "The body!" Ed shouted. "The body! Hanging there!" More people collected. "Is he sick?" "It's Ed Loyce." "You okay, Ed?" "The body!" Loyce screamed, struggling to get past them. Hands caught at him. He tore loose. "Let me go! The police! Get the police!" "Ed, better get a doctor. He must be sick. Or drunk." Loyce fought his way through the people. He stumbled and half fell. Through a blur he saw rows of faces, curious, concerned, anxious. Men and women halting to see what the disturbance was. He fought past them toward his store. He could see Ferguson inside talking to a man, showing him an Emerson TV set. Pete Foley in the back at the service counter setting up a new Philco. Loyce shouted at them frantically. His voice was lost in the roar of traffic and the murmuring around him. "Do something!" he screamed. "Don't stand there! Do something! Something's wrong! Something's happened! Things are going on!" The crowd melted respectfully for the two heavy-set cops moving efficiently toward Loyce. "Name?" the cop with the notebook murmured. "Loyce." He mopped his forehead wearily. "Edward C. Loyce. Listen to me. Back there. Address?" the cop demanded. The police car moved swiftly through traffic, shooting among the cars and buses. Loyce sagged against the seat, exhausted and confused. He took a deep, shuddering breath. 1368 Hurst Road. "That's here in Pikeville?" "That's right." Loyce pulled himself up with a violent effort. "Listen to me. Back there, in the square, hanging from the lamp-post." "Where were you today?" the cop behind the wheel demanded. "Where?" Loyce echoed. "You weren't in your shop, were you?" "No." He shook his head. "No, I was home, down in the basement." "In the basement?" "Digging. A new foundation. Getting out the dirt to pour a cement frame." "Why? What has that to do with—" "Was anybody else down there with you?" "No, my wife was downtown. My kids were at school." Loyce looked from one heavy-set cop to the other. Hope flickered across his face, wild hope. "You mean because I was down there I missed the explanation? I didn't get in on it like everybody else?" After a pause, the cop with the notebook said, "That's right. You missed the explanation." "Then it's official? The body, it's supposed to be hanging there?" "It's supposed to be hanging there for everybody to see." Ed Loyce grinned weakly. "Good Lord. I guess I sort of went off the deep end. I thought maybe something had happened. You know, something like the Ku Klux Klan, some kind of violence. Communists or fascists taking over." He wiped his face with his breast pocket handkerchief, his hands shaking. "I'm glad to know it's on the level." "It's on the level." The police car was getting near the Hall of Justice. The sun had set. The streets were gloomy and dark. The lights had not yet come on. "I feel better," Loyce said. "I was pretty excited there for a minute. I guess I got all stirred up. Now that I understand, there's no need to take me in, is there?" The two cops said nothing. I should be back at my store. The boys haven't had dinner. I'm all right now, no more trouble. Is there any need of—" "This won't take long," the cop behind the wheel interrupted. "A short process, only a few minutes." "I hope it's short," Lois muttered. The car slowed down for a stoplight. "I guess I sort of disturbed the peace. Funny, getting excited like that, and—" Lois yanked the door open. He sprawled out into the street and rolled to his feet. Cars were moving all around him, gaining speed as the light changed. Lois leaped onto the curb and raced among the people, burrowing into the swarming crowds. Behind him he heard sounds, shouts, people running. They weren't cops. He had realized that right away. He knew every cop in Pikeville. A man couldn't own a store, operate a business in a small town for 25 years without getting to know all the cops. They weren't cops, and there hadn't been any explanation. Potter, Ferguson, Jenkins, none of them knew why it was there. They didn't know, and they didn't care. That was the strange part. Lois ducked into a hardware store. He raced toward the back, past the startled clerks and customers, into the shipping room and through the back door. He tripped over a garbage can and ran up a flight of concrete steps. He climbed over a fence and jumped down on the other side, gasping and panting. There was no sound behind him. He had got away. He was at the entrance of an alley, dark and strewn with boards and ruined boxes and tires. He could see the street at the far end. A street light wavered and came on. Men and women, stores, neon signs, cars. And to his right, the police station. He was close, terribly close. Past the loading platform of a grocery store rose the white concrete side of the Hall of Justice. Barred windows, the police antenna, a great concrete wall rising up in the darkness. A bad place for him to be near. He was too close. He had to keep moving, get farther away from them. Them? Lois moved cautiously down the alley. Beyond the police station was the city hall, the old-fashioned yellow structure of wood and gilded brass and broad cement steps. He could see the endless rows of offices, dark windows, the cedars and beds of flowers on each side of the entrance. And something else. Above the city hall was a patch of darkness, a cone of gloom denser than the surrounding night, a prism of black that spread out and was lost into the sky. He listened. Good God, he could hear something. Something that made him struggle frantically to close his ears, his mind, to shut out the sound. A buzzing, a distant muted hum like a great swarm of bees. Lois gazed up, rigid with horror. The splotch of darkness hanging over the city hall, darkness so thick it seemed almost solid. In the vortex something moved, flickering shapes. Things descending from the sky, pausing momentarily above the city hall, fluttering over it in a dense swarm, and then dropping silently onto the roof. Shapes, fluttering shapes from the sky, from the crack of darkness that hung above him. He was seeing them. For a long time Lois watched, crouched behind a sagging fence in a pool of scummy water. They were landing, coming down in groups, landing on the roof of the city hall and disappearing inside. They had wings, like giant insects of some kind. They flew and fluttered and came to rest, and then crawled crab fashion sideways across the roof and into the building. He was sickened and fascinated. Cold night wind blew around him, and he shuddered. He was tired, dazed with shock. On the front steps of the city hall were men, standing here and there, groups of men coming out of the building and halting for a moment before going on. Were there more of them? It didn't seem possible. What he saw descending from the black chasm weren't men. They were alien, from some other world, some other dimension, sliding through this slit, this break in the shell of the universe, entering through this gap, winged insects from another realm of being. On the steps of the city hall, a group of men broke up. A few moved toward a waiting car. One of the remaining shapes started to re-enter the city hall. It changed its mind and turned to follow the others. Lois closed his eyes in horror. His senses reeled. He hung on tight, clutching at the sagging fence. The shape, the man-shape, had abruptly fluttered up and flapped after the others. It flew to the sidewalk and came to rest among them. Pseudo-men, imitation men, insects with ability to disguise themselves as men, like other insects familiar to Earth, protective coloration, mimicry. Lois pulled himself away. He got slowly to his feet. It was night. The alley was totally dark. But maybe they could see in the dark. Maybe darkness made no difference to them. He left the alley cautiously and moved out onto the street. Men and women flowed past, but not so many now. At the bus stop stood waiting groups. A huge bus lumbered along the street, its lights flashing in the evening gloom. Lois moved forward. He pushed his way among those waiting, and when the bus halted, he boarded it and took a seat in the rear by the door. A moment later, the bus moved into life and rumbled down the street. Lois relaxed a little. He studied the people around him, dulled, tired faces, people going home from work, quite ordinary faces. None of them paid any attention to him. All sat quietly, sunk down in their seats, jiggling with the motion of the bus. The man sitting next to him unfolded a newspaper. He began to read the sports section, his lips moving. An ordinary man, blue suit, tie, a businessman or salesman, on his way home to his wife and family. Across the aisle, a young woman, perhaps 20, dark eyes and hair, a package on her lap, nylons and heels, red coat and white Angora sweater, gazing absently ahead of her. A high school boy in jeans and black jacket. A great triple-chinned woman with an immense shopping bag loaded with packages and parcels, her thick face dim with weariness. Ordinary people, the kind that rode the bus every evening, going home to their families, to dinner. Going home, with their minds dead, controlled, filmed over with the mask of an alien being that had appeared and taken possession of them, their town, their lives. Himself, too, except that he happened to be deep in his cellar instead of in the store. Somehow he had been overlooked. They had missed him. Their control wasn't perfect, foolproof. Maybe there were others. Hope flickered in Lois. They weren't omnipotent. They had made a mistake, not got control of him. Their net, their field of control had passed over him. He had emerged from his cellar as he had gone down. Apparently their power zone was limited. A few seats down the aisle, a man was watching him. Lois broke off his chain of thought. A slender man with dark hair and a small mustache, well-dressed, brown suit and shiny shoes. A book between his small hands. He was watching Lois, studying him intently. He turned quickly away. Lois tensed. One of them? Or another they had missed? The man was watching him again, small dark eyes, alive and clever, shrewd. A man too shrewd for them, or one of the things itself, an alien insect from beyond. The bus halted. An elderly man got on slowly and dropped his token into the box. He moved down the aisle and took a seat opposite Lois. The elderly man caught the sharp-eyed man's gaze. For a split second something passed between them, a look rich with meaning. Lois got to his feet. The bus was moving. He ran to the door, one step down into the well. He yanked the emergency door release. The rubber door swung open. "Hey!" the driver shouted, jamming on the brakes. "What the hell?" Lois squirmed through. The bus was slowing down. Houses on all sides. A residential district, lawns and tall apartment buildings. Behind him, the bright-eyed man had leaped up. The elderly man was also on his feet. They were coming after him. Lois leaped. He hit the pavement with terrific force and rolled against the curb. Pain lapped over him, pain and a vast tide of blackness. Desperately he fought it off. He struggled to his knees and then slid down again. The bus had stopped. People were getting off. Lois groped around. His fingers closed over something, a rock lying in the gutter. He crawled to his feet, grunting with pain. A shape loomed before him, a man, the bright-eyed man with the book. Lois kicked. The man gasped and fell. Lois brought the rock down. The man screamed and tried to roll away. "Stop, for God's sake, listen!" He struck again, a hideous crunching sound. The man's voice cut off and dissolved in a bubbling wail. Lois scrambled up and back. The others were there now, all around him. He ran awkwardly down the sidewalk, up a driveway. None of them followed him. They had stopped and were bending over the inert body of the man with the book, the bright-eyed man who had come after him. Had he made a mistake? But it was too late to worry about that. He had to get out, away from them, out of Pikeville, beyond the crack of darkness, the rent between their world and his. "Ed!" Janet Lois backed away nervously. "What is it? What—" Ed Lois slammed the door behind him and came into the living room. "Pull down the shades, quick!" Janet moved toward the window. "But—" "Do as I say. Who else is here besides you?" "Nobody. Just the twins. They're upstairs in their room. What's happened? You look so strange. Why are you home?" Ed locked the front door. He prowled around the house, into the kitchen. From the drawer under the sink he slid out the big butcher knife and ran his finger along it. Sharp, plenty sharp. He returned to the living room. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't have much time. They know I escaped and they'll be looking for me." "Escaped?" Janet's face twisted with bewilderment and fear. "Who?" "The town has been taken over. They're in control. I've got it pretty well figured out. They started at the top, at the city hall and police department. What they did with the real humans, they—" "What are you talking about?" "We've been invaded. From some other universe, some other dimension. They're insects, mimicry, and more. Power to control minds. Your mind." "My mind?" "Their entrance is here, in Pikeville. They've taken over all of you, the whole town except me. We're up against an incredibly powerful enemy, but they have their limitations. That's our hope. They're limited. They can make mistakes." Janet shook her head. "I don't understand, Ed. You must be insane." "Insane? No, just lucky. If I hadn't been down in the basement, I'd be like all the rest of you." Lois peered out the window. "But I can't stand here talking. Get your coat." "My coat?" "We're getting out of here. Out of Pikeville. We've got to get help. Fight this thing. They can be beaten. They're not infallible. It's going to be close, but we may make it if we hurry. Come on." He grabbed her arm roughly. "Get your coat and call the twins. We're all leaving. Don't stop to pack. There's no time for that." White-faced, his wife moved toward the closet and got down her coat. "Where are we going?" Ed pulled open the desk drawer and spilled the contents out onto the floor. He grabbed up a road map and spread it open. "They'll have the highway covered, of course, but there's a back road to Oak Grove. I got onto it once. It's practically abandoned. Maybe they'll forget about it." "The old ranch road? Good Lord, it's completely closed. Nobody's supposed to drive over it." "I know." Ed thrust the map grimly into his coat. "That's our best chance. Now call down the twins and let's get going. Your car is full of gas, isn't it?" Janet was dazed. "The Chevy? I had it filled up yesterday afternoon." Janet moved toward the stairs. "Ed, Call the twins." Ed unlocked the front door and peered out. Nothing stirred, no sign of life. All right so far. "Come on downstairs," Janet called in a wavering voice. "We're going out for a while." "Now," Tommy's voice came. "Hurry up," Ed barked. "Get down here, both of you." Tommy appeared at the top of the stairs. "I was doing my homework. We're starting fractions. Miss Parker says if we don't get this done—" "You can forget about fractions." Ed grabbed his son as he came down the stairs and propelled him toward the door. "Where's Jim?" "He's coming." Jim started slowly down the stairs. "What's up, Dad?" "We're going for a ride." "A ride? Where?" Ed turned to Janet. "We'll leave the lights on, and the TV set. Go turn it on." He pushed her toward the set. "So they'll think we're still—" He heard the buzz and dropped instantly, the long butcher knife out. Sickened, he saw it coming down the stairs at him, wings a blur of motion as it aimed itself. It still bore a vague resemblance to Jimmy. It was small, a baby one. A brief glimpse, the thing hurtling at him, cold, multi-lensed, inhuman eyes. Wings, body still clothed in yellow t-shirt and jeans, the mimic outline still stamped on it. A strange half-turn of its body as it reached him. What was it doing? A stinger. Lois stabbed wildly at it. It retreated, buzzing frantically. Lois rolled and crawled toward the door. Tommy and Janet stood still as statues, faces blank, watching without expression. Lois stabbed again. This time the knife connected. The thing shrieked and faltered. It bounced against the wall and fluttered down. Something lapped through his mind. A wall of force, energy, an alien mind probing into him. He was suddenly paralyzed. The mind entered his own, touched against him briefly, shockingly, an utter alien presence settling over him. And then it flickered out as the thing collapsed in a broken heap on the rug. It was dead. He turned it over with his foot. It was an insect, a fly of some kind. Yellow t-shirt, jeans. His son Jimmy. He closed his mind tight. It was too late to think about that. Savagely, he scooped up his knife and headed toward the door. Janet and Tommy stood stone still, neither of them moving. The car was out. He'd never get through. They'd be waiting for him. It was 10 miles on foot. 10 long miles over rough ground, gullies and open fields and hills of uncut forest. He'd have to go alone. Lois opened the door. For a brief second he looked back at his wife and son. Then he slammed the door behind him and raced down the porch steps. A moment later he was on his way, hurrying swiftly through the darkness toward the edge of town. The early morning sunlight was blinding. Lois halted, gasping for breath, swaying back and forth. Sweat ran down in his eyes. His clothing was torn, shredded by the brush and thorns through which he had crawled. 10 miles, on his hands and knees. Crawling, creeping through the night. His shoes were mud-caked. He was scratched and limping, utterly exhausted. But ahead of him lay Oak Grove. He took a deep breath and started down the hill. Twice he stumbled and fell, picking himself up and trudging on. His ears rang. Everything receded and wavered. But he was there. He had got out, away from Pikeville. A farmer in a field gaped at him. From a house a young woman watched in wonder. Lois reached the road and turned onto it. Ahead of him was a gasoline station and a drive-in. A couple of trucks, some chickens pecking in the dirt, a dog tied with a string. The white-clad attendant watched suspiciously as he dragged himself up to the station. Thank God! He caught hold of the wall. I didn't think I was going to make it. They followed me most of the way. I could hear them buzzing and flitting around behind me. What happened? The attendant demanded. You in a wreck? A hold-up? Lois shook his head wearily. They have the whole town, the city hall and the police station. They hung a man from the lamp-post. That was the first thing I saw. They've got all the roads blocked. I saw them hovering over the cars coming in. About 4 this morning I got beyond them. I knew it right away. I could feel them leave, and then the sun came up. The attendant licked his lip nervously. You're out of your head. I better get a doctor. Get me into Oak Grove, Lois gasped. He sank down on the gravel. We've got to get started. Cleaning them out. Got to get started right away. They kept a tape recorder going all the time he talked. When he had finished, the commissioner snapped off the recorder and got to his feet. He stood for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he got out his cigarettes and lit up slowly, a frown on his beefy face. You don't believe me, Lois said. The commissioner offered him a cigarette. Lois pushed it impatiently away. Suit yourself. The commissioner moved over to the window and stood for a time looking out at the town of Oak Grove. I believe you, he said abruptly. Lois sagged. Thank God. So, you got away. The commissioner shook his head. You were down in your cellar instead of at work. A freak chance, 1 in a million. Lois sipped some of the black coffee they had brought him. I have a theory, he murmured. What is it? About them, who they are. They take over one area at a time, starting at the top, the highest level of authority, working down from there in a widening circle. When they're firmly in control, they go on to the next town. They spread, slowly, very gradually. I think it's been going on for a long time. A long time? Thousands of years. I don't think it's new. Why do you say that? When I was a kid, a picture they showed us in Bible League. A religious picture, an old print. The enemy gods defeated by Jehovah. Moloch, Beelzebub, Moab, Baalin, Ashtaroth. So? They were all represented by figures. Lois looked up at the commissioner. Beelzebub was represented as a giant fly. The commissioner grunted. An old struggle. They've been defeated. The Bible is an account of their defeats. They make gains, but finally they're defeated. Why defeated? They can't get everyone. They didn't get me, and they never got the Hebrews. The Hebrews carried the message to the whole world, the realization of the danger. The 2 men on the bus, I think they understood, had escaped like I did. He clenched his fists. I killed one of them. I made a mistake. I was afraid to take a chance. The commissioner nodded. Yes, they undoubtedly had escaped, as you did. Freak accidents. But the rest of the town was firmly in control. He turned from the window. Well, Mr. Lois, you seem to have figured everything out. Not everything. The hanging man. The dead man hanging from the lamp-post. I don't understand that. Why? Why did they deliberately hang him there? That would seem simple. The commissioner smiled faintly. Bait. Lois stiffened. His heart stopped beating. Bait? What do you mean? To draw you out. Make you declare yourself, so they'd know who was under control and who had escaped. Lois recoiled with horror. Then they expected failures. They anticipated. He broke off. They were ready with a trap. And you showed yourself. You reacted. You made yourself known. The commissioner abruptly moved toward the door. Come along, Lois. There's a lot to do. We must get moving. There's no time to waste. Lois started slowly to his feet, numbed. And the man. Who was the man? I never saw him before. He wasn't a local man. He was a stranger, all muddy and dirty, his face cut, slashed. There was a strange look on the commissioner's face as he answered. Maybe, he said softly, you'll understand that, too. Come along with me, Mr. Lois. He held the door open, his eyes gleaming. Lois caught a glimpse of the street in front of the police station. Policemen, a platform of some sort, a telephone pole, and a rope. Right this way, the commissioner said, smiling coldly. As the sun set, the vice president of the Oak Grove Merchants Bank came up out of the vault, through the heavy time locks, put on his hat and coat, and hurried outside onto the sidewalk. Only a few people were there, hurrying home to dinner. "Good night," the guard said, locking the door after him. "Good night," Clarence Mason murmured. He started along the street toward his car. He was tired. He had been working all day down in the vault, examining the layout of the safety deposit boxes to see if there was room for another tier. He was glad to be finished. At the corner, he halted. The street lights had not yet come on. The street was dim. Everything was vague. He looked around and froze. From the telephone pole in front of the police station, something large and shapeless hung. It moved a little with the wind. What the hell was it? Mason approached it warily. He wanted to get home. He was tired and hungry. He thought of his wife, his kids, a hot meal on the dinner table. But there was something about the dark bundle, something ominous and ugly. The light was bad. He couldn't tell what it was, yet it drew him on, made him move closer for a better look. The shapeless thing made him uneasy. He was frightened by it, frightened and fascinated. And the strange part was that nobody else seemed to notice it. The eyes have it. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-backed book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, His eyes slowly roved about the room. Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet to the characters in the book it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will, eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again," which was followed by, "and Bob says he has utterly no guts." Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on, let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. The Golden Man. "Is it always hot like this?" the salesman demanded. He addressed everybody at the lunch counter and in the shabby booths against the wall. A middle-aged, fat man with a good-natured smile, rumpled gray suit, sweat-stained white shirt, a drooping bow tie, and a Panama hat. "Only in the summer," the waitress answered. None of the others stirred. The teenage boy and girl in one of the booths, eyes fixed intently on each other. Two workmen, sleeves rolled up, arms dark and hairy, eating bean soup and rolls. A lean, weathered farmer. An elderly businessman in a blue serge suit, vest and pocket watch. A dark, rat-faced cab driver drinking coffee. A tired woman who had come in to get off her feet and put down her bundles. The salesman got out a package of cigarettes. He glanced curiously around the dingy cafe, lit up, leaned his arms on the counter, and said to the man next to him, "What's the name of this town?" The man grunted, "Walnut Creek." The salesman sipped at his Coke for a while, cigarette held loosely between plump white fingers. Presently he reached in his coat and brought out a leather wallet. For a long time he leafed thoughtfully through cards and papers, bits of notes, ticket stubs, endless odds and ends, soiled fragments, and finally a photograph. He grinned at the photograph and then began to chuckle, a low, moist rasp. "Look at this," he said to the man beside him. The man went on reading his newspaper. "Hey, look at this!" The salesman nudged him with his elbow and pushed the photograph at him. "How's that strike you?" Annoyed, the man glanced briefly at the photograph. It showed a nude woman from the waist up, perhaps 35 years old, face turned away, body white and flabby, with 8 breasts. "Ever seen anything like that?" The salesman chuckled, his little red eyes dancing. His face broke into lewd smiles, and again he nudged the man. "I've seen that before." Disgusted, the man resumed reading his newspaper. The salesman noticed the lean old farmer was looking at the picture. He passed it genially over to him. "How's that strike you, Pop? Pretty good stuff, eh?" The farmer examined the picture solemnly. He turned it over, studied the creased back, took a second look at the front, then tossed it to the salesman. It slid from the counter, turned over a couple of times, and fell to the floor face up. The salesman picked it up and brushed it off. Carefully, almost tenderly, he restored it to his wallet. The waitress' eyes flickered as she caught a glimpse of it. "Damn nice," the salesman observed with a wink. "Wouldn't you say so?" The waitress shrugged indifferently. "I don't know. I saw a lot of them around Denver, a whole colony." "That's where this was taken. Denver DCA camp." "And he still alive?" the farmer asked. The salesman laughed harshly. "You kidding?" He made a short, sharp swipe with his hand. "Not anymore." They were all listening. Even the high school kids in the booth had stopped holding hands and were sitting up straight, eyes wide with fascination. "Saw a funny kind down near San Diego," the farmer said. "Last year sometime. Had wings like a bat. Skin, not feathers. Skin and bone wings." The rat-eyed taxi driver chimed in. "That's nothing. There was a two-headed one in Detroit. I saw it on exhibit." "Was it alive?" the waitress asked. "No, they'd already youthed it." "In sociology," the high school boy spoke up, "we saw tapes of a whole lot of them. The winged kind from down south, the big-headed one they found in Germany, an awful-looking one with sort of cones, like an insect, and—" "The worst of all," the elderly businessman stated, "are those English ones that hid out in the coal mines, the ones they didn't find until last year." He shook his head. 40 years down there in the mines, breeding and developing. Almost 100 of them. Survivors from a group that went underground during the war. "They just found a new kind in Sweden," the waitress said. "I was reading about it. Controls minds at a distance, they said. Only a couple of them. The DCA got there plenty fast." "That's a variation of the New Zealand type," one of the workmen said. "It read minds." "Reading and controlling are two different things," the businessman said. "When I hear something like that, I'm plenty glad there's the DCA." "There was a type they found right after the war," the farmer said, "in Siberia. Had the ability to control objects, psychokinetic ability. The Soviet DCA got it right away. Nobody remembers that anymore." "I remember that," the businessman said. "I was just a kid then. I remember because that was the first Deve I ever heard of. My father called me into the living room and told me and my brothers and sisters. We were still building the house. That was in the days when the DCA inspected everyone and stamped their arms." He held up his thin, gnarled wrist. "I was stamped there 60 years ago." "Now they just have the birth inspection," the waitress said. She shivered. "There was one in San Francisco this month, first in over a year. They thought it was over around here." "It's been dwindling," the taxi driver said. "Frisco wasn't too bad hit, not like some, not like Detroit." "They still get 10 or 15 a year in Detroit," the high school boy said. "All around there, lots of pools still left. People go into them in spite of the robot signs." "What kind was this one?" the salesman asked. "The one they found in San Francisco?" The waitress gestured. "Common type, the kind with no toes, bent over, big eyes." "The nocturnal type," the salesman said. "The mother had hid it. They say it was 3 years old. She got the doctor to forge the DCA chit, old friend of the family." The salesman had finished his Coke. He sat playing idly with his cigarettes, listening to the hum of talk he had set into motion. The high school boy was leaning excitedly toward the girl across from him, impressing her with his fund of knowledge. The lean farmer and the businessman were huddled together, remembering the old days, the last years of the war before the first 10-year Reconstruction Plan. The taxi driver and the two workmen were swapping yarns about their own experiences. The salesman caught the waitress's attention. "I guess," he said thoughtfully, "that one in Frisco caused quite a stir. Something like that happening so close." "Yeah," the waitress murmured. "This side of the bay wasn't really hit," the salesman continued. "You never get any of them over here." "No." The waitress moved abruptly. "None in this area, ever." She scooped up dirty dishes from the counter and headed toward the back. "Never?" the salesman asked, surprised. "You've never had any Deves on this side of the bay?" "No, none." She disappeared into the back, where the fry cook stood by his burners, white apron and tattooed wrists. Her voice was a little too loud, a little too harsh and strained. It made the farmer pause suddenly and glance up. Silence dropped like a curtain. All sound cut off instantly. They were all gazing down at their food, suddenly tense and ominous. "None around here," the taxi driver said loudly and clearly to no one in particular. "None ever." "Sure," the salesman agreed genially. "I was only—" "Make sure you get that straight," one of the workmen said. The salesman blinked. "Sure, buddy, sure." He fumbled nervously in his pocket. A quarter and a dime jangled to the floor, and he hurriedly scooped them up. "No offense." For a moment there was silence. Then the high school boy spoke up, aware for the first time that nobody was saying anything. "I heard something," he began eagerly, voice full of importance. "Somebody said they saw something up by the Johnson farm that looked like it was one of those—" "Shut up," the businessman said, without turning his head. Scarlet-faced, the boy sagged in his seat. His voice wavered and broke off. He peered hastily down at his hands and swallowed unhappily. The salesman paid the waitress for his Coke. "What's the quickest road to Frisco?" he began, but the waitress had already turned her back. The people at the counter were immersed in their food. None of them looked up. They ate in frozen silence, hostile, unfriendly faces intent on their food. The salesman picked up his bulging briefcase, pushed open the screen door, and stepped out into the blazing sunlight. He moved toward his battered 1978 Buick, parked a few meters up. A blue-shirted traffic cop was standing in the shade of an awning, talking languidly to a young woman in a yellow silk dress that clung moistly to her slim body. The salesman paused a moment before he got into his car. He waved his hand and hailed the policeman. "Say, you know this town pretty good?" The policeman eyed the salesman's rumpled gray suit, bow tie, his sweat-stained shirt, the out-of-state license. "What do you want?" "I'm looking for the Johnson farm," the salesman said. "Here to see him about some litigation." He moved toward the policeman, a small white card between his fingers. "I'm his attorney, from the New York Guild. Can you tell me how to get out there? I haven't been through here in a couple of years." Nat Johnson gazed up at the noonday sun and saw that it was good. He sat sprawled out on the bottom step of the porch, a pipe between his yellowed teeth. A lithe, wiry man in red checkered shirt and canvas jeans, powerful hands, iron-gray hair that was still thick despite 65 years of active life. He was watching the children play. Jean rushed, laughing in front of him, bosom heaving under her sweatshirt, black hair streaming behind her. She was 16, bright-eyed, legs strong and straight, slim young body bent slightly forward with the weight of the 2 horseshoes. After her scampered Dave, 14, white teeth and black hair, a handsome boy, a son to be proud of. Dave caught up with his sister, passed her, and reached the far peg. He stood waiting, legs apart, hands on his hips, his 2 horseshoes gripped easily. Gasping, Jean hurried toward him. "Go ahead," Dave shouted. "You shoot first. I'm waiting for you." "So you can knock them away?" "So I can knock them closer." Jean tossed down one horseshoe and gripped the other with both hands, eyes on the distant peg. Her lithe body bent, one leg slid back, her spine arched. She took careful aim, closed one eye, and then expertly tossed the shoe. With a clang the shoe struck the distant peg, circled briefly around it, then bounced off again and rolled to one side. A cloud of dust rolled up. "Not bad," Nat Johnson admitted from his step. "Too hard, though. Take it easy." His chest swelled with pride as the girl's glistening body took aim and again threw. Two powerful, handsome children, almost ripe, on the verge of adulthood, playing together in the hot sun. And there was Chris. Chris stood by the porch, arms folded. He wasn't playing. He was watching. He had stood there since Dave and Jean had begun playing, the same half-intent, half-remote expression on his finely cut face, as if he were seeing past them, beyond the two of them, beyond the field, the barn, the creek bed, the rows of cedars. "Come on, Chris," Jean called as she and Dave moved across the field to collect their horseshoes. "Don't you want to play?" No, Chris didn't want to play. He never played. He was off in a world of his own, a world into which none of them could come. He never joined in anything, games or chores or family activities. He was by himself always, remote, detached, aloof, seeing past everyone and everything. That is, until all at once something clicked, and he momentarily rephased, re-entered their world briefly. Nat Johnson reached out and knocked his pipe against the step. He refilled it from his leather tobacco pouch, his eyes on his eldest son. Chris was now moving into life, heading out onto the field. He walked slowly, arms folded calmly, as if he had, for the moment, descended from his own world into theirs. Jean didn't see him. She had turned her back and was getting ready to pitch. "Hey!" Dave said, startled. "Here's Chris." Chris reached his sister, stopped, and held out his hand. A great, dignified figure, calm and impassive. Uncertainly, Jean gave him one of the horseshoes. "You want this? You want to play?" Chris said nothing. He bent slightly, a supple arc of his incredibly graceful body, then moved his arm in a blur of speed. The shoes sailed, struck the far peg, and dizzily spun around it. Ringer. The corners of Dave's mouth turned down. What a lousy darn thing! "Chris," Jean reproved, "you don't play fair." No, Chris didn't play fair. He had watched half an hour, then come out and thrown once. One perfect toss, one dead ringer. "He never makes a mistake," Dave complained. Chris stood, face blank, a golden statue in the midday sun, golden hair, skin, a light down of gold fuzz on his bare arms and legs. Abruptly he stiffened. Nat sat up, startled. "What is it?" he barked. Chris turned in a quick circle, magnificent body alert. "Chris?" Jean demanded. "What?" Chris shot forward. Like a released energy beam, he bounded across the field, over the fence, into the barn, and out the other side. His flying figure seemed to skim over the dry grass as he descended into the barren creek bed between the cedars. A momentary flash of gold, and he was gone, vanished. There was no sound, no motion. He had utterly melted into the scenery. "What was it this time?" Jean asked wearily. She came over to her father and threw herself down in the shade. Sweat glowed on her smooth neck and upper lip. Her sweatshirt was streaked and damp. What did he see? "He was after something," Dave stated, coming up. Nat grunted. "Maybe. There's no telling." "I guess I better tell Mom not to set a place for him," Jean said. "He probably won't be back." Anger and futility descended over Nat Johnson. No, he wouldn't be back. Not for dinner, and probably not the next day, or the one after that. He'd be gone God only knew how long, or where, or why. off by himself, alone someplace. "If I thought there was any use," Nat began, "I'd send you two after him. But there's no—" He broke off. A car was coming up the dirt road toward the farmhouse, a dusty, battered old Buick. Behind the wheel sat a plump, red-faced man in a gray suit who waved cheerfully at them as the car sputtered to a stop and the motor died into silence. "Afternoon," the man nodded as he climbed out the car. He tipped his hat pleasantly. He was middle-aged, genial-looking, perspiring freely as he crossed the dry ground toward the porch. "Maybe you folks can help me." "What do you want?" Nat Johnson demanded hoarsely. He was frightened. He watched the creek bed out of the corner of his eye, praying silently. God, if he only stayed away. Jean was breathing quickly, sharp little gasps. She was terrified. Dave's face was expressionless, but all color had drained from it. "Who are you?" Nat demanded. "Name's Baines, George Baines." The man held out his hand, but Johnson ignored it. "Maybe you've heard of me. I own the Pacifica Development Corporation. We built all those little bomb-proof houses just outside town, those little round ones you see as you come up the main highway from Lafayette." "What do you want?" Johnson held his hands steady with an effort. He'd never heard of the man, although he'd noticed the housing tract. It couldn't be missed, a great ant-heap of ugly pill-boxes straddling the highway. Baines looked like the kind of man who'd own them, but what did he want here? "I've bought some land up this way," Baines was explaining. He rattled a sheaf of crisp papers. "This is the deed, but I'll be damned if I can find it." He grinned good-naturedly. "I know it's around this way someplace, this side of the state road. According to the clerk at the county recorder's office, a mile or so this side of that hill over there. But I'm no damn good at reading maps." "It isn't around here," Dave broke in. "There's only farms around here, nothing for sale." "This is a farm, son," Baines said genially. "I bought it for myself and my missus, so we could settle down." He wrinkled his pug nose. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not putting up any tracts around here. This is strictly for myself. An old farmhouse, 20 acres, a pump, and a few oak trees. Let me see the deed." Johnson grabbed the sheaf of papers, and while Baines blinked in astonishment, he leafed rapidly through them. His face hardened, and he handed them back. "What are you up to? This deed is for a parcel 50 miles from here." 50 miles? Baines was dumbfounded. "No kidding? But the clerk told me—" Johnson was on his feet. He towered over the fat man. He was in top-notch physical shape, and he was plenty damn suspicious. "Clerk, hell. You get back into your car and drive out of here. I don't know what you're after or what you're here for, but I want you off my land." In Johnson's massive fist something sparkled, a metal tube that gleamed ominously in the midday sunlight. Baines saw it and gulped. "No offense, mister." He backed nervously away. "You folks sure are touchy. Take it easy, will you?" Johnson said nothing. He gripped the lash tube tighter and waited for the fat man to leave. But Baines lingered. "Look, buddy, I've been driving around this furnace 5 hours looking for my damn place. Any objection to my using your facilities?" Johnson eyed him with suspicion. Gradually, the suspicion turned to disgust. He shrugged. "Dave, show him where the bathroom is." "Thanks." Baines grinned thankfully. "And if it wouldn't be too much trouble, maybe a glass of water? I'd be glad to pay you for it." He chuckled knowingly. "Never let the city people get away with anything, eh?" Christ. Johnson turned away in revulsion as the fat man lumbered after his son into the house. "Dad," Jean whispered. As soon as Baines was inside, she hurried up onto the porch, eyes wide with fear. "Dad, do you think he—" Johnson put his arm around her. "Just hold on tight. He'll be gone soon." The girl's dark eyes flashed with mute terror. "Every time the man from the water company or the tax collector, some tramp, children, anybody come around, I get a terrible stab of pain. Here." She clutched at her heart, hand against her breasts. "It's been that way 13 years. How much longer can we keep it going? How long?" The man named Baines emerged gratefully from the bathroom. Dave Johnson stood silently by the door, body rigid, youthful face stony. "Thanks, son," Baines sighed. "Now, where can I get a glass of cold water?" He smacked his thick lips in anticipation. "After you've been driving around the sticks looking for a dump some red-hot real estate agent stuck you with," Dave headed into the kitchen. "Mom, this man wants a drink of water. Dad said he could have it." Dave had turned his back. Baines caught a brief glimpse of the mother, gray-haired, small, moving toward the sink with a glass, face withered and drawn, without expression. Then Baines hurried from the room down a hall. He passed through a bedroom, pulled a door open, found himself facing a closet. He turned and raced back through the living room into a dining room, then another bedroom. In a brief instant he had gone through the whole house. He peered out a window. The backyard. Remains of a rusting truck. Entrance of an underground bomb shelter. Tin cans. Chickens scratching around. A dog asleep under a shed. A couple of old auto tires. He found a door leading out. Soundlessly he tore the door open and stepped outside. No one was in sight. There was the barn, a leaning, ancient wood structure, cedar trees beyond, a creek of some kind, what had once been an outhouse. Baines moved cautiously around the side of the house. He had perhaps 30 seconds. He had left the door of the bathroom closed. The boy would think he had gone back in there. Baines looked into the house through a window. A large closet filled with old clothing, boxes, and bundles of magazines. He turned and started back. He reached the corner of the house and started around it. Nat Johnson's gaunt shape loomed up and blocked his way. "All right, Baines, you asked for it." A pink flash blossomed. It shut out the sunlight in a single blinding burst. Baines leaped back and clawed at his coat pocket. The edge of the flash caught him, and he half fell, stunned by the force. His suit shield sucked in the energy and discharged it, but the power rattled his teeth, and for a moment he jerked like a puppet on a string. Darkness ebbed around him. He could feel the mesh of the shield glow white as it absorbed the energy and fought to control it. His own tube came out, and Johnson had no shield. "You're under arrest," Baines muttered grimly. "Put down your tube and your hands up, and call your family." He made a motion with the tube. "Come on, Johnson, make it snappy." The lash tube wavered and then slipped from Johnson's fingers. "You're still alive." Dawning horror crept across his face. "Then you must be—" Dave and Jean appeared. "Dad!" "Come over here," Baines ordered. "Where's your mother?" Dave jerked his head numbly. "Inside." "Get her and bring her here." "You're DCA," Nat Johnson whispered. Baines didn't answer. He was doing something with his neck, pulling at the flabby flesh. The wiring of a contact mic glittered as he slipped it from a fold between two chins and into his pocket. From the dirt road came the sound of motors, sleek purrs that rapidly grew louder. 2 teardrops of black metal came gliding up and parked beside the house. Men swarmed out in the dark gray-green of the government civil police. In the sky, swarms of black dots were descending, clouds of ugly flies that darkened the sun as they spilled out men and equipment. The men drifted slowly down. "He's not here," Baines said as the first man reached him. "He got away. Inform Wisdom back at the lab. We've got this section blocked off." Baines turned to Nat Johnson, who stood in dazed silence, uncomprehending, his son and daughter beside him. "How did he know we were coming?" Baines demanded. "I don't know," Johnson muttered. "He just knew." "A telepath?" "I don't know." Baines shrugged. "We'll know soon. A clamp is out all around here. He can't get past no matter what the hell he can do, unless he can dematerialize himself." "What'll you do with him if you catch him?" Jean asked huskily. "Study him." "And then kill him?" "That depends on the lab evaluation. If you could give me more to work on, I could predict better." "We can't tell you anything. We don't know anything more." The girl's voice rose with desperation. "He doesn't talk." Baines jumped. "What?" "He doesn't talk. He never talked to us, ever." "How old is he?" 18. "No communication." Baines was sweating. "In 18 years there hasn't been any semantic bridge between you? Does he have any contact? Signs? Codes?" "He ignores us. He eats here, stays with us. Sometimes he plays when we play, or sits with us. He's gone days on end. We've never been able to find out what he's doing or where. He sleeps in the barn, by himself." "Is he really gold-colored?" "Yes. Skin, eyes, hair, nails, everything." "And he's large, well-formed?" It was a moment before the girl answered. A strange emotion stirred her drawn features, a momentary glow. "He's incredibly beautiful, a god come down to earth." Her lips twisted. "You won't find him. He can do things you have no comprehension of, powers so far beyond your limited—" "You don't think we'll get him?" Baines frowned. "More teams are landing all the time. You've never seen an agency clamp in operation. We've had 60 years to work out all the bugs. If he gets away, it'll be the first time." Baines broke off abruptly. 3 men were quickly approaching the porch, 2 green-clad civil police, and a 3rd man between them, a man who moved silently, lithely, a faintly luminous shape that towered above them. "Chris!" Jean screamed. "We got him," one of the police said. Baines fingered his lash tube uneasily. "Where? How?" "He gave himself up," the policeman answered, voice full of awe. "He came to us voluntarily. Look at him. He's like a metal statue, like some sort of god." The golden figure halted for a moment beside Jean. Then it turned slowly, calmly, to face Baines. "Chris!" Jean shrieked. "Why did you come back?" The same thought was eating at Baines, too. He shoved it aside for the time being. "Is the jet out front?" he demanded quickly. "Ready to go," one of the CP answered. "Fine." Baines strode past them, down the steps and onto the dirt field. "Let's go. I want him taken directly to the lab." For a moment he studied the massive figure who stood calmly between the 2 civil policemen. Beside him they seemed to have shrunk, become ungainly and repellent, like dwarves. What had Jean said? A god come to earth. Baines broke angrily away. "Come on," he muttered brusquely. "This one may be tough. We've never run up against one like it before. We don't know what the hell it can do." The chamber was empty except for the seated figure. 4 bare walls, floor and ceiling. A steady glare of white light relentlessly etched every corner of the chamber. Near the top of the far wall ran a narrow slot, the view windows through which the interior of the chamber was scanned. The seated figure was quiet. He hadn't moved since the chamber locks had slid into place. Since the heavy bolts had fallen from outside and the rows of bright-faced technicians had taken their places at the view windows. He gazed down at the floor, bent forward, hands clasped together, face calm, almost expressionless. In 4 hours, he hadn't moved a muscle. "Well," Baines said, "what have you learned?" Wisdom grunted sourly. "Not much. If we don't have him doped out in 48 hours, we'll go ahead with the youth. We can't take any chances." "You're thinking about the Tunis type," Baines said. He was too. They had found 10 of them, living in the ruins of the abandoned North African town. Their survival method was simple. They killed and absorbed other life forms, then imitated them and took their places. Chameleons, they were called. It had cost 60 lives before the last one was destroyed. 60 top-level experts, highly trained DCA men. "Any clues?" Baines asked. "He's different as hell. This is going to be tough." Wisdom thumbed a pile of tape spools. "This is the complete report. All the material we got from Johnson and his family. We pumped them with the psych wash, then let them go home. 18 years, and no semantic bridge. Yet he looks fully developed, mature at 13, a shorter, faster life cycle than ours. But why the mane? All the gold fuzz, like a Roman monument that's been gilded." "Has the report come in from the analysis room? You had a wave shot taken, of course." "His brain pattern has been fully scanned, but it takes time for them to plot it out. We're all running around like lunatics, while he just sits there." Wisdom poked a stubby finger at the window. "We caught him easily enough. He can't have much, can he? But I'd like to know what it is before we youth him." "Maybe we should keep him alive until we know." "Youth in 48 hours, Wisdom repeated stubbornly, "whether we know or not. I don't like him. He gives me the creeps." Wisdom stood chewing nervously on his cigar, a red-haired, beefy-faced man, thick and heavy-set, with a barrel chest and cold, shrewd eyes deep-set in his hard face. Ed Wisdom was director of DCA's North American branch, but right now he was worried. His tiny eyes darted back and forth, alarmed flickers of gray in his brutal, massive face. "You think," Baines said slowly, "this is it?" "I always think so," Wisdom snapped. "I have to think so." "I mean, I know what you mean." Wisdom paced back and forth, among the study tables, technicians at their benches, equipment and humming computers, buzzing tape slots and research hookups. "This thing lived 18 years with his family, and they don't understand it. They don't know what it has. They know what it does, but not how." "What does it do?" "It knows things." "What kind of things?" Wisdom grabbed his lash tube from his belt and tossed it on a table. "Here." "What?" "Here." Wisdom signaled, and a view window was slid back an inch. "Shoot him." Baines blinked. "You said 48 hours. With a curse, Wisdom snatched up the tube, aimed it through the window directly at the seated figure's back, and squeezed the trigger. A blinding flash of pink, a cloud of energy blossomed in the center of the chamber. It sparkled, then died into dark ash. "Good God!" Baines gasped. "You—" He broke off. The figure was no longer sitting. As Wisdom fired, it had moved in a blur of speed away from the blast, to the corner of the chamber. Now it was slowly coming back, face blank, still absorbed in thought. "5th time," Wisdom said as he put his tube away. "Last time Jameson and I fired together. Missed. He knew exactly when the bolts would hit, and where." Baines and Wisdom looked at each other. Both of them were thinking the same thing. But even reading minds wouldn't tell him where they were going to hit, Baines said. When, maybe, but not where. Could you have called your own shots? Not mine, Wisdom answered flatly. I fired fast, damn near at random. He frowned. Random. We'll have to make a test of this. He waved a group of technicians over. Get a construction team up here, on the double. He grabbed paper and pen and began sketching. While construction was going on, Baines met his fiancée in the lobby outside the lab, the great central lounge of the DCA building. "How's it coming?" she asked. Anita Ferris was tall and blonde, blue eyes and a mature, carefully cultivated figure. An attractive, competent-looking woman in her late 20s. She wore a metal foil dress and cape with a red and black stripe on the sleeve, the emblem of the A-class. Anita was director of the Semantics Agency, a top-level government coordinator. Anything of interest this time? Plenty. Baines guided her from the lobby into the dim recess of the bar. Music played softly in the background, a shifting variety of patterns formed mathematically. Dim shapes moved expertly through the gloom from table to table, silent, efficient robot waiters. As Anita sipped her Tom Collins, Baines outlined what they had found. "What are the chances," Anita asked slowly, "that he's built up some kind of deflection cone? There was one kind that warped their environment by direct mental effort. No tools, direct mind to matter." "Psychokinetics?" Baines drummed restlessly on the tabletop. "I doubt it. The thing has ability to predict, not to control. He can't stop the beams, but he can sure as hell get out of the way." "Does he jump between the molecules?" Baines wasn't amused. "This is serious. We've handled these things 60 years, longer than you and I have been around added together. 87 types of deviants have shown up, real mutants that could reproduce themselves, not mere freaks. This is the 88th. We've been able to handle each of them in turn. But this... Why are you so worried about this one? First, it's 18 years old. That in itself is incredible. Its family managed to hide it that long. Those women around Denver were older than that. Those ones with... They were in a government camp. Somebody high up was toying with the idea of allowing them to breed. Some sort of industrial use. We withheld youth for years. But Chris Johnson stayed alive outside our control. Those things at Denver were under constant scrutiny. Maybe he's harmless. You always assume a Deve is a menace. He might even be beneficial. Somebody thought those women might work in. Maybe this thing has something that would advance the race." "Which race? Not the human race. It's the old, the operation was a success, but the patient died routine. If we introduce a mutant to keep us going, it'll be mutants, not us, who'll inherit the Earth. It'll be mutants surviving for their own sake. Don't think for a moment we can put padlocks on them and expect them to serve us. If they're really superior to Homo sapiens, they'll win out in even competition. To survive, we've got to cold deck them right from the start. In other words, we'll know Homo's superior when he comes. By definition, he'll be the one we won't be able to youth." "That's about it," Baines answered. "Assuming there is a Homo superior. Maybe there's just Homo peculiar, Homo with an improved line." The Neanderthal probably thought the Cro-Magnon man had merely an improved line, a little more advanced ability to conjure up symbols and shape flint. From your description, this thing is more radical than a mere improvement. "This thing," Baines said slowly, "has an ability to predict. So far it's been able to stay alive. It's been able to cope with situations better than you or I could. How long do you think we'd stay alive in that chamber with energy beams blazing down at us? In a sense, it's got the ultimate survival ability, if it can always be accurate. A wall speaker sounded. "Baines, you're wanted in the lab. Get the hell out of the bar and up ramp." Baines pushed back his chair and got to his feet. "Come along. You may be interested in seeing what Wisdom has got dreamed up." A tight group of top-level DCA officials stood around in a circle, middle-aged, gray-haired, listening to a skinny youth in a white shirt and rolled-up sleeves explaining an elaborate cube of metal and plastic that filled the center of the view platform. From it jutted an ugly array of tube snouts, gleaming muzzles that disappeared into an intricate maze of wiring. "This," the youth was saying briskly, "is the first real test. It fires at random, as nearly random as we can make it at least. Weighted balls are thrown up in an airstream, then dropped free to fall back and cut relays. They can fall in almost any pattern. The thing fires according to their pattern. Each drop produces a new configuration of timing and position. 10 tubes in all. Each will be in constant motion." "And nobody knows how they'll fire?" Anita asked. "Nobody." Wisdom rubbed his thick hands together. "Mind reading won't help him, not with this thing." Anita moved over to the view windows as the cube was rolled into place. She gasped. "Is that him?" "What's wrong?" Baines asked. Anita's cheeks were flushed. "Why, I expected a thing. My God, he's beautiful, like a golden statue, like a deity." Baines laughed. "He's 18 years old, Anita, too young for you." The woman was still peering through the view window. "Look at him. 18? I don't believe it." Chris Johnson sat in the center of the chamber on the floor. A posture of contemplation, head bowed, arms folded, legs tucked under him. In the stark glare of the overhead lights, his powerful body glowed and rippled, a shimmering figure of downy gold. "Pretty, isn't he?" Wisdom muttered. "All right, start it going." "You're going to kill him?" Anita demanded. "We're going to try." "But he's—" She broke off uncertainly. "He's not a monster. He's not like those others, those hideous things with 2 heads, or those insects, or those awful things from Tunis." "What is he, then?" Baines asked. "I don't know, but you can't just kill him. It's terrible." The cube clicked into life. The muzzles jerked, silently altered position. 3 retracted, disappeared into the body of the cube. Others came out. Quickly, efficiently, they moved into position, and abruptly, without warning, opened fire. A staggering burst of energy fanned out, a complex pattern that altered each moment, different angles, different velocities, a bewildering blur that cracked from the windows down into the chamber. The golden figure moved. He dodged back and forth, expertly avoiding the bursts of energy that seared around him on all sides. Rolling clouds of ash obscured him. He was lost in a mist of crackling fire and ash. "Stop it!" Anita shouted. "For God's sake, you'll destroy him!" The chamber was an inferno of energy. The figure had completely disappeared. Wisdom waited a moment, then nodded to the technicians operating the cube. They touched guide buttons, and the muzzles slowed and died. Some sank back into the cube. All became silent. The works of the cube ceased humming. Chris Johnson was still alive. He emerged from the settling clouds of ash, blackened and singed, but unhurt. He had avoided each beam. He had weaved between them and among them as they came, a dancer leaping over glittering sword points of pink fire. He had survived. No, Wisdom murmured, shaken and grim. Not a telepath. Those were at random, no prearranged pattern. The three of them looked at each other, dazed and frightened. Anita was trembling. Her face was pale and her blue eyes were wide. "What then?" she whispered. "What is it? What does he have?" "He's a good guesser," Wisdom suggested. "He's not guessing," Baines answered. "Don't kid yourself. That's the whole point." "No, he's not guessing." Wisdom nodded slowly. "He knew. He predicted he'd strike. I wonder, can he make a mistake?" "We caught him," Baines pointed out. "You said he came back voluntarily." There was a strange look on Wisdom's face. "Did he come back after the clamp was up?" Baines jumped. "Yes, after." "He couldn't have got through the clamp, so he came back." Wisdom grinned wryly. "The clamp must actually have been perfect. It was supposed to be." "If there had been a single hole," Baines murmured, "he would have known it, gone through." Wisdom ordered a group of armed guards over. "Get him out of there, to the youth stage." Anita shrieked. "Wisdom, you can't—" "He's too far ahead of us. We can't compete with him." Wisdom's eyes were bleak. "We can only guess what's going to happen. He knows. For him, it's a sure thing. I don't think it'll help him at youth, though. The whole stage is flooded simultaneously. Instantaneous gas released throughout." He signaled impatiently to the guards. "Get going. Take him down right away. Don't waste any time." "Can we?" Baines murmured thoughtfully. The guards took up positions by one of the chamber locks. Cautiously, the tower control slid the lock back. The first two guards stepped cautiously in, lash tubes ready. Chris stood in the center of the chamber. His back was to them as they crept toward him. For a moment he was silent, utterly unmoving. The guards fanned out as more of them entered the chamber. Then Anita screamed. Wisdom cursed. The golden figure spun and leaped forward in a flashing blur of speed, past the triple line of guards, through the lock, and into the corridor. "Get him!" Baines shouted. Guards milled everywhere. Flashes of energy lit up the corridor as the figure raced among them up the ramp. "No use," Wisdom said calmly. "We can't hit him." He touched a button, then another. "But maybe this will help." "What?" Baines began. But the leaping figure shot abruptly at him, straight at him, and he dropped to one side. The figure flashed past. It ran effortlessly, face without expression, dodging and jumping as the energy beams seared around it. For an instant the golden face loomed up before Baines. It passed and disappeared down a side corridor. Guards rushed after it, kneeling and firing, shouting orders excitedly. In the bowels of the building, heavy guns were rumbling up. Locks slid into place as escape corridors were systematically sealed off. "Good God!" Baines gasped as he got to his feet. "Can't he do anything but run?" "I gave orders," Wisdom said, "to have the building isolated. There's no way out. Nobody comes and nobody goes. He's loose here in the building, but he won't get out." "If there's one exit overlooked, he'll know it," Anita pointed out shakily. "We won't overlook any exit. We got him once, we'll get him again." A messenger robot had come in. Now it presented its message respectfully to Wisdom. "From Analysis, sir." Wisdom tore the tape open. "Now we'll know how it thinks." His hands were shaking. "Maybe we can figure out its blind spot. It may be able to outthink us, but that doesn't mean it's invulnerable. It only predicts the future. It can't change it." If there's only death ahead, its ability won't—" Wisdom's voice faded into silence. After a moment he passed the tape to Baines. "I'll be down in the bar," Wisdom said, "getting a good stiff drink." His face had turned lead-gray. "All I can say is, I hope to hell this isn't the race to come." "What's the analysis?" Anita demanded impatiently, peering over Baines' shoulder. "How does it think?" "It doesn't," Baines said, as he handed the tape back to his boss. "It doesn't think at all. Virtually no frontal lobe. It's not a human being. It doesn't use symbols. It's nothing but an animal." "An animal," Wisdom said, "with a single highly developed faculty. Not a superior man. Not a man at all." Up and down the corridors of the DCA building, guards and equipment clanged. Loads of civil police were pouring into the building and taking up positions beside the guards. One by one the corridors and rooms were being inspected and sealed off. Sooner or later the golden figure of Chris Johnson would be located and cornered. "We were always afraid a mutant with superior intellectual powers would come along," Baines said reflectively. "A Div who would be to us what we are to the great apes. Something with a bulging cranium, telepathic ability, a perfect semantic system, ultimate powers of symbolization and calculation, a development along our own path, a better human being." "He acts by reflex," Anita said wonderingly. She had the analysis and was sitting at one of the desks, studying it intently. "Reflex, like a lion, a golden lion." She pushed the tape aside, a strange expression on her face. "The lion god." "Beast," Wisdom corrected tartly. "Blonde beast, you mean." "He runs fast," Baines said, "and that's all. No tools. He doesn't build anything or utilize anything outside himself. He just stands and waits for the right opportunity, and then he runs like hell." "This is worse than anything we've anticipated," Wisdom said. His beefy face was lead-gray. He sagged like an old man, his blunt hands trembling and uncertain. "To be replaced by an animal, something that runs and hides, something without a language." He spat savagely. "That's why they weren't able to communicate with it. We wondered what kind of semantic system it had. It hasn't got any. No more ability to talk and think than a dog." "That means intelligence has failed," Baines went on huskily. "We're the last of our line, like the dinosaur. We've carried intelligence as far as it'll go. Too far, maybe. We've already got to the point where we know so much, think so much, we can't act." "Men of thought," Anita said, "not men of action. It's begun to have a paralyzing effect. But this thing's faculty works better than ours ever did. We can recall past experiences, keep them in mind, learn from them. At best, we can make shrewd guesses about the future from our memory of what's happened in the past. But we can't be certain. We have to speak of probabilities, grays, not blacks and whites. We're only guessing." "Chris Johnson isn't guessing," Anita added. "He can look ahead, see what's coming. He can pre-think, let's call it that. He can see into the future. Probably he doesn't perceive it as the future." "No," Anita said thoughtfully. "It would seem like the present. He has a broader present, but his present lies ahead, not back. Our present is related to the past. Only the past is certain to us. To him, the future is certain, and he probably doesn't remember the past any more than any animal remembers what happened." "As he develops," Baines said, "as his race evolves, it'll probably expand its ability to pre-think. Instead of 10 minutes, 30 minutes, then an hour, a day, a year. Eventually, they'll be able to keep ahead a whole lifetime. Each one of them will live in a solid, unchanging world. There'll be no variables, no uncertainty, no motion. They won't have anything to fear. Their world will be perfectly static, a solid block of matter. And when death comes, Anita said, they'll accept it. There won't be any struggle. To them, it'll already have happened. Already have happened, Baines repeated. To Chris, our shots had already been fired. He laughed harshly. Superior survival doesn't mean superior man. If there were another worldwide flood, only fish would survive. If there were another ice age, maybe nothing but polar bears would be left. When we opened the lock, he had already seen the men, seen exactly where they were standing and what they'd do. A neat faculty, but not a development of mind, a pure physical sense. But if every exit is covered, Wisdom repeated, he'll see he can't get out. He gave himself up before, he'll give himself up again. He shook his head. An animal, without language, without tools. With his new sense, Baines said, he doesn't need anything else. He examined his watch. It's after 2. Is the building completely sealed off? You can't leave, Wisdom stated. You'll have to stay here all night, or until we catch the bastard. I meant her. Baines indicated Anita. She's supposed to be back at Semantics by 7 in the morning. Wisdom shrugged. I have no control over her. If she wants, she can check out. I'll stay, Anita decided. I want to be here when he's destroyed. I'll sleep here. She hesitated. Wisdom, isn't there some other way? If he's just an animal, couldn't we— A zoo? Wisdom's voice rose in a frenzy of hysteria. Keep it penned up in the zoo? Christ, no, it's got to be killed. For a long time the great gleaming shape crouched in the darkness. He was in a storeroom, boxes and cartons stretched out on all sides, heaped up in orderly rows, all neatly counted and marked, silent and deserted. But in a few moments people burst in and searched the room. He could see this. He saw them in all parts of the room, clear and distinct, men with lash tubes, grim-faced, stalking with murder in their eyes. The sight was one of many, one of a multitude of clearly etched scenes lying tangent to his own, and to each was attached a further multitude of interlocking scenes that finally grew hazier and dwindled away, a progressive vagueness, each syndrome less distinct. But the immediate one, the scene that lay closest to him, was clearly visible. He could easily make out the sight of the armed men. Therefore it was necessary to be out of the room before they appeared. The golden figure got calmly to his feet and moved to the door. The corridor was empty. He could see himself already outside, in the vacant drumming hall of metal and recessed lights. He pushed the door boldly open and stepped out. A lift blinked across the hall. He walked to the lift and entered it. In 5 minutes a group of guards would come running along and leap into the lift. By that time he would have left it and sent it back down. Now he pressed a button and rose to the next floor. He stepped out into a deserted passage. No one was in sight. That didn't surprise him. He couldn't be surprised. The element didn't exist for him. The positions of things, the space relationships of all matter in the immediate future were as certain for him as his own body. The only thing that was unknown was that which had already passed out of being. In a vague, dim fashion he had occasionally wondered where things went after he had passed them. He came to a small supply closet. It had just been searched. It would be a half an hour before anyone opened it again. He had that long. He could see that far ahead. And then he would be able to see another area, a region farther beyond. He was always moving, advancing into new regions he had never seen before. A constantly unfolding panorama of sights and scenes, frozen landscapes spread out ahead. All objects were fixed. Pieces on a vast chessboard through which he moved, arms folded, face calm. A detached observer who saw objects that lay ahead of him as clearly as those underfoot. Right now, as he crouched in the small supply closet, he saw an unusually varied multitude of scenes for the next half hour. Much lay ahead. The half hour was divided into an incredibly complex pattern of separate configurations. He had reached a critical region. He was about to move through worlds of intricate complexity. He concentrated on a scene 10 minutes away. It showed, like a three-dimensional still, a heavy gun at the end of the corridor, trained all the way to the far end. Men moved cautiously from door to door, checking each room again, as they had done repeatedly. At the end of the half hour, they had reached the supply closet. A scene showed them looking inside. By that time he was gone, of course. He wasn't in that scene. He had passed on to another. The next scene showed an exit. Guards stood in a solid line. No way out. He was in that scene, off to one side in a niche just inside the door. The street outside was visible. Stars, lights, outlines of passing cars and people. In the next tableau he had gone back, away from the exit. There was no way out. In another tableau he saw himself at other exits, a legion of golden figures, duplicated again and again as he explored regions ahead, one after another, but each exit was covered. In one dim scene he saw himself lying charred and dead. He had tried to run through the line, out the exit. But that scene was vague, one wavering, indistinct still out of many. The inflexible path along which he moved would not deviate in that direction. It would not turn him that way. The golden figure in that scene, the miniature doll in that room, was only distantly related to him. It was himself, but a far-away self, a self he would never meet. He forgot it and went on to examine the other tableau. The myriad of tableaus that surrounded him were an elaborate maze, a web which he now considered bit by bit. He was looking down into a doll's house of infinite rooms, rooms without number, each with its furniture, its dolls, all rigid and unmoving. The same dolls and furniture were repeated in many. He himself appeared often. The two men on the platform, the woman. Again and again the same combinations turned up. The play was redone frequently. The same actors and props moved around in all possible ways. Before it was time to leave the supply closet, Chris Johnson had examined each of the rooms tangent to the one he now occupied. He had consulted each, considered its contents thoroughly. He pushed the door open and stepped calmly out into the hall. He knew exactly where he was going and what he had to do. Crouched in the stuffy closet, he had quietly and expertly examined each miniature of himself, observed which clearly etched configuration lay along his inflexible path, the one room of the dollhouse, the one set out of legions toward which he was moving. Anita slipped out of her metal foil dress, hung it over a hanger, then unfastened her shoes and kicked them under the bed. She was just starting to unclip her bra when the door opened. She gasped. Soundlessly, calmly, the great golden shape closed the door and bolted it after him. Anita snatched up her lash tube from the dressing table. Her hand shook, her whole body was trembling. "What do you want?" she demanded. Her fingers tightened convulsively around the tube. "I'll kill you." The figure regarded her silently, arms folded. It was the first time she had seen Chris Johnson closely. The great dignified face, handsome and impassive, broad shoulders, the golden mane of hair, golden skin, pelt of radiant fuzz. "Why?" she demanded breathlessly. Her heart was pounding wildly. "What do you want?" She could kill him easily, but the lash tube wavered. Chris Johnson stood without fear. He wasn't at all afraid. Why not? Didn't he understand what it was? What the small metal tube could do to him? "Of course," she said suddenly in a choked whisper. "You can see ahead. You know I'm going to kill you, or you wouldn't have come here." She flushed, terrified and embarrassed. He knew exactly what she was going to do. He could see it as easily as she saw the walls of the room, the wall bed with its covers folded neatly back, her clothes hanging in the closet, her purse and small things on the dressing table. "All right." Anita backed away, then abruptly put the tube down on the dressing table. "I won't kill you. Why should I?" She fumbled in her purse and got out her cigarettes. Shakily she lit up, her pulse racing. She was scared, and strangely fascinated. "Do you expect to stay here? It won't do any good. They've come through the dorm twice already. They'll be back." Could he understand her? She saw nothing on his face, only blank dignity. God, he was huge. It wasn't possible he was only 18, a boy, a child. He looked more like some great golden god come down to earth. She shook the thought off savagely. He wasn't a god. He was a beast. The blonde beast, come to take the place of man, to drive man from the earth. Anita snatched up the lash tube. "Get out of here! You're an animal, a big, stupid animal. You can't even understand what I'm saying. You don't even have a language. You're not human." Chris Johnson remained silent, as if he were waiting. Waiting for what? He showed no sign of fear or impatience, even though the corridor outside rang with the sound of men searching, metal against metal, guns and energy tubes being dragged around, shouts and dim rumbles as section after section of the building was searched and sealed off. "They'll get you," Anita said. "You'll be trapped here. They'll be searching this wing any moment." She savagely stubbed out her cigarette. "For God's sake, what do you expect me to do?" Chris moved toward her. Anita shrank back. His powerful hands caught hold of her and she gasped in sudden terror. For a moment she struggled, blindly, desperately. "Let go!" She broke away and leaped back from him. His face was expressionless. Calmly he came toward her, an impassive god advancing to take her. "Get away!" She groped for the lash tube, trying to get up, but the tube slipped from her fingers and rolled onto the floor. Chris bent down and picked it up. He held it out to her in the open palm of his hand. "Good God!" Anita whispered. Shakily she accepted the tube, gripped it hesitantly, then put it down again on the dressing table. In the half-light of the room, the great golden figure seemed to glow and shimmer, outlined against the darkness. A god. No, not a god. An animal. A great golden beast without a soul. She was confused. Which was he? Or was he both? She shook her head, bewildered. It was late, almost 4. She was exhausted and confused. Chris took her in his arms. Gently, kindly, he lifted her face and kissed her. His powerful hands held her tight. She couldn't breathe. Darkness, mixed with the shimmering golden haze, swept around her. Around and around it spiraled, carrying her senses away. She sank down into it gratefully. The darkness covered her and dissolved her in a swelling torrent of sheer force that mounted in intensity each moment, until the roar of it beat against her and at last blotted out everything. Anita blinked. She sat up and automatically pushed her hair into place. Chris was standing before the closet. He was reaching up, getting something down. He turned toward her and tossed something on the bed, her heavy metal foiled traveling cape. Anita gazed down at the cape without comprehension. "What do you want?" Chris stood by the bed, waiting. She picked up the cape uncertainly. Cold creepers of fear plucked at her. "You want me to get you out of here," she said softly. "Past the guards and the CP." Chris said nothing. "They'll kill you instantly." She got unsteadily to her feet. "You can't run past them. Good God, don't you do anything but run? There must be a better way. Maybe I can appeal to wisdom. I'm Class A, Director Class. I can go directly to the full Directorate. I ought to be able to hold them off, keep back the youth indefinitely. The odds are 1,000,000,000 against us if we try to break past." She broke off. "But you don't gamble," she continued slowly. "You don't go by odds. You know what's coming. You've seen the cards already." She studied his face intently. "No, you can't be cold-decked. It wouldn't be possible." For a moment she stood deep in thought. Then, with a quick, decisive motion, she snatched up the cloak and slipped it around her bare shoulders. She fastened the heavy belt, bent down and got her shoes from under the bed, snatched up her purse and hurried to the door. "Come on," she said. She was breathing quickly, cheeks flushed. "Let's go, while there are still a number of exits to choose from. My car is parked outside, in the lot at the side of the building. We can get to my place in an hour. I have a winter home in Argentina. If worst comes to worst, we can fly there. It's in the back country, away from the cities. Jungles and swamps, cut off from almost everything." Eagerly she started to open the door. Chris reached out and stopped her. Gently, patiently, he moved in front of her. He waited a long time, body rigid. Then he turned the knob and stepped boldly out into the corridor. The corridor was empty. No one was in sight. Anita caught a faint glimpse, the back of a guard hurrying off. If they had come out a second earlier. Chris started down the corridor. She ran after him. He moved rapidly, effortlessly. The girl had trouble keeping up with him. He seemed to know exactly where to go. Off to the right, down a side hall, a supply passage, onto an ascent freight lift. They rose, then abruptly halted. Chris waited again. Presently he slid the door back and moved out of the lift. Anita followed nervously. She could hear sounds, guns and men, very close. They were near an exit. A double line of guards stood directly ahead. 20 men, a solid wall, and a massive, heavy-duty robot gun in the center. The men were alert, faces strained and tense, watching wide-eyed, guns gripped tight. A civil police officer was in charge. "We'll never get past," Anita gasped. "We wouldn't get 10 feet." She pulled back. "They'll—" Chris took her by the arm and continued calmly forward. Blind terror leaped inside her. She fought wildly to get away, but his fingers were like steel. She couldn't pry them loose. Quietly, irresistibly, the great golden creature drew her along beside him toward the double line of guards. "There he is!" Guns went up. Men leaped into action. The barrel of the robot cannon swung around. "Get him!" Anita was paralyzed. She sagged against the powerful body beside her, tugged along helplessly by his inflexible grasp. The lines of guards came nearer, a sheer wall of guns. Anita fought to control her terror. She stumbled, half fell. Chris supported her effortlessly. She scratched, fought at him, struggled to get loose. "Don't shoot!" she screamed. Guns wavered uncertainly. "Who is she?" The guards were moving around, trying to get a sight on Chris without including her. "Who's he got there?" One of them saw the stripe on her sleeve, red and black, director class, top level. "She's Class A." Shocked, the guards retreated. "Miss, get out of the way!" Anita found her voice. "Don't shoot! He's in my custody, you understand? I'm taking him out." The wall of guards moved back nervously. "No one's supposed to pass. Director Wisdom gave orders." "I'm not subject to Wisdom's authority." She managed to edge her voice with a harsh crispness. "Get out of the way. I'm taking him to the Semantics Agency." For a moment nothing happened. There was no reaction. Then slowly, uncertainly, one guard stepped aside. Chris moved, a blur of speed, away from Anita, past the confused guards, through the breach in the line, out the exit and onto the street. Bursts of energy flashed wildly after him. Shouting guards milled out. Anita was left behind, forgotten. The guards, the heavy-duty gun, were pouring out into the early morning darkness. Sirens wailed. Patrol cars roared into life. Anita stood dazed, confused, leaning against the wall, trying to get her breath. He was gone. He had left her. Good God, what had she done? She shook her head, bewildered, her face buried in her hands. She had been hypnotized. She had lost her will, her common sense, her reason. The animal, the great golden beast, had tricked her, taken advantage of her, and now he was gone, escaped into the night. Miserable, agonized tears trickled through her clenched fingers. She rubbed at them futilely, but they kept on coming. "He's gone," Baines said. "We'll never get him now. He's probably 1,000,000 miles from here." Anita sat huddled in the corner, her face to the wall, a little bent heap, broken and wretched. Wisdom paced back and forth. "But where can he go? Where can he hide? Nobody'll hide him. Everybody knows the law about Deeves. He's lived out in the woods most of his life. He'll hunt. That's what he's always done." They wondered what he was up to off by himself. He was catching game and sleeping under trees. Baines laughed harshly. "And the first woman he meets will be glad to hide him, as she was." He indicated Anita with a jerk of his thumb. "So all that gold, that mane, that godlike stance was for something, not just ornament." Wisdom's thick lips twisted. "He doesn't have just one faculty. He has two. One is new, the newest thing in survival method. The other is old as life." He stopped pacing to glare at the huddled shape in the corner. Plumage, bright feathers, combs for the rooster, swans, birds, bright scales for the fish, gleaming pelts and manes for the animals. An animal isn't necessarily bestial. Lions aren't bestial, or tigers, or any of the big cats. They're anything but bestial. "He'll never have to worry," Baines said. "He'll get by, as long as human women exist to take care of him." And since he can see ahead into the future, he already knows he's sexually irresistible to human females. We'll get him, Wisdom muttered. I've had the government declare an emergency. Military and civil police will be looking for him. Armies of men, a whole planet of experts, the most advanced machines and equipment. We'll flush him, sooner or later. By that time it won't make any difference, Baines said. He put his hand on Anita's shoulder and patted her ironically. You'll have company, sweetheart. You won't be the only one. You're just the first of a long procession. Thanks, Anita grated. The oldest survival method and the newest, combined to form one perfectly adapted animal. How the hell are we going to stop him? We can put you through a sterilization tank, but we can't pick them all up, all the women he meets along the way. And if we miss one, we're finished. We'll have to keep trying, Wisdom said. Round up as many as we can before they can spawn. Faint hope glinted in his tired, sagging face. Maybe his characteristics are recessive. Maybe ours will cancel his out. I wouldn't lay any money on that, Baines said. I think I know already which of the two strains is going to turn up dominant. He grinned wryly. I'm making a good guess. It won't be us. The Turning Wheel. Bard Chai said thoughtfully, cults. He examined a tape report grinding from the receptor. The receptor was rusty and unoiled. It whined piercingly and sent up an acrid wisp of smoke. Chai shut it off as its pitted surface began to heat ugly red. Presently he finished with the tape and tossed it with a heap of refuse jamming the mouth of a disposal slot. What about cults? Bard Sung-Woo asked faintly. He brought himself back with an effort and forced a smile of interest on his plump, olive-yellow face. You were saying? Any stable society is menaced by cults. Our society is no exception. Chai rubbed his finely tapered fingers together reflectively. Certain lower strata are axiomatically dissatisfied. Their hearts burn with envy of those the wheel has placed above them. In secret they form fanatic, rebellious bands. They meet in the dark of night. They insidiously express inversions of accepted norms. They delight in flaunting basic mores and customs. Ugh, Sung-Woo agreed. He explained quickly, it seems incredible people could practice such fanatic and disgusting rites. He got nervously to his feet. I must go, if it's permitted. Wait, snapped Chai. You are familiar with the Detroit area? Uneasily, Sung-Woo nodded. Very slightly. With characteristic vigor, Chai made his decision. I'm sending you. Investigate and make a blue slip report. If this group is dangerous, the Holy Arms should know. It's of the worst elements, the techno class. He made a wry face. Caucasians, hulking, hairy things. We'll give you 6 months in Spain on your return. You can poke over ruins of abandoned cities. Caucasians! Sung-Woo exclaimed, his face turning green. But I haven't been well. Please, if somebody else could go. You perhaps hold to the broken feather theory? Chai raised an eyebrow. An amazing philologist, Broken Feather. I took partial instruction from him. He held, you know, the Caucasian to be descended of Neanderthal stock. Their extreme size, thick body hair, their general brutish cast reveal an innate inability to comprehend anything but a purely animalistic horizontal. Proselytism is a waste of time. He affixed the younger man with a stern eye. "I wouldn't send you if I didn't have unusual faith in your devotion." Sung-Woo fingered his beads miserably. "Elron be praised," he muttered. "You are too kind." Sung-Woo slid into a lift and was raised, amid great groans and whirrings and false stops, to the top level of the central chamber building. He hurried down a corridor dimly lit by occasional yellow bulbs. A moment later he approached the doors of the scanning offices and flashed his identification at the robot guard. "Is Bard Fei Pang within?" he inquired. "Verily," the robot answered, stepping aside. Sung-Woo entered the offices, bypassed the rows of rusted, discarded machines, and entered the still-functioning wing. He located his brother-in-law, hunched over some graphs at one of the desks, laboriously copying material by hand. "Clearness be with you," Sung-Woo murmured. Fei Pang glanced up in annoyance. "I told you not to come again. If the arm finds out I'm letting you use the scanner for a personal plot, they'll stretch me on the rack." "Gently," Sung-Woo murmured, his hand on his relation's shoulder. "This is the last time. I'm going away. One more look, a final look." His olive face took on a pleading, piteous cast. "The turn comes for me very soon. This will be our last conversation." Sung-Woo's piteous look hardened into cunning. "You wouldn't want it on your soul. No restitution will be possible at this late date." Fei Pang snorted. "All right, but for Elron's sake, do it quickly." Sung-Woo hurried to the mother's scanner and seated himself in the rickety basket. He snapped on the controls, clamped his forehead to the viewpiece, inserted his identity tab, and set the space-time finger into motion. Slowly, reluctantly, the ancient mechanism coughed into life and began tracing his personal tab along the future track. Sung-Woo's hands shook, his body trembled, sweat dripped from his neck as he saw himself scampering in miniature. Poor Sung-Woo, he thought wretchedly. The mite of a thing hurried about its duties. This was but 8 months hence. Harried and beset, it performed its tasks, and then, in a subsequent continuum, fell down and died. Sung-Woo removed his eyes from the viewpiece and waited for his pulse to slow. He could stand that part, watching the moment of death. It was what came next that was too jangling for him. He breathed a silent prayer. Had he fasted enough? In the 4-day purge and self-flagellation, he had used the whip with metal points, the heaviest possible. He had given away all his money. He had smashed a lovely vase his mother had left him, a treasured heirloom. He had rolled in the filth and mud in the center of town. Hundreds had seen him. Now surely all this was enough. But time was so short. Faint courage stirring, he sat up and again put his eyes to the viewpiece. He was shaking with terror. What if it hadn't changed? What if his mortification weren't enough? He spun the controls, sending the finger tracing his time track past the moment of death. Sung-Woo shrieked and scrambled back in horror. His future was the same, exactly the same. There had been no change at all. His guilt had been too great to be washed away in such a short time. It would take ages, and he didn't have ages. He left the scanner and passed by his brother-in-law. "Thanks," he muttered shakily. For once, a measure of compassion touched Fei Pang's efficient brown features. "Bad news? The next turn brings an unfortunate manifestation?" Bad scarcely describes it. Fei Pang's pity turned to righteous rebuke. "Who do you have to blame but yourself? he demanded sternly. "You know your conduct in this manifestation determines the next. If you look forward to a future life as a lower animal, it should make you glance over your behavior and repent your wrongs. The cosmic law that governs us is impartial. It is true justice, cause and effect. What you do determines what you next become. There can be no blame and no sorrow. There can be only understanding and repentance." His curiosity overcame him. "What is it? A snake? A squirrel?" "It's no affair of yours," Sung-Woo said as he moved unhappily toward the exit doors. "I'll look myself." "Go ahead." Sung-Woo pushed moodily out into the hall. He was dazed with despair. It hadn't changed. It was still the same. In 8 months he would die, stricken by one of the numerous plagues that swept over the inhabited parts of the world. He would become feverish, break out with red spots, turn and twist in an anguish of delirium. His bowels would drop out, his flesh would waste away, his eyes would roll up, and after an interminable time of suffering he would die. His body would lie in a mass heap with hundreds of others, a whole street full of dead, to be carted away by one of the robot sweepers, happily immune. His mortal remains would be burned in a common rubbish incinerator at the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, the eternal spark, Sung-Woo's divine soul, would hurry from this space-time manifestation to the next in order. But it would not rise. It would sink. He had watched its descent on the scanner many times. There was always the same hideous picture, a sight beyond endurance, of his soul, as it plummeted down like a stone into one of the lowest continua, a sinkhole of a manifestation at the very bottom of the ladder. He had sinned. In his youth, Sung-Woo had got mixed up with a black-eyed wench with long flowing hair, a glittering waterfall down her back and shoulders. Inviting red lips, plump breasts, hips that undulated and beckoned unmistakably. She was the wife of a friend from the warrior class, but he had taken her as his mistress. He had been certain time remained to rectify his venality. But he was wrong. The wheel was soon to turn for him. The plague, not enough time to fast and pray and do good works. He was determined to go down, straight down to a wallowing, foul-aired planet in a stinking red sun system, an ancient pit of filth and decay and unending slime, a jungle world of the lowest type. In it, he would be a shiny winged fly, a great blue-bottomed, buzzing carrion-eater that hummed and guzzled and crawled through the rotting carcasses of great lizards slain in combat. From this swamp, this pest-ridden planet in a diseased, contaminated system, he would have to rise painfully to the endless rungs of the cosmic ladder he had already climbed. It had taken eons to climb this far, to the level of a human being on the planet Earth, in the bright yellow Sol system. Now he would have to do it all over again. Chai beamed. "Elrond be with you," as the corroded observation ship was checked by the robot crew and finally okayed for limited flight. Sung-Woo slowly entered the ship and seated himself at what remained of the controls. He waved listlessly, then slammed the lock and bolted it by hand. As the ship limped into the late afternoon sky, he reluctantly consulted the reports and records Chai had transferred to him. The Tinkerists were a small cult. They claimed only a few hundred members, all drawn from the techno class, which was the most despised of the social castes. The bards, of course, were at the top. They were the teachers of society, the holy men who guided man to clearness. Then the poets, They turned into saga the great legends of Elron-Hu, who lived, according to legend, in the hideous days of the time of madness. Below the poets were the artists, then the musicians, then the workers who supervised the robot crews. After them, the businessmen, the warriors, the farmers, and finally, at the bottom, the technos. Most of the technos were Caucasians, immense, white-skinned things, incredibly hairy, like apes. Their resemblance to the great apes was striking. Perhaps Broken Feather was right. Perhaps they did have Neanderthal blood and were outside the possibility of clearness. Sung-Woo had always considered himself an anti-racist. He disliked those who maintained the Caucasians were a race apart. Extremists believed eternal damage would result to the species if the Caucasians were allowed to intermarry. In any case, the problem was academic. No decent, self-respecting woman of the higher classes, of Indian or Mongolian or Bantu stock, would allow herself to be approached by a cock. Below his ship, the barren countryside spread out, ugly and bleak. Great red spots that hadn't yet been overgrown, and slag surfaces were still visible. But by this time most ruins were covered by soil and crabgrass. He could see men and robots farming, villages, countless tiny brown circles in the green fields, occasional ruins of ancient cities, gaping sores like blind mouths eternally open to the sky. They would never close, not now. Ahead was the Detroit area, named so it ran for some now-forgotten spiritual leader. There were more villages here. Off to his left, the leaden surface of a body of water, a lake of some kind. Beyond that, only Elron knew. No one went that far. There was no human life there, only wild animals and deformed things spawned from radiation infestation still lying heavy in the north. He dropped his ship down. An open field lay to his right. A robot farmer was plowing with a metal hook welded to its waist, a section torn off some discarded machine. It stopped dragging the hook and gazed up in amazement as Sung-Woo landed the ship awkwardly and bumped to a halt. "Clearness be with you," the robot rasped obediently as Sung-Woo climbed out. Sung-Woo gathered up his bundle of reports and papers and stuffed them in a briefcase. He snapped the ship's lock and hurried off toward the ruins of the city. The robot went back to dragging the rusty metal hook through the hard ground, its pitted body bent double with the strain, working slowly, silently, uncomplaining. The little boy piped, "Whither Bard?" as Sung-Woo pushed wearily through the tangled debris and slag. He was a little black-faced Bantu in red rags sewed and patched together. He ran alongside Sung-Woo like a puppy, leaping and bounding and grinning white-teethed. Sung-Woo became immediately crafty. His intrigue with the black-haired girl had taught him elemental dodges and evasions. "My ship broke down," he answered cautiously. It was certainly common enough. It was the last ship still in operation at our field. The boy skipped and laughed and broke off bits of green weeds that grew along the trail. "I know somebody who can fix it," he cried carelessly. Sung-Woo's pulse rate changed. "Oh?" he murmured as if uninterested. "There are those around here who practice the questionable art of repairing?" The boy nodded solemnly. "Technos?" Sung-Woo pursued. "Are there many of them here, around these old ruins?" More black-faced boys and some little dark-eyed Bantu girls came scampering through the slag and ruins. "What's the matter with your ship?" one hollered at Sung-Woo. "Won't it run?" They all ran and shouted around him as he advanced slowly, an unusually wild bunch, completely undisciplined. They rolled and fought and tumbled and chased each other around madly. "How many of you," Sung Woo demanded, "have taken your first instruction?" There was a sudden, uneasy silence. The children looked at each other guiltily. None of them answered. "Good Elron!" Sung Woo exclaimed in horror. "Are you all untaught?" Heads hung guiltily. "How do you expect to phase yourselves with the cosmic will? How can you expect to know the divine plan? This is really too much." He pointed a plump finger at one of the boys. "Are you constantly preparing yourself for the life to come? Are you constantly purging and purifying yourself? Do you deny yourself meat, sex, entertainment, financial gain, education, leisure?" But it was obvious. Their unrestrained laughter and play proved they were still jangled, far from clear. And clearness is the only road by which a person can gain understanding of the eternal plan, the cosmic wheel which turns endlessly for all living things. "Butterflies!" Sung Woo snorted with disgust. "You are no better than the beasts and birds of the field, who take no heed of the morrow. You play and game for today, thinking tomorrow won't come, like insects." But the thought of insects reminded him of the shiny-winged, blue-rumped fly creeping over a rotting lizard carcass, and Sung Woo's stomach did a flip-flop. He forced it back in place and strode on toward the line of villages emerging ahead. Farmers were working the barren fields on all sides. A thin layer of soil over slag, a few limp wheat stalks waved, thin and emaciated. The ground was terrible, the worst he had seen. He could feel the metal under his feet. It was almost to the surface. Bent men and women watered their sickly crops with tin cans, old metal containers picked from the ruins. An ox was pulling a crude cart. In another field, women were weeding by hand. All moved slowly, stupidly, victims of hookworms from the soil. They were all barefoot. The children hadn't picked it up yet, but they soon would. Sung Woo gazed up at the sky and gave thanks to Elron. Here, suffering was unusually severe. Trials of exceptional vividness lay on every hand. These men and women were being tempered in a hot crucible. Their souls were probably purified to an astonishing degree. A baby lay in the shade beside a half-dozing mother. Flies crawled over its eyes. Its mother breathed heavily, hoarsely, her mouth open. An unhealthy flush discolored her brown cheeks. Her belly bulged. She was already pregnant again. Another eternal soul to be raised from a lower level. Her great breasts sagged and wobbled as she stirred in her sleep, spilling out over her dirty wraparound. "Come here!" Sung Woo called sharply to the gang of black-faced children who followed along after him. "I'm going to talk to you." The children approached, eyes on the ground, and assembled in a silent circle around him. Sung Woo sat down, placed his briefcase beside him, and folded his legs expertly under him in the traditional posture outlined by Elron in his 7th book of teaching. "I will ask, and you will answer," Sung Woo stated. "You know the basic catechisms?" He peered sharply around. "Who knows the basic catechisms?" One or two hands went up. Most of the children looked away unhappily. "First," snapped Sung Woo, "who are you?" "You are a minute fragment of the cosmic plan." "Second, what are you?" "A mere speck in a system so vast as to be beyond comprehension." "Third, what is the way of life?" "To fulfill what is required by the cosmic forces." Fourth, where are you? On one step of the cosmic ladder. Fifth, where have you been? Through endless steps, each turn of the wheel advances or depresses you. Sixth, what determines your direction at the next turn? Your conduct in this manifestation. Seventh, what is right conduct? Submitting yourself to the eternal forces, the cosmic elements that make up the divine plan. Eighth, what is the significance of suffering? To purify the soul. Ninth, what is the significance of death? To release the person from this manifestation, so he may rise to a new rung of the ladder. 10th, but at that moment Sung Woo broke off. Two quasi-human shapes were approaching him, immense white-skinned figures striding across the baked fields between the sickly rows of wheat. Technos coming to meet him. His flesh crawled. Cocks. Their skin glittered pale and unhealthy, like nocturnal insects dug from under rocks. He rose to his feet, conquered his disgust, and prepared to greet them. Sung Woo said, "Clearness." He could smell them, a musky sheep smell, as they came to a halt in front of him. Two bucks, two immense sweating males, skin damp and sticky, with beards and long disorderly hair. They wore sailcloth trousers and boots. With horror, Sung Woo perceived a thick body hair on their chests, like woven mats, tufts in their armpits, on their arms, wrists, even the backs of their hands. Maybe Broken Feather was right. Perhaps in these great lumbering blonde-haired beasts, the archaic Neanderthal stock, the false men, still survived. He could almost see the ape peering from behind their blue eyes. "Hi," the first cock said. After a moment he added reflectively, "My name's Jameson." "Pete Ferris," the other grunted. Neither of them observed the customary deferences. Sung Woo winced, but managed not to show it. Was it deliberate, a veiled insult, or perhaps mere ignorance? This was hard to tell. In lower classes there was, as Chai said, an ugly undercurrent of resentment and envy and hostility. "I'm making a routine survey," Sung Woo explained, "on birth and death rates in rural areas. I'll be here a few days. Is there some place I can stay, some public inn or hostel?" The two cock-bucks were silent. "Why?" one of them demanded bluntly. Sung Woo blinked. "Why? Why what?" "Why are you making a survey? If you want any information, we'll supply it." Sung Woo was incredulous. "Do you know to whom you're talking? I'm a bard. Why, you're 10 classes down. How dare you?" He choked with rage. In these rural areas, the Technos had utterly forgotten their place. What was ailing the local bards? Were they letting the system break apart? He shuddered violently at the thought of what it would mean if Technos and farmers and businessmen were allowed to intermingle, even intermarry and eat and drink in the same places. The whole structure of society would collapse. If all were to ride the same carts, use the same outhouses, it passed belief. A sudden nightmare picture loomed up before Sung Woo of Technos living and mating with women of the bard and poet classes. He visioned a horizontally oriented society, all persons on the same level, with horror. It went against the very grain of the cosmos, against the divine plan. It was the time of madness all over again. He shuddered. "Where is the manager of this area?" he demanded. "Take me to him. I'll deal directly with him." The two cocks turned and headed back the way they had come, without a word. After a moment of fury, Sung Woo followed behind them. They led him through withered fields and over barren, eroded hills on which nothing grew. The ruins increased. At the edge of the city, a line of meager villages had been set up. He saw leaning, rickety wood huts and mud streets. From the villages, a thick stench rose, the smell of offal and death. Dogs lay sleeping under the huts. Children poked and played in the filth and rotting debris. A few old people sat on porches, vacant-faced, eyes glazed and dull. Chickens pecked around, and he saw pigs and skinny cats, and the eternal rusting piles of metal, sometimes 30 feet high. Great towers of red slag were heaped up everywhere. Beyond the villages were the ruins proper. Endless miles of abandoned wreckage, skeletons of buildings, concrete walls, bathtubs and pipe, overturned wrecks that had been cars. All these were from the time of madness, the decade that had finally rung the curtain down on the sorriest interval in man's history. The 5 centuries of madness and jangledness were now known as the Age of Heresy, when man had got against the divine plan and taken his destiny in his own hands. They came to a larger hut, a 2-story wood structure. The Cox climbed a decaying flight of steps. Boards creaked and gave ominously under their heavy boots. Sung Woo followed them nervously. They came out on a porch, a kind of open balcony. On the balcony sat a man, an obese, copper-skinned official in unbuttoned breeches, his shiny black hair pulled back and tied with a bone against his bulging red neck. His nose was large and prominent, his face flat and wide, with many chins. He was drinking lime juice from a tin cup and gazing down at the mud street below. As the 2 Cox appeared, he rose slightly, a prodigious effort. "This man," the Cock named Jameson said, indicating Sung Woo, "wants to see you." Sung Woo pushed angrily forward. "I am a bard from the Central Chamber. Do you people recognize this?" He tore open his robe and flashed the symbol of the Holy Arm, gold worked to form a swath of flaming red. "I insist you accord me proper treatment. I'm not here to be pushed around by any—" He had said too much. Sung Woo forced his anger down and gripped his briefcase. The fat Indian was studying him calmly. The 2 Cox had wandered to the far end of the balcony and were squatting down in the shade. They lit crude cigarettes and turned their backs. "Do you permit this?" Sung Woo demanded, incredulous. "This mingling?" The Indian shrugged and sagged down even more in his chair. "Clearness be with you," he murmured. "Will you join me?" His calm expression remained unchanged. He seemed not to have noticed. "Some lime juice, or perhaps coffee? Lime juice is good for these." He tapped his mouth. His soft gums were lined with caked sores. "Nothing for me," Sung Woo muttered grumpily as he took a seat opposite the Indian. "I'm here on an official survey." The Indian nodded faintly. "Oh?" "Birth and death rates." Sung Woo hesitated, then leaned toward the Indian. "I insist you send those 2 Cox away. What I have to say to you is private." The Indian showed no change of expression. His broad face was utterly impassive. After a time, he turned slightly. "Please go down to the street level," he ordered. "As you will." The 2 Cox got to their feet, grumbling, and pushed past the table, scowling and darting resentful glances at Sung Woo. One of them hawked and elaborately spat over the railing, an obvious insult. "Insolence!" Sung Woo choked. "How can you allow it? Did you see them? By Elron, it's beyond belief." The Indian shrugged indifferently and belched. "All men are brothers on the wheel. Didn't Elron himself teach that when he was on Earth?" "Of course, but are not even these men our brothers?" "Naturally," Sung Woo answered haughtily. "But they must know their place. They're an insignificant class. In the rare event some object wants fixing, they're called. But in the last year I do not recall a single incident when it was deemed advisable to repair anything. The need of such a class diminishes yearly. Eventually such a class and the elements composing it—" "You perhaps advocate sterilization?" the Indian inquired, heavy-lidded and sly. "I advocate something. The lower classes reproduce like rabbits, spawning all the time, much faster than we bards. I always see some swollen-up cock-woman, but hardly a single bard is born these days. The lower classes must fornicate constantly." "That's about all that's left them," the Indian murmured mildly. He sipped a little lime juice. "You should try to be more tolerant." "Tolerant? I have nothing against them as long as they—" "It is said," the Indian continued softly, "that Elron Hu himself was a cock." Sung Woo spluttered indignantly and started to rejoin, but the hot words stuck fast in his mouth. Down in the mud street, something was coming. Sung Woo demanded, "What is it?" He leaped up excitedly and hurried to the railing. A slow procession was advancing with solemn step. As if at a signal, men and women poured from their rickety huts and excitedly lined the street to watch. Sung Woo was transfixed. As the procession neared, his senses reeled. More and more men and women were collecting each moment. There seemed to be hundreds of them. They were a dense, murmuring mob, packed tight, swaying back and forth, faces avid. An hysterical moan passed through them, a great wind that stirred them like leaves of a tree. They were a single collective whole, a vast primitive organism held ecstatic and hypnotized by the approaching column. The marchers wore a strange costume. White shirts with the sleeves rolled up, dark gray trousers of an incredibly archaic design, and black shoes. All were dressed exactly alike. They formed a dazzling double line of white shirts, gray trousers, marching calmly and solemnly, faces up, nostrils flared, jaws stern. A glazed fanaticism stamped each man and woman. Such a ruthless expression that Sung Woo shrank back in terror. On and on they came, figures of grim stone in their primordial white shirts and gray trousers, a frightening breath from the past. Their heels struck the ground in a dull, harsh beat that reverberated among the rickety huts. The dogs woke, the children began to wail, the chickens flew squawking. "Elron!" Sung Woo cried. "What's happening?" The marchers carried strange symbolic implements, ritualistic images with esoteric meaning that of necessity escaped Sung Woo. There were tubes and poles and shiny webs of what looked like metal. Metal! But it was not rusty. It was shiny and bright. He was stunned. They looked new. The procession passed directly below. After the marchers came a huge rumbling cart. On it was mounted an obvious fertility symbol, a corkscrew boar as long as a tree. It jutted from a square cube of gleaming steel. As the cart moved forward, the boar lifted and fell. After the cart came more marchers, also grim-faced, eyes glassy, loaded down with pipes and tubes and armfuls of glittering equipment. They passed on, and then the street was filled by surging throngs of awed men and women who followed them, utterly dazed. And then came children and barking dogs. The last marcher carried a pennant that fluttered above her as she strode along, a tall pole hugged tight to her chest. At the top, the bright pennant fluttered boldly. Sung-woo made its marking out, and for a moment consciousness left him. There it was, directly below. It had passed under his very nose, out in the open for all to see, unconcealed. The pennant had a great T emblazoned on it. He began, but the obese Indian cut him off. The tinkerists, he rumbled, and sipped his lime juice. Sung-woo grabbed up his briefcase and scrambled toward the stairs. At the bottom, the two hulking cocks were already moving into motion. The Indian signaled quickly to them. "Here!" They started grimly up, little blue eyes mean, red-rimmed, and cold as stone. Under their pelts, their bulging muscles rippled. Sung-woo fumbled in his cloak. His shiver gun came out. He squeezed the release and directed it toward the two cocks. But nothing happened. The gun had stopped functioning. He shook it wildly. Flakes of rust and dried insulation fluttered from it. It was useless, worn out. He tossed it away and then, with the resolve of desperation, jumped through the railing. He and a torrent of rotten wood cascaded to the street. He hit, rolled, struck his head against the corner of a hut, and shakily pulled himself to his feet. He ran. Behind him, the two cocks pushed after him through the throngs of men and women milling aimlessly along. Occasionally he glimpsed their white, perspiring faces. He turned a corner, raced between shabby huts, leaped over a sewage ditch, climbed heaps of sagging debris, slipped and rolled, and at last lay gasping behind a tree, his briefcase still clutched. The cocks were nowhere in sight. He had evaded them. For the moment he was safe. He peered around. Which way was his ship? He shielded his eyes against the late afternoon sun until he managed to make out its bent, tubular outline. It was far off to his right, barely visible in the dying glare that hung gloomily across the sky. Sung-woo got unsteadily to his feet and began walking cautiously in that direction. He was in a terrible spot. The whole region was pro-Tinkerist, even the chamber-appointed manager. And it wasn't along class lines. The cult had knifed to the top level. And it wasn't just Cox anymore. He couldn't count on Bantu or Mongolian or Indian, not in this area. An entire countryside was hostile and lying in wait for him. Elron, it was worse than the arm had thought. No wonder they wanted a report. A whole area had swung over to a fanatic cult, a violent extremist group of heretics, teaching a most diabolical doctrine. He shuddered and kept on, avoiding contact with the farmers in their fields, both human and robot. He increased his pace as alarm and horror pushed him suddenly faster. If the thing were to spread, if it were to hit a sizable portion of mankind, it might bring back the time of madness. The ship was taken. 3 or 4 immense cocks stood lounging around it, cigarettes dangling from their slack mouths, white-faced and hairy. Stunned, Sung-woo moved back down the hillside, prickles of despair numbing him. The ship was lost. They had got there ahead of him. What was he supposed to do now? It was almost evening. He'd have to walk 50 miles through the darkness over unfamiliar hostile ground to reach the next inhabited area. The sun was already beginning to set, the air turning cool, and in addition he was sopping wet with filth and slimy water. He had slipped in the gloom and fallen in a sewage ditch. He retraced his steps, mind blank. What could he do? He was helpless. His shiver gun had been useless. He was alone, and there was no contact with the arm. Tinkerists swarming on all sides. They'd probably gut him and sprinkle his blood over the crops, or worse. He skirted a farm. In the fading twilight, a dim figure was working, a young woman. He eyed her cautiously as he passed. She had her back to him. She was bending over between rows of corn. What was she doing? Was she... Good Elron! He stumbled blindly across the field toward her, caution forgotten. "Young woman, stop! In the name of Elron, stop at once!" The girl straightened up. "Who are you?" Breathless, Sung-Woo arrived in front of her, gripping his battered briefcase and gasping. "Those are our brothers. How can you destroy them? They may be close relatives, recently deceased." He struck and knocked the jar from her hand. It hit the ground, and the imprisoned beetles scurried off in all directions. The girl's cheeks flushed with anger. "It took me an hour to collect those. You were killing them, crushing them." He was speechless with horror. "I saw you." "Of course." The girl raised her black eyebrows. "They gnaw the corn." "There are brothers!" Sung-Woo repeated wildly. "Of course they gnaw the corn. Because of certain sins committed, the cosmic forces have—" He broke off, appalled. "Don't you know? You've never been told?" The girl was perhaps 16. In the fading light she was a small, slender figure, the empty jar in one hand, a rock in the other. A tide of black hair tumbled down her neck. Her eyes were large and luminous, her lips full and deep red, her skin a smooth copper brown, Polynesian probably. He caught a glimpse of firm brown breasts as she bent to grab a beetle that had landed on its back. The sight made his pulse race. In a flash he was back 3 years. "What's your name?" he asked more kindly. "Frigga. How old are you?" 17. "I am a bard. Have you ever spoken to a bard before?" "No," the girl murmured. "I don't think so." She was almost invisible in the darkness. Sung-Woo could scarcely see her, but what he saw sent his heart into an agony of paroxysms. The same cloud of black hair, the same deep red lips. This girl was younger, of course, a mere child, and from the farmer class at that. But she had Lou's figure, and in time she'd ripen, probably in a matter of months. Ageless, honeyed craft worked his vocal cords. "I have landed in this area to make a survey. Something has gone wrong with my ship, and I must remain the night. I know no one here, however. My plight is such that—" "Oh," Frigga said, immediately sympathetic, "why don't you stay with us tonight? We have an extra room now that my brother's away." "Delighted," Sung-Woo answered instantly. "Will you lead the way? I'll gladly repay you for your kindness." The girl moved off toward a vague shape looming up in the darkness. Sung-Woo hurried quickly after her. "I find it incredible you haven't been instructed. This whole area has deteriorated beyond belief. What ways have you fallen in? We'll have to spend much time together, I can see that already. Not one of you even approaches clearness. You're jangled, every one of you." "What does that mean?" Frigga asked as she stepped up on the porch and opened the door. "Jangled?" Sung-Woo blinked in amazement. "We will have to study much together." In his eagerness he tripped on the top step and barely managed to catch himself. "Perhaps you need complete instruction. It may be necessary to start from the very bottom. I can arrange a stay at the Holy Arm for you, under my protection, of course. Jangled means out of harmony with the cosmic elements. How can you live this way? My dear, you'll have to be brought back in line with the divine plan." "What plan is that?" She led him into a warm living room. A crackling fire burned in the grate. 2 or 3 men sat around a rough wood table, an old man with long white hair and 2 younger men. A frail, withered old woman sat dozing in a rocker in the corner. In the kitchen, a buxom young woman was fixing the evening meal. "Why, the plan," Sung-Woo answered, astounded. His eyes darted around. Suddenly his briefcase fell to the floor. "Cox," he said. They were all Caucasian, even Frigga. She was deeply tanned. Her skin was almost black, but she was a Cock nonetheless. He recalled, Cocks in the sun turned dark, sometimes even darker than Mongolians. The girl had tossed her work-robe over a door-hook. In her household shorts her thighs were as white as milk, and the old man and woman— "This is my grandfather," Frigga said, indicating the old man, "Benjamin Tinker." Under the watchful eyes of the 2 younger Tinkers, Sung-Woo was washed and scrubbed, given clean clothes, and then fed. He ate only a little. He didn't feel very well. "I can't understand it," he muttered as he listlessly pushed his plate away. "The scanner at the central chamber said I had 8 months left. The plague will—" He considered. "But it can always change. The scanner goes on prediction, not certainty. Multiple possibilities, free will, any overt act of sufficient significance." Ben Tinker laughed. "You want to stay alive?" "Of course," Sung-Woo muttered indignantly. They all laughed, even Frigga, and the old woman in her shawl, snow-white hair and mild blue eyes. They were the first Cock women he had ever seen. They weren't big and lumbering like the male Cocks. They didn't seem to have the same bestial characteristics. The 2 young Cock bucks looked plenty tough, though. They and their father were poring over an elaborate series of papers and reports spread out on the dinner table among the empty plates. "This area," Ben Tinker murmured. "Pipes should go here, and here. Water's the main need. Before the next crop goes in, we'll dump a few 100 pounds of artificial fertilizers and plow it in. The power plows should be ready then." After that, one of the tow-headed sons asked, "Then spraying. If we don't have the nicotine sprays, we'll have to try the copper dusting again. I prefer the spray, but we're still behind on production. The boar has dug us up some good storage caverns, though. It ought to start picking up." "And here," a son said, "there's going to be need of draining. A lot of mosquito breeding going on. We can try the oil as we did over here, but I suggest the whole thing be filled in. We can use the dredge and scoop if they're not tied up." Sung-Woo had taken this all in. Now he rose unsteadily to his feet, trembling with wrath. He pointed a shaking finger at the elder Tinker. "You're meddling," he gasped. They looked up. "Meddling?" "With the plan, with the cosmic plan. Good Elron, you're interfering with the divine process. Why—" He was staggered by a realization so alien it convulsed the very core of his being. "You're actually going to set back turns of the wheel." "That," said old Ben Tinker, "is right." Sung-Woo sat down again, stunned. His mind refused to take it all in. "I don't understand. What'll happen? If you slow the wheel, if you disrupt the divine plan—" "He's going to be a problem," Ben Tinker murmured thoughtfully. "If we kill him, the arm will merely send another. They have hundreds like him. And if we don't kill him, if we send him back, he'll raise a hue and cry that'll bring the whole chamber down here. It's too soon for this to happen. We're gaining support fast, but we need another few months." Sweat stood out on Sung Woo's plump forehead. He wiped it away shakily. "If you kill me," he muttered, "you will sink down many rungs of the cosmic ladder. You have risen this far. Why undo the work accomplished in endless ages past?" Ben Tinker fixed one powerful blue eye on him. "My friend," he said slowly, "isn't it true one's next manifestation is determined by one's moral conduct in this?" Sung Woo nodded. "Such is well known. And what is right conduct?" "Fulfilling the divine plan," Sung Woo responded immediately. "Maybe our whole movement is part of the plan," Ben Tinker said thoughtfully. "Maybe the cosmic forces want us to drain the swamps and kill the grasshoppers and inoculate the children. After all, the cosmic forces put us all here." "If you kill me," Sung Woo wailed, "I'll be a carrion-eating fly. I saw it, a shiny-winged, blue-rumped fly crawling over the carcass of a dead lizard, in a rotting, steaming jungle in a filthy cesspool of a planet." Tears came. He dabbed at them futilely. "In an out-of-the-way system, at the bottom of the ladder." Tinker was amused. "Why, this. I've sinned." Sung Woo sniffed and flushed. "I committed adultery." "Can't you purge yourself?" "There's no time." His misery rose to wild despair. "My mind is still impure." He indicated Frigga standing in the bedroom doorway, a supple white and tan shape in her household shorts. "I continue to think carnal thoughts. I can't rid myself. In 8 months the plague will turn the wheel on me, and it'll be done. If I live to be an old man, withered and toothless, no more appetite—" His plump body quivered in a frenzied convulsion. "There's no time to purge and atone. According to the scanner, I'm going to die a young man." After this torrent of words, Tinker was silent, deep in thought. "The plague," he said at last. "What exactly are the symptoms?" Sung Woo described them, his olive face turning to a sickly green. When he had finished, the 3 men looked significantly at each other. Ben Tinker got to his feet. "Come along," he commanded briskly, taking the bard by the arm. "I have something to show you. It is left from the old days. Sooner or later we'll advance enough to turn out our own, but right now we have only these remaining few. We have to keep them guarded and sealed." "This is for a good cause," one of the sons said. "It's worth it." He caught his brother's eye and grinned. Bard Chai finished reading Sung Woo's blue slip report. He tossed it suspiciously down and eyed the younger bard. "You're sure? There's no further need of investigation?" "The cult will wither away," Sung Woo murmured indifferently. "It lacks any real support. It's merely an escape valve without intrinsic validity." Chai wasn't convinced. He reread parts of the report again. "I suppose you're right, but we've heard so many lies," Sung Woo said vaguely. "Rumors, gossip. May I go?" He moved toward the door. "Eager for your vacation?" Chai smiled understandingly. "I know how you feel. This report must have exhausted you. Rural areas, stagnant backwaters. We must prepare a better program of rural education. I'm convinced whole regions are in a jangled state. We've got to bring clearness to these people. It's our historic role, our class function." "Verily," Sung Woo murmured as he bowed his way out of the office and down the hall. As he walked, he fingered his beads thankfully. He breathed a silent prayer as his fingers moved over the surface of the little red pellets, shiny spears that glowed freshly in place of the faded old. the gift of the tinkerists. The beads would come in handy. He kept his hand on them tightly. Nothing must happen to them in the next 8 months. He had to watch them carefully while he poked around the ruined cities of Spain and finally came down with the plague. He was the first bard to wear a rosary of penicillin capsules. The last of the masters. Consciousness collected around him. He returned with reluctance. The weight of centuries, an unbearable fatigue, lay over him. The ascent was painful. He would have shrieked if there were anything to shriek with, and anyhow, he was beginning to feel glad. 8,000 times he had crept back thus, with ever-increasing difficulty. Some day he wouldn't make it. Some day the black pool would remain. But not this day. He was still alive. Above the aching pain and reluctance came joyful triumph. "Good morning," a bright voice said. "Isn't it a nice day? I'll pull the curtains and you can look out." He could see and hear, but he couldn't move. He lay quietly and allowed the various sensations of the room to pour in on him. Carpets, wallpaper, tables, lamps, pictures, desk and vidscreen. Gleaming yellow sunlight streamed through the window. Blue sky, distant hills, fields, buildings, roads, factories, workers and machines. Peter Green was busily straightening things, his young face wreathed with smiles. "Lots to do today, lots of people to see you, bills to sign, decisions to make. This is Saturday. There will be people coming in from the remote sectors. I hope the maintenance crew has done a good job." He added quickly, "They have, of course. I talked to Fowler on my way over here. Everything's fixed up fine." The youth's pleasant tenor mixed with the bright sunlight. Sounds and sights, but nothing else. He could feel nothing. He tried to move his arm, but nothing happened. "Don't worry," Green said, catching his terror. "They'll soon be along with the rest. You'll be all right. You have to be. How could we survive without you?" He relaxed. God knew it had happened often enough before. Anger surged dully. Why couldn't they coordinate? Get it up all at once, not piecemeal. He'd have to change their schedule, make them organize better. Past the bright window, a squat metal car chugged to a halt. Uniformed men piled out, gathered up heavy armloads of equipment, and hurried toward the main entrance of the building. "Here they come," Green exclaimed with relief. "A little late, eh?" "Another traffic tie-up," Fowler snorted as he entered. "Something wrong with the signal system again. Outside flow got mixed up with the urban stuff, tied up on all sides. I wish you'd change the law." Now there was motion all around him. The shapes of Fowler and McLean loomed, 2 giant moons abruptly ascendant, professional faces that peered down at him anxiously. He was turned over on his side. Muffled conferences, urgent whispers, the clank of tools. "Here," Fowler muttered. "Now here. No, that's later. Be careful. Now run it up through here." The work continued in taut silence. He was aware of their closeness. Dim outlines occasionally cut off his light. He was turned this way and that, thrown around like a sack of meal. "Okay," Fowler said. "Tape it." A long silence. He gazed dully at the wall, at the slightly faded blue and pink wallpaper, an old design that showed a woman in hoop skirts with a little parasol over her dainty shoulder, a frilly white blouse, tiny tips of shoes, an astoundingly clean puppy at her side. Then he was turned back to face upward. 5 shapes groaned and strained over him. Their fingers flew, their muscles rippled under their shirts. At last they straightened up and retreated. Fowler wiped sweat from his face. They were all tense and bleary-eyed. "Go ahead," Fowler rasped. "Throw it." Shock hit him. He gasped. His body arched, then settled slowly down. His body. He could feel. He moved his arms experimentally. He touched his face, his shoulder, the wall. The wall was real and hard. All at once the world had become three-dimensional again. Relief showed on Fowler's face. "Thank God." He sagged wearily. "How do you feel?" After a moment, he answered, "All right." Fowler sent the rest of the crew out. Green began dusting again, off in the corner. Fowler sat down on the edge of the bed and lit his pipe. "Now, listen to me," he said. "I've got bad news. I'll give it to you the way you always want it, straight from the shoulder." "What is it?" he demanded. He examined his fingers. He already knew. There were dark circles under Fowler's eyes. He hadn't shaved. His square-jawed face was drawn and unhealthy. "We were up all night, working on your motor system. We've got it jury-rigged, but it won't hold, not more than another few months. The thing's climbing. The basic units can't be replaced. When they wear out, they're gone. We can weld in relays and wiring, but we can't fix the 5 synapsis coils. There were only a few men who could make those, and they've been dead 2 centuries. If the coils burn out—" "Is there any deterioration in the synapsis coils?" he interrupted. "Not yet. Just motor areas. Arms in particular. What's happening to your legs will happen to your arms, and finally all your motor system. You'll be paralyzed by the end of the year. You'll be able to see, hear, and think, and broadcast, but that's all." He added, "Sorry, Bors. We're doing all we can." "All right," Bors said. "You're excused. Thanks for telling me straight. I guessed." "Ready to go down? A lot of people with problems today. They're stuck until you get there." "Let's go." He focused his mind with an effort and turned his attention to the details of the day. "I want the heavy metals research program speeded. It's lagging as usual. I may have to pull a number of men from related work and shift them to the generators. The water level will be dropping soon. I want to start feeding power along the lines while there's still power to feed. As soon as I turn my back, everything starts falling apart." Fowler signaled Green, and he came quickly over. The two of them bent over Bors and, grunting, hoisted him up and carried him to the door, down the corridor and outside. They deposited him in the squat metal car, the new little service truck. Its polished surface was a startling contrast to his pitted, corroded hull, bent and splotched and eaten away. A dull, patina-covered machine of archaic steel and plastic that hummed faintly, rustily, as the men leaped in the front seat and raced the car out onto the main highway. Edward Tolby perspired, pushed his pack up higher, hunched over, tightened his gun belt, and cursed. "Daddy," Sylvia reproved, "cut that." Tolby spat furiously in the grass at the side of the road. He put his arm around his slim daughter. "Sorry, Sylv. Nothing personal. The damn heat." Mid-morning sun shimmered down on the dusty road. Clouds of dust rose and billowed around the three as they pushed slowly along. They were dead tired. Tolby's heavy face was flushed and sullen. An unlit cigarette dangled between his lips. His big, powerfully built body was hunched resentfully forward. His daughter's canvas shirt clung moistly to her arms and breasts. Moons of sweat darkened her back. Under her jeans, her thigh muscles rippled wearily. Robert Penn walked a little behind the two Tolbys, hands deep in his pockets, eyes on the road ahead. His mind was blank. He was half asleep from the double shot of hexabarb he had swallowed in the last League camp. and the heat lulled him. On each side of the road, fields stretched out, pastures of grass and weeds, a few trees here and there, a tumbled-down farmhouse, the ancient rusting remains of a bomb shelter 2 centuries old, once some dirty sheep. "Sheep," Penn said. "They eat the grass too far down, it won't grow back." "Now he's a farmer," Tolby said to his daughter. "Daddy," Sylvia snapped, "stop being nasty." "It's this heat, this damn heat." Tolby cursed again, loudly and futilely. "It's not worth it. For 10 pinks I'd go back and tell them it was a lot of pig swill." "Maybe it is, at that," Penn said mildly. "All right, you go back," Tolby grunted. "You go back and tell them it's a lot of pig swill. They'll pin a medal on you, maybe raise you up a grade." Penn laughed. "Both of you shut up. There's some kind of town ahead." Tolby's massive body straightened eagerly. "Where?" He shielded his eyes. "By God, he's right. A village. And it isn't a mirage. You see it, don't you?" His good humor returned, and he rubbed his big hands together. "What say, Penn? A couple of beers, a few games of throw with some of the local peasants? Maybe we can stay overnight." He licked his thick lips with anticipation. "Some of those village wenches, the kind that hang around the grog shops." "I know the kind you mean," Penn broke in. "The kind that are tired of doing nothing, want to see the big commercial centers, want to meet some guy that'll buy them Mecco stuff and take them places." At the side of the road a farmer was watching them curiously. He had halted his horse and stood leaning on his crude plow, hat pushed back on his head. "What's the name of this town?" Tolby yelled. The farmer was silent a moment. He was an old man, thin and weathered. "This town?" he repeated. "Yeah, the one ahead." "That's a nice town." The farmer eyed the 3 of them. "You been through here before?" "No, sir," Tolby said. "Never." "Team breakdown?" "No, we're on foot." "How far you come?" "About 150 miles." The farmer considered the heavy packs strapped on their backs, their cleated hiking shoes, dusty clothing and weary, sweat-streaked faces, jeans and canvas shirts, ironite walking staffs. "That's a long way," he said. "How far you going?" "As far as we feel like it," Tolby answered. "Is there a place ahead we can stay? Hotel? Inn?" "That town," the farmer said, "is Fairfax. It has a lumber mill, one of the best in the world, a couple of pottery works, a place where you can get clothes put together by machines, regular Mecco clothing, a gun shop where they pour the best shot this side of the Rockies, and a bakery. Also, there's an old doctor living there, and a lawyer, and some people with books to teach the kids. They came with TB. They made a schoolhouse out of an old barn." "How large a town?" Penn asked. "A lot of people. More born all the time. Old folks die, kids die. We had a fever last year. About 100 kids died. Doctor said it came from the water hole. We shut the water hole down. Kids died anyhow. Doctor said it was the milk. Drove off half the cows. Not mine. I stood out there with my gun, and I shot the first of them came to drive off my cow. Kids stopped dying as soon as fall came. I think it was the heat." "Sure is hot," Tolby agreed. "Yeah, it gets hot around here. Water's pretty scarce." A crafty look slid across his old face. "You folks want a drink? The young lady looks pretty tired. Got some bottles of water down under the house in the mud, nice and cold." He hesitated. "Pink a glass." Tolby laughed. "No, thanks." "2 glasses of pink," the farmer said. "Not interested," Penn said. He thumped his canteen, and the 3 of them started on. "So long." The farmer's face hardened. "Damn foreigners," he muttered. He turned angrily back to his plowing. The town baked in silence. Flies buzzed and settled on the backs of stupefied horses tied up at posts. A few cars were parked here and there. People moved listlessly along the sidewalks. Elderly, lean-bodied men dozed on porches. Dogs and chickens slept in the shade under houses. The houses were small, wooden, chipped and peeling boards, leaning and angular, and old. Warped and split by age and heat. Dust lay over everything, a thick blanket of dry dust over the cracking houses and the dull-faced men and animals. Two lank men approached them from an open doorway. "Who are you? What do you want?" They stopped and got out their identification. The men examined the sealed plastic cards, photographs, fingerprints, data. Finally, they handed them back. "A.L.," one said. "You really from the Anarchist League?" "That's right," Tolby said. "Even the girl?" The men eyed Sylvia with languid greed. "Tell you what, let us have the girl a while and we'll skip the head tax." "Don't kid me," Tolby grunted. "Since when does the League pay head tax or any other tax?" He pushed past them impatiently. "Where's the grog shop? I'm dying." A two-story white building was on their left. Men lounged on the porch, watching them vacantly. Penn headed toward it, and the Tolbys followed. A faded, peeling sign lettered across the front read, "Beer, wine, on tap." "This is it," Penn said. He guided Sylvia up the sagging steps, past the men and inside. Tolby followed. He unstrapped his pack gratefully as he came. The place was cool and dark. A few men and women were at the bar. The rest sat around tables. Some youths were playing throw in the back. A mechanical tune-maker wheezed and composed in the corner, a shabby, half-ruined machine only partially functioning. Behind the bar, a primitive scene-shifter created and destroyed vague phantasmagoria. Seascapes, mountain peaks, snowy valleys, great rolling hills, a nude woman that lingered and then dissolved into one vast breast. Dim, uncertain processions that no one noticed or looked at. The bar itself was an incredibly ancient sheet of transparent plastic, stained and chipped and yellow with age. Its engrav coat had faded from one end. Bricks now propped it up. The drink mixer had long since fallen apart. Only wine and beer were served. No living man knew how to mix the simplest drink. Tolby moved up to the bar. "Beer," he said. 3 beers. Penn and Sylvia sank down at a table and removed their packs as the bartender served Tolby 3 mugs of thick, dark beer. He showed his card and carried the mugs over to the table. The youths in the back had stopped playing. They were watching the 3 as they sipped their beer and unlaced their hiking boots. After a while, one of them came slowly over. "Say," he said, "you're from the League." "That's right," Tolby murmured sleepily. Everyone in the place was watching and listening. The youth sat down across from the 3. His companions flocked excitedly around and took seats on all sides. The juveniles of the town, bored, restless, dissatisfied. Their eyes took in the ironite staffs, the guns, the heavy metal-cleated boots. A murmured whisper rustled through them. They were about 18, tanned, rangy. "How do you get in?" one demanded bluntly. "The League?" Tolby leaned back in his chair, found a match, and lit his cigarette. He unfastened his belt, belched loudly, and settled back contentedly. "You get in by examination." "What do you have to know?" Tolby shrugged. "About everything." He belched again and scratched thoughtfully at his chest between two buttons. He was conscious of the ring of people around on all sides. A little old man with a beard and horn-rimmed glasses. At another table, a great tub of a man in a red shirt and blue-striped trousers with a bulging stomach. Youths, farmers, a Negro in a dirty white shirt and trousers, a book under his arm. A hard-jawed blonde, hair in a net, red nails and high heels, tight yellow dress. Sitting with a gray-haired businessman in a dark brown suit. A tall young man holding hands with a young black-haired girl, huge eyes, in a soft white blouse and skirt, little slippers kicked under the table. Under the table her bare, tanned feet twisted. Her slim body was bent forward with interest. "You have to know," Tolby said, "how the League was formed. You have to know how we pulled down the governments that day, pulled them down and destroyed them, burned all the buildings and all the records, billions of microfilms and papers, great bonfires that burned for weeks, and the swarms of little white things that poured out when we knocked the buildings over." "You killed them?" the great tub of a man asked, lips twitching avidly. "We let them go. They were harmless. They ran and hid, under rocks." Tolby laughed. "Funny little scurrying things, insects. Then we went in and gathered up all the records and equipment for making records. By God, we burned everything." "And the robots," a youth said. "Yeah, we smashed all the government robots. There weren't many of them. They were used only at high levels, when a lot of facts had to be integrated." The youth's eyes bulged. "You saw them? You were there when they smashed the robots?" Penn laughed. "Tolby means the League. That was 200 years ago." The youth grinned nervously. "Yeah, tell us about the marches." Tolby drained his mug and pushed it away. "I'm out of beer." The mug was quickly refilled. He grunted his thanks and continued, voice deep and furry, dulled with fatigue. "The marches. That was really something, they say. All over the world, people getting up, throwing down what they were doing." "It started in East Germany," the hard-jawed blonde said. "The riots." "Then it spread to Poland," the Negro put in shyly. "My grandfather used to tell me how everybody sat and listened to the television. His grandfather used to tell him. It spread to Czechoslovakia, and then Austria and Romania and Bulgaria, then France and Italy." "France was first," the little old man with beard and glasses cried violently. "They were without a government a whole month. The people saw they could live without a government." "The marches started it," the black-haired girl corrected. "That was the first time they started pulling down the government buildings. In East Germany and Poland, big mobs of unorganized workers." "Russia and America were the last," Tolby said. "When the March on Washington came, there was close to 20 million of us. We were big in those days. They couldn't stop us when we finally moved." "They shot a lot," the hard-faced blonde said. "Sure, but the people kept coming and yelling to the soldiers, 'Hey, Bill, don't shoot. Hey, Jack, it's me, Joe. Don't shoot, we're your friends. Don't kill us, join us.' And by God, after a while they did. They couldn't keep shooting their own people. They finally threw down their guns and got out of the way." "And then you found the place," the little black-haired girl said breathlessly. "Yeah, we found the place. 6 places. 3 in America, 1 in Britain, 2 in Russia. It took us 10 years to find the last place and make sure it was the last place." "What then?" the youth asked, bug-eyed. "Then we busted every one of them." Tolby raised himself up, a massive man, beer mug clutched, heavy face flushed dark red. Every damn A-bomb in the whole world. There was an uneasy silence. Yeah, the youth murmured. You sure took care of those war people. Won't be any more of them, the great tub of a man said. They're gone for good. Tolby fingered his ironite staff. Maybe so, and maybe not. There just might be a few of them left. What do you mean? The tub of a man demanded. Tolby raised his hard gray eyes. It's time you people stopped kidding us. You know damn well what I mean. We've heard rumors. Someplace around this area there's a bunch of them, hiding out. Shocked disbelief, then anger hummed to a roar. That's a lie, the tub of a man shouted. Is it? The little man with beard and glasses leaped up. There's nobody here has anything to do with governments. We're all good people. You better watch your step, one of the youths said softly to Tolby. People around here don't like to be accused. Tolby got unsteadily to his feet, his ironite staff gripped. Penn got up beside him, and they stood together. If any of you knows something, Tolby said, you better tell it. Right now. Nobody knows anything, the hard-faced blonde said. You're talking to honest folks. That's so, the Negro said, nodding his head. Nobody here's doing anything wrong. You saved our lives, the black-haired girl said. If you hadn't pulled down the governments, we'd all be dead in the war. Why should we hold back something? That's true, the great tub of a man grumbled. We wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for the League. You think we'd do anything against the League? Come on, Sylvia said to her father. Let's go. She got to her feet and tossed Penn his pack. Tolby grunted belligerently. Finally he took his own pack and hoisted it to his shoulder. The room was deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen as the three gathered their things and moved toward the door. The little dark-haired girl stopped them. The next town is 30 miles from here, she said. The road's blocked, her tall companion explained. Slides closed it years ago. Why don't you stay with us tonight? There's plenty of room at our place. You can rest up and get an early start tomorrow. We don't want to impose, Sylvia murmured. Tolby and Penn glanced at each other, then at the girl. If you're sure you have plenty of room. The great tub of a man approached them. Listen, I have 10 yellow slips. I want to give them to the League. I sold my farm last year. I don't need any more slips. I'm living with my brother and his family. He pushed the slips at Tolby. Here. Tolby pushed them back. Keep them. This way, the tall young man said as they clattered down the sagging steps into a sudden blinding curtain of heat and dust. We have a car. Over this way. An old gasoline car. My dad fixed it so it burns oil. You should have taken the slips, Penn said to Tolby as they got into the ancient battered car. Flies buzzed around them. They could hardly breathe. The car was a furnace. Sylvia fanned herself with a rolled-up paper. The black-haired girl unbuttoned her blouse. What do we need money for? Tolby laughed good-naturedly. I haven't paid for anything in my life. Neither have you. The car sputtered and moved slowly forward onto the road. It began to gain speed. Its motor banged and roared. Soon it was moving surprisingly fast. You saw them, Sylvia said over the racket. They'd give us anything they had. We saved their lives. She waved at the fields, the farmers and their crude teams, the withered crops, the sagging old farmhouses. They'd all be dead if it hadn't been for the League. She smashed a fly peevishly. They depend on us. The black-haired girl turned toward them as the car rushed along the decaying road. Sweat streaked her tanned skin. Her half-covered breasts trembled with the motion of the car. "I'm Laura Davis. Pete and I have an old farmhouse his dad gave us when we got married." "You can have the whole downstairs," Pete said. "There's no electricity, but we've got a big fireplace. It gets cold at night. It's hot in the day, but when the sun sets, it gets terribly cold." "We'll be all right," Penn murmured. The vibration of the car made him a little sick. "Yes," the girl said, her black eyes flashing. Her crimson lips twisted. She leaned toward Penn intently, her small face strangely alight. "Yes, we'll take good care of you." At that moment the car left the road. Sylvia shrieked. Tolby threw himself down, head between his knees, doubled up in a ball. A sudden curtain of green burst around Penn, then a sickening emptiness as the car plunged down. It struck with a roaring crash that blotted out everything, a single titanic cataclysm of fury that picked Penn up and flung his remains in every direction. "Put me down," Bors ordered, "on this railing for a moment before I go inside." The crew lowered him onto the concrete surface and fastened magnetic grapples into place. Men and women hurried up the wide steps, in and out of the massive building that was Bor's main offices. The sight from these steps pleased him. He liked to stop here and look around at his world, at the civilization he had carefully constructed. Each piece added painstakingly, scrupulously, with infinite care throughout the years. It wasn't big. The mountains ringed it on all sides. The valley was a level bowl surrounded by dark violet hills. Outside, beyond the hills, the regular world began. Parched fields, blasted, poverty-stricken towns, decayed roads, the remains of houses, tumble-down farm buildings, ruined cars and machinery, dust-covered people creeping listlessly around in handmade clothing, dull rags and tatters. He had seen the outside. He knew what it was like. At the mountains, the blank faces, the disease, the withered crops, the crude plows and ancient tools all ended here. Here, within the ring of hills, Bors had constructed an accurate and detailed reproduction of a society 2 centuries gone. The world as it had been in the old days, the time of governments, the time that had been pulled down by the Anarchist League. Within his 5 synapsis coils, the plans, knowledge, information, blueprints of a whole world existed. In the 2 centuries he had carefully recreated that world, had made this miniature society that glittered and hummed on all sides of him. The roads, buildings, houses, industries of a dead world, all a fragment of the past, built with his hands, his own metal fingers and brain. "Fowler," Bors said. Fowler came over. He looked haggard. His eyes were red-rimmed and swollen. "What is it? You want to go inside?" Overhead the morning patrol thundered past, a string of black dots against the sunny, cloudless sky. Bors watched with satisfaction. "Quite a sight." "Right on the nose," Fowler agreed, examining his wristwatch. To their right, a column of heavy tanks snaked along a highway between green fields. Their gun snouts glittered. Behind them a column of foot soldiers marched, faces hidden behind bacteria masks. "I'm thinking," Bors said, "that it may be unwise to trust Green any longer." "Why the hell do you say that?" "Every 10 days I'm inactivated, so your crew can see what repairs are needed." Bors twisted restlessly. "For 12 hours I'm completely helpless. Green takes care of me, sees nothing happens, but..." "But what?" It occurs to me perhaps there'd be more safety in a squad of troops. It's too much of a temptation for one man alone." Fowler scowled. "I don't see that. How about me? I have charge of inspecting you. I could switch a few leads around, send a load through your synapsis coils, blow them out." Bors whirled wildly, then subsided. "True, you could do that." After a moment he demanded, "But what would you gain? You know I'm the only one who can keep all this together. I'm the only one who knows how to maintain a planned society, not a disorderly chaos. If it weren't for me, all this would collapse, and you'd have dust and ruins and weeds. The whole outside would come rushing in to take over." "Of course. So why worry about green?" Trucks of workers rumbled past. Loads of men in blue-green, sleeves rolled up, armloads of tools. A mining team heading for the mountains. "Take me inside," Bors said abruptly. Fowler called McLean. They hoisted Bors and carried him past the throngs of people into the building, down the corridor and to his office. Officials and technicians moved respectfully out of the way as the great, pitted, corroded tank was carried past. "All right," Bors said impatiently. "That's all. You can go." Fowler and McLean left the luxurious office with its lush carpets, furniture, drapes, and rows of books. Bors was already bent over his desk, sorting through heaps of reports and papers. Fowler shook his head as they walked down the hall. "He won't last much longer. The motor system? Can't we reinforce the—" "I don't mean that. He's breaking up mentally. He can't take the strain any longer." "None of us can," McLean muttered. "Running this thing is too much for him, knowing it's all dependent on him. Knowing as soon as he turns his back or lets down, it'll begin to come apart at the seams. A hell of a job, trying to shut out the real world, keeping his model universe running." "He's gone on a long time," McLean said. Fowler brooded. "Sooner or later we're going to have to face the situation." Gloomily he ran his fingers along the blade of a large screwdriver. "He's wearing out. Sooner or later somebody's going to have to step in, as he continues to decay." He stuck the screwdriver back in his belt with his pliers and hammer and soldering iron. "One crossed wire." "What's that?" Fowler laughed. "Now he's got me doing it. One crossed wire and poof. But what then? That's the big question." "Maybe," McLean said softly, "you and I can then get off this rat race. You and I and all the rest of us, and live like human beings." "Rat race," Fowler murmured. "Rats in a maze, doing tricks, performing chores thought up by somebody else." McLean caught Fowler's eye. By somebody of another species. Tolby struggled vaguely. Silence. A faint dripping close by. A beam pinned his body down. He was caught on all sides by the twisted wreck of the car. He was head down. The car was turned on its side. Off the road in a gully, wedged between two huge trees. Bent struts and smashed metal all around him, and bodies. He pushed up with all his strength. The beam gave, and he managed to get to a sitting position. A tree branch had burst in the windshield. The black-haired girl, still turned toward the back seat, was impaled on it. The branch had driven through her spine, out her chest, and into the seat. She clutched at it with both hands, head limp, mouth half open. The man beside her was also dead. His hands were gone. The windshield had burst around him. He lay in a heap among the remains of the dashboard and the bloody shine of his own internal organs. Penn was dead, neck snapped like a rotten broom handle. Tolby pushed his corpse aside and examined his daughter. Sylvia didn't stir. He put his ear to her shirt and listened. She was alive. Her heart beat faintly. Her bosom rose and fell against his ear. He wound a handkerchief around her arm where the flesh was ripped open and oozing blood. She was badly cut and scratched. One leg was doubled under her, obviously broken. Her clothes were ripped, her hair matted with blood. But she was alive. He pushed the twisted door open and stumbled out. A fiery tongue of afternoon sunlight struck him, and he winced. He began to ease her limp body out of the car, past the twisted door frame. A sound. Tolby glanced up, rigid. Something was coming, a whirring insect that rapidly descended. He let go of Sylvia, crouched, glanced around, then lumbered awkwardly down the gully. He slid and fell and rolled among the green vines and jagged gray boulders. His gun gripped, he lay gasping in the moist shadows, peering upward. The insect landed. A small airship, jet-driven. The sight stunned him. He had heard about jets, seen photographs of them, been briefed and lectured in the history indoctrination courses at the League camps. But to see a jet! Men swarmed out, uniformed men who started from the road down the side of the gully. Bodies crouched warily as they approached the wrecked car. They lugged heavy rifles. They looked grim and experienced as they tore the car doors open and scrambled in. "One's gone," a voice drifted to him. "Must be around somewhere. Look, this one's alive, this woman. Started to crawl out. The rest all dead." Furious cursing. "Damn Laura, she should have leaped. The fanatic little fool. Maybe she didn't have time. God's sake, the thing's all the way through her." Horror and shocked dismay. "We won't hardly be able to get her loose." "Leave her." The officer directing things waved the men back out of the car. "Leave them all." "How about this wounded one?" The leader hesitated. "Kill her," he said finally. He snatched a rifle and raised the butt. "The rest of you can fan out and try to get the other one. He's probably—" Tolby fired, and the leader's body broke in half. The lower part sank down slowly, the upper dissolved in ashy fragments. Tolby turned and began to move in a slow circle, firing as he crawled. He got 2 more of them before the rest retreated in panic to their jet-powered insect and slammed the lock. He had the element of surprise. Now that was gone. They had strength and numbers. He was doomed. Already the insect was rising. They'd be able to spot him easily from above. But he had saved Sylvia. That was something. He stumbled down a dried-up creek bed. He ran aimlessly. He had no place to go. He didn't know the countryside, and he was on foot. He slipped on a stone and fell headlong. Pain and billowing darkness beat at him as he got unsteadily to his knees. His gun was gone, lost in the shrubbery. He spat broken teeth and blood. He peered wildly up at the blazing afternoon sky. The insect was leaving. It hummed off toward the distant hills. It dwindled, became a black ball, a fly speck, then disappeared. Tolby waited a moment. Then he struggled up the side of the ravine to the wrecked car. They had gone to get help. They'd be back. Now was his only chance. If he could get Sylvia out and down the road into hiding, maybe to a farmhouse, back to town. He reached the car and stood, dazed and stupefied. 3 bodies remained, the 2 in the front seat, Penn in the back, but Sylvia was gone. They had taken her with them, back where they came from. She had been dragged to the jet-driven insect. A trail of blood led from the car up the side of the gully to the highway. With a violent shudder, Tolby pulled himself together. He climbed into the car and pried loose Penn's gun from his belt. Sylvia's ironite staff rested on the seat. He took that, too. Then he started off down the road, walking without haste, carefully, slowly. An ironic thought plucked at his mind. He had found what they were after. The men in uniform. They were organized, responsible to a central authority, in a newly assembled jet. Beyond the hills was a government. "Sir," Green said. He smoothed his short blonde hair anxiously, his young face twisting. Technicians and experts and ordinary people in droves were everywhere. The offices buzzed and echoed with the business of the day. Green pushed through the crowd and to the desk where Bors sat, propped up by two magnetic frames. "Sir," Green said, "something's happened." Bors looked up. He pushed a metal foil slate away and laid down his stylus. His eye cells clicked and flickered. Deep inside his battered trunk, motor gears whined. "What is it?" Green came close. There was something in his face, an expression Bors had never seen before, a look of fear and glassy determination. A glazed, fanatic cast, as if his flesh had hardened to rock. "Sir, scouts contacted a League team moving north. They met the team outside Fairfax. The incident took place directly beyond the first roadblock." Bors said nothing. On all sides, officials, experts, farmers, workmen, industrial managers, soldiers, people of all kinds buzzed and murmured and pushed forward impatiently. Trying to get to Bors' desk, loaded down with problems to be solved, situations to be explained, the pressing business of the day, roads, factories, disease control, repairs, construction, manufacture, design, planning. Urgent problems for Bors to consider and deal with, problems that couldn't wait. "Was the League team destroyed?" Bors said. "One was killed, one was wounded and brought here." Green hesitated. "One escaped." For a long time Bors was silent. Around him the people murmured and shuffled. He ignored them. All at once he pulled the vid scanner to him and snapped the circuit open. "One escaped. I don't like the sound of that." "He shot 3 members of our scout unit, including the leader. The others got frightened. They grabbed the injured girl and returned here." Bors' massive head lifted. They made a mistake. They should have located the one who escaped. "This was the first time the situation—" "I know," Bors said, "but it was an error. Better not to have touched them at all than to have taken 2 and allowed the 3rd to get away." He turned to the vid scanner. "Sound an emergency alert. Close down the factories. Arm the work crews and any male farmers capable of using weapons. Close every road. Remove the women and children to the undersurface shelters. Bring up the heavy guns and supplies. Suspend all non-military production and—" He considered. "Arrest everyone we're not sure of. On the C sheet. Have them shot." He snapped the scanner off. "What'll happen?" Green demanded, shaken. "The thing we've prepared for. Total war." "We have weapons!" Green shouted excitedly. "In an hour there'll be 10,000 men ready to fight. We have jet-driven ships, heavy artillery, bombs, bacteria pellets. What's the League? A lot of people with packs on their backs." "Yes," Bors said. "A lot of people with packs on their backs." "How can they do anything? How can a bunch of anarchists organize? They have no structure, no control, no central power." "They have the whole world, 1 billion people." "Individuals. A club not subject to law. Voluntary membership. We have disciplined organization. Every aspect of our economic life operates at maximum efficiency. You, have your thumb on everything. All you have to do is give the order, set the machine in motion." Bors nodded slowly. "It's true the anarchist can't coordinate. The League can't organize. It's a paradox. Government by anarchists. Anti-government, actually. Instead of governing the world, they tramp around to make sure no one else does. Dog in the manger. As you say, they're actually a voluntary club of totally unorganized individuals, without law or central authority. They maintain no society. They can't govern. All they can do is interfere with anyone else who tries. Troublemakers. But what? It was this way before, 2 centuries ago. They were unorganized, unarmed, vast mobs without discipline or authority. Yet they pulled down all the governments all over the world. We've got a whole army. All the roads are mined. Heavy guns, bombs, pellets. Every one of us is a soldier. We're an armed camp." Bors was deep in thought. "You say one of them is here? One of the League agents?" "A young woman." Bors signaled the nearby maintenance crew. "Take me to her. I want to talk to her in the time remaining." Sylvia watched silently as the uniformed men pushed and grunted their way into the room. They staggered over to the bed, pulled 2 chairs together, and carefully laid down their massive armload. Quickly they snapped protective struts into place, locked the chairs together, threw magnetic grapples into operation, and then warily retreated. "All right," the robot said. "You can go." The men left. Bors turned to face the woman on the bed. "A machine," Sylvia whispered, white-faced. "You're a machine." Bors nodded slightly without speaking. Sylvia shifted uneasily on the bed. She was weak. One leg was in a transparent plastic cast. Her face was bandaged, and her right arm ached and throbbed. Outside the window, the late afternoon sun sprinkled through the drapes. Flowers bloomed, grass, hedges, and beyond the hedges, buildings and factories. For the last hour, the sky had been filled with jet-driven ships. Great flocks that raced excitedly across the sky toward distant hills. Along the highway, cars hurtled, dragging guns and heavy military equipment. Men were marching in close rank, rows of gray-clad soldiers, guns and helmets and bacteria masks. Endless lines of figures, identical in their uniforms, stamped from the same matrix. "There are a lot of them," Bors said, indicating the marching men. "Yes." Sylvia watched a couple of soldiers hurry by the window. Youths with worried expressions on their smooth faces, helmets bobbing at their waists, long rifles, canteens, counters, radiation shields, bacteria masks wound awkwardly around their necks, ready to go into place. They were scared, hardly more than kids. Others followed. A truck roared into life. The soldiers were swept off to join the others. "They're going to fight," Bors said, "to defend their homes and factories." "All this equipment. You manufacture it, don't you?" "That's right. Our industrial organization is perfect. We're totally productive. Our society here is operated rationally, scientifically. We're fully prepared to meet this emergency." Suddenly Sylvia realized what the emergency was. "The League. One of us must have got away." She pulled herself up. "Which of them? Penn or my father?" "I don't know," the robot murmured indifferently. Horror and disgust choked Sylvia. "My God," she said softly. You have no understanding of us. You run all this, and you're incapable of empathy. You're nothing but a mechanical computer, one of the old government integration robots. That's right, 2 centuries old. She was appalled. And you've been alive all this time. We thought we destroyed all of you. I was missed. I had been damaged. I wasn't in my place. I was in a truck on my way out of Washington. I saw the mobs and escaped. 200 years ago. Legendary times. You actually saw the events they tell us about. The old days, the great marches, the day the governments fell. Yes, I saw it all. A group of us formed in Virginia. Experts, officials, skilled workmen. Later we came here. It was remote enough, off the beaten path. We heard rumors. A fragment still maintaining itself, but we didn't know where or how. I was fortunate, Bors said. I escaped by a fluke. All the others were destroyed. It's taken a long time to organize what you see here. 15 miles from here is a ring of hills. This valley is a bowl, mountains on all sides. We've set up roadblocks in the form of natural slides. Nobody comes here. Even in Fairfax, 30 miles off, they know nothing. That girl, Laura. Scouts. We keep scout teams in all inhabited regions within a 100-mile radius. As soon as you entered Fairfax, word was relayed to us. An air unit was dispatched. To avoid questions, we arranged to have you killed in an auto wreck, but one of you escaped. Sylvia shook her head, bewildered. How? She demanded. How do you keep going? Don't the people revolt? She struggled to a sitting position. They must know what's happened everywhere else. How do you control them? They're going out now, in their uniforms, but will they fight? Can you count on them? Bors answered slowly. They trust me, he said. I brought with me a vast amount of knowledge, information and techniques lost to the rest of the world. Are jet ships and vid scanners and power cables made anywhere else in the world? I retain all that knowledge. I have memory units, synapsis coils. Because of me, they have these things you know only as dim memories, vague legends. What happens when you die? I won't die. I'm eternal. You're wearing out. You have to be carried around, and your right arm, you can hardly move it. Sylvia's voice was harsh, ruthless. Your whole tank is pitted and rusty. The robot whirred. For a moment he seemed unable to speak. My knowledge remains, he grated finally. I'll always be able to communicate. Fowler has arranged a broadcast system. Even when I talk... He broke off. Even then, everything is under control. I've organized every aspect of the situation. I've maintained this system for 2 centuries. It's got to be kept going. Sylvia lashed out. It happened in a split second. The boot of her cast caught the chairs on which the robot rested. She thrust violently with her foot and hands. The chairs teetered, hesitated. "Fowler!" the robot screamed. Sylvia pushed with all her strength. Blinding agony seared through her leg. She bit her lip and threw her shoulder against the robot's pitted hulk. He waved his arms, whirred wildly, and then the 2 chairs slowly collapsed. The robot slid quietly from them, over on his back, his arms still waving helplessly. Sylvia dragged herself from the bed. She managed to pull herself to the window. Her broken leg hung uselessly, a dead weight in its transparent plastic cast. The robot lay like some futile bug, arms waving, eye lens clicking, its rusty works whirring in fear and rage. "Fowler!" it screamed again. "Help me!" Sylvia reached the window. She tugged at the locks. They were sealed. She grabbed up a lamp from the table and threw it against the glass. The glass burst around her, a shower of lethal fragments. She stumbled forward, and then the repair crew was pouring into the room. Fowler gasped at the sight of the robot on its back. A strange expression crossed his face. "Look at him." "Help me!" the robot shrilled. "Help me!" One of the men grabbed Sylvia around the waist and lugged her back to the bed. She kicked and bit, sunk her nails into the man's cheek. He threw her on the bed face down and drew his pistol. "Stay there," he gasped. The others were bent over the robot, getting him to an upright position. "What happened?" Fowler said. He came over to the bed, his face twisting. "Did he fall?" Sylvia's eyes glowed with hatred and despair. "I pushed him over. I almost got there." Her chest heaved. "The window, but my leg." "Get me back to my quarters!" Bors cried. The crew gathered him up and carried him down the hall to his private office. A few moments later he was sitting shakily at his desk, his mechanism pounding wildly, surrounded by his papers and memoranda. He forced down his panic and tried to resume his work. He had to keep going. His vid screen was alive with activity. The whole system was in motion. He blankly watched a sub-commander sending up a cloud of black dots, jet bombers that shot up like flies and headed quickly off. The system had to be preserved. He repeated it again and again. He had to save it. Had to organize the people and make them save it. If the people didn't fight, wasn't everything doomed? Fury and desperation overwhelmed him. The system couldn't preserve itself. It wasn't a thing apart, something that could be separated from the people who lived it. Actually, it was the people. They were identical. When the people fought to preserve the system, they were fighting to preserve nothing less than themselves. They existed only as long as the system existed. He caught sight of a marching column of white-faced troops moving toward the hills. His ancient synapsis coils radiated and shuddered uncertainly, then fell back into pattern. He was 2 centuries old. He had come into existence a long time ago, in a different world. That world had created him. Through him, that world still lived. As long as he existed, that world existed. In miniature, it still functioned. His model universe, his recreation, his rational, controlled world in which each aspect was fully organized, fully analyzed, and integrated. He kept a rational, progressive world alive, a humming oasis of productivity on a dusty, parched planet of decay and silence. Bors spread out his papers and went to work on the most pressing problem, the transformation from a peacetime economy to full military mobilization. Total military organization of every man, woman, child, piece of equipment, and dyne of energy under his direction. Edward Tolby emerged cautiously. His clothes were torn and ragged. He had lost his pack, crawling through the brambles and vines. His face and hands were bleeding. He was utterly exhausted. Below him lay a valley, a vast bowl, fields, houses, highways, factories, equipment, men. He had been watching the men 3 hours, endless streams of them pouring from the valley into the hills along the roads and paths. On foot, in trucks, in cars, armored tanks, weapons carriers. Overhead, in fast little jet fighters and great lumbering bombers, gleaming ships that took up positions above the troops and prepared for battle. battle in the grand style, the 2 centuries-old full-scale war that was supposed to have disappeared. But here it was, a vision from the past. He had seen this in the old tapes and records used in the camp orientation courses. A ghost army resurrected to fight again, a vast host of men and guns prepared to fight and die. Tolby climbed down cautiously. At the foot of a slope of boulders, a soldier had halted his motorcycle and was setting up a communications antenna and transmitter. Tolby circled, crouched, expertly approached him. A blond-haired youth, fumbling nervously with the wires and relays, licking his lips uneasily, glancing up and grabbing for his rifle at every sound. Tolby took a deep breath. The youth had turned his back. He was tracing a power circuit. It was now or never. With one stride, Tolby stepped out, raised his pistol, and fired. The clump of equipment and the soldier's rifle vanished. "Don't make a sound," Tolby said. He peered around. No one had seen. The main line was 1/2 a mile to his right. The sun was setting. Great shadows were falling over the hills. The fields were rapidly fading from brown-green to a deep violet. "Put your hands up over your head, clasp them, and get down on your knees." The youth tumbled down in a frightened heap. "What are you going to do?" He saw the ironite staff, and the color left his face. "You're a League agent." "Shut up," Tolby ordered. "First, outline your system of responsibility. Who's your superior?" The youth stuttered forth what he knew. Tolby listened intently. He was satisfied. The usual monolithic structure, exactly what he wanted. "At the top," he broke in, "at the top of the pillar, who has ultimate responsibility?" "Boers." "Boers?" Tolby scowled. "That doesn't sound like a name. Sounds like—" He broke off, staggered. "We should have guessed. An old government robot still functioning." The youth saw his chance. He leaped up and darted frantically away. Tolby shot him above the left ear. The youth pitched over on his face and lay still. Tolby hurried to him and quickly pulled off his dark gray uniform. It was too small for him, of course, but the motorcycle was just right. He'd seen tapes of them. He'd wanted one since he was a child. A fast little motorcycle to propel his weight around. Now he had it. Half an hour later, he was roaring down a smooth, broad highway toward the center of the valley and the buildings that rose against the dark sky. His headlights cut into the blackness. He still wobbled from side to side, but for all practical purposes he had the hang of it. He increased speed. The road shot by, trees and fields, haystacks, stalled farm equipment. All traffic was going against him, troops hurrying to the front. The front. Lemmings going out into the ocean to drown. 1,000, 10,000 metal-clad figures, armed and alert, weighted down with guns and bombs and flamethrowers and bacteria pellets. There was only one hitch. No army opposed them. A mistake had been made. It took 2 sides to make a war, and only one had been resurrected. A mile outside the concentration of buildings, he pulled his motorcycle off the road and carefully hid it in a haystack. For a moment he considered leaving his ironite staff. Then he shrugged and grabbed it up along with his pistol. He always carried his staff. It was the League symbol. It represented the walking anarchists who patrolled the world on foot, the world's protection agency. He loped through the darkness toward the outline ahead. There were fewer men here. He saw no women or children. Ahead, charged wire was set up. Troops crouched behind it, armed to the teeth. A searchlight moved back and forth across the road, Behind it, radar vanes loomed, and behind them an ugly square of concrete, the great offices from which the government was run. For a time he watched the searchlight. Finally he had its motion plotted. In its glare the faces of the troops stood out, pale and drawn. Youths. They had never fought. This was their first encounter. They were terrified. When the light was off him, he stood up and advanced toward the wire. Automatically, a breech was slid back for him. 2 guards raised up and awkwardly crossed bayonets ahead of him. "Show your papers," one demanded. Young lieutenants, boys, white-lipped, nervous, playing soldier. Pity and contempt made Tolby laugh harshly and push forward. "Get out of my way." One anxiously flashed a pocket light. "Halt! What's the code key for this watch?" He blocked Tolby's way with his bayonet, hands twisting convulsively. Tolby reached in his pocket, pulled out his pistol, and as the searchlight started to swerve back, blasted the 2 guards. The bayonets clattered down, and he dived forward. Yells and shapes rose on all sides. Anguished, terrified shouts, random firing. The night was lit up as he dashed and crouched, turned a corner past a supply warehouse, raced up a flight of stairs and into the massive building ahead. He had to work fast. Gripping his ironite staff, he plunged down a gloomy corridor. His boots echoed. Men poured into the building behind him. Bolts of energy thundered past him. A whole section of the ceiling burst into ash and collapsed behind him. He reached stairs and climbed rapidly. He came to the next floor and groped for the door handle. Something flickered behind him. He half-turned, his gun quickly up. A stunning blow sent him sprawling. He crashed against the wall, his gun flew from his fingers. A shape bent over him, rifle gripped. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Not a soldier. A stubble-chinned man in stained shirt and rumpled trousers, eyes puffy and red, a belt of tools, hammer, pliers, screwdriver, a soldering iron around his waist. Tolby raised himself up painfully. "If you didn't have that rifle." Fowler backed warily away. "Who are you? This floor is forbidden to troops of the line. You know this." Then he saw the ironite staff. "By God," he said softly, "you're the one they didn't get." He laughed shakily. "You're the one who got away." Tolby's fingers tightened around the staff, but Fowler reacted instantly. The snout of the rifle jerked up on a line with Tolby's face. "Be careful," Fowler warned. He turned slightly. Soldiers were hurrying up the stairs, boots drumming, echoing shouts ringing. For a moment he hesitated, then waved his rifle toward the stairs ahead. "Up! Get going!" Tolby blinked. "What? Up?" The rifle's snout jabbed into Tolby. "Hurry!" Bewildered, Tolby hurried up the stairs, Fowler close behind him. At the 3rd floor, Fowler pushed him roughly through the doorway, the snout of his rifle digging urgently into his back. He found himself in a corridor of doors, endless offices. "Keep going," Fowler snarled. "Down the hall, hurry!" Tolby hurried, his mind spinning. "What the hell are you—" "I could never do it," Fowler gasped close to his ear. "Not in a million years. But it's got to be done." Tolby halted. "What is this?" They faced each other defiantly, faces contorted, eyes blazing. "He's in there," Fowler snapped, indicating a door with his rifle. "You have one chance. Take it." For a fraction of a second, Tolby hesitated. Then he broke away. "Okay, I'll take it." Fowler followed after him. "Be careful. Watch your step. There's a series of checkpoints. Keep going straight, in all the way, as far as you can go, and for God's sake, hurry." His voice faded as Tolby gained speed. He reached the door and tore it open. Soldiers and officials ballooned. He threw himself against them. They sprawled and scattered. He scrambled on as they struggled up and stupidly fumbled for their guns. Through another door, into an inner office, past a desk where a frightened girl sat, eyes wide, mouth open. Then a third door, into an alcove. A wild-faced youth leaped up and snatched frantically for his pistol. Tolby was unarmed, trapped in the alcove. Figures already pushed against the door behind him. He gripped his ironite staff and backed away as the blond-haired fanatic fired blindly. The bolt burst a foot away. It flicked him with a tongue of heat. "You dirty anarchist!" Green screamed. His face distorted, he fired again and again. "You murdering anarchist spy!" Tolby hurled his ironite staff. He put all his strength in it. The staff leaped through the air in a whistling arc, straight at the youth's head. Green saw it coming and ducked. Agile and quick, he jumped away, grinning humorlessly. The staff crashed against the wall and rolled, clanging to the floor. "Your walking staff!" Green gasped and fired. The bolt missed him on purpose. Green was playing games with him. Tolby bent down and groped frantically for the staff. He picked it up. Green watched, face rigid, eyes glittering. "Throw it again," he snarled. Tolby leaped. He took the youth by surprise. Green grunted, stumbled back from the impact, then suddenly fought with maniacal fury. Tolby was heavier, but he was exhausted. He had crawled hours, beat his way through the mountains, walked endlessly. He was at the end of his strength. The car wreck, the days of walking. Green was in perfect shape. His wiry, agile body twisted away. His hands came up, fingers dug into Tolby's windpipe. He kicked the youth in the groin. Green staggered back, convulsed, and bent over with pain. "All right," Green gasped, face ugly and dark. His hand fumbled with his pistol. The barrel came up. Half of Green's head dissolved. His hands opened and his gun fell to the floor. His body stood for a moment, then settled down in a heap like an empty suit of clothes. Tolby caught a glimpse of a rifle snout pushed past him, and the man with the tool belt. The man waved him on frantically. "Hurry!" Tolby raced down a carpeted hall between two great flickering yellow lamps. A crowd of officials and soldiers stumbled uncertainly after him, shouting and firing at random. He tore open a thick oak door and halted. He was in a luxurious chamber. Drapes, rich wallpaper, lamps, bookcases, a glimpse of the finery of the past, the wealth of the old days, thick carpets, warm, radiant heat, a vid-screen. At the far end, a huge mahogany desk. At the desk, a figure sat, working on heaps of papers and reports, piled masses of material. The figure contrasted starkly with the lushness of the furnishings. It was a great, pitted, corroded tank of metal, bent and greenish, patched and repaired, an ancient machine. "Is that you, Fowler?" the robot demanded. Tolby advanced, his ironite staff gripped. The robot turned angrily. "Who is it? Get Green and carry me down into the shelter. One of the roadblocks has reported a League agent already." The robot broke off. Its cold, mechanical eye lens bored up at the man. It clicked and whirred in uneasy astonishment. "I don't know you." It saw the ironite staff. "League agent," the robot said. "You're the one who got through." Comprehension came. "The third one. You came here. You didn't go back." Its metal fingers fumbled clumsily at the objects on the desk. Then, in the drawer, it found a gun and raised it awkwardly. Tolby knocked the gun away. It clattered to the floor. "Run!" he shouted at the robot. "Start running!" It remained. Tolby's staff came down. The fragile, complex brain unit of the robot burst apart. Coils, wiring, relay fluid spattered over his arms and hands. The robot shuddered. Its machinery thrashed. It half rose from its chair, then swayed and toppled. It crashed full length on the floor, parts and gears rolling in all directions. "Good God," Tolby said, suddenly seeing it for the first time. Shakily he bent over its remains. It was crippled. Men were all around him. "He's killed Bors!" Shocked, dazed faces. "Bors is dead!" Fowler came up slowly. "You got him all right. There's nothing left now." Tolby stood, holding his ironite staff in his hands. "The poor blasted thing," he said softly, "completely helpless, sitting there, and I came and killed him. He didn't have a chance." The building was bedlam. Soldiers and officials scurried crazily about, grief-stricken, hysterical. They bumped into each other, gathered in knots, shouted, and gave meaningless orders. Tolby pushed past them. Nobody paid any attention to him. Fowler was gathering up the remains of the robot, collecting the smashed pieces and bits. Tolby stopped beside him. Like Humpty Dumpty, pulled down off his wall, he'd never be back together, not now. "Where's the woman?" he asked Fowler, the League agent they brought in. Fowler straightened up slowly. "I'll take you." He led Tolby down the packed, surging hall to the hospital wing of the building. Sylvia sat up apprehensively as the two men entered the room. "What's going on?" She recognized her father. "Dad, thank God! It was you who got out." Tolby slammed the door against the chaos of sound hammering up and down the corridor. "How are you? How's your leg?" "Mending. What happened?" "I got him. The robot. He's dead." For a moment the three of them were silent. Outside in the halls, men ran frantically back and forth. Word had already leaked out. Troops gathered in huddled knots outside the building. Lost men, wandering away from their posts, uncertain, aimless. "It's over," Fowler said. Tolby nodded. "I know." "They'll get tired of crouching in their foxholes," Fowler said. "They'll come filtering back. As soon as the news reaches them, they'll desert and throw away their equipment." "Good," Tolby grunted. "The sooner the better." He touched Fowler's rifle. "You too, I hope." Sylvia hesitated. "Do you think—" "Think what?" "Did we make a mistake?" Tolby grinned wearily. "Hell of a time to think about that." "He was doing what he thought was right. They built up their homes and factories. This whole area. They turn out a lot of goods. I've been watching through the window. It's made me think. They've done so much, made so much." "Made a lot of guns," Tolby said. "We have guns, too. We kill and destroy. We have all the disadvantages and none of the advantages." "We don't have war," Tolby answered quietly. "To defend this neat little organization, there are 10,000 men up there in those hills, all waiting to fight, waiting to drop their bombs and bacteria pellets, to keep this place running. But they won't. Pretty soon they'll give up and start to trickle back." "This whole system will decay rapidly," Fowler said. He was already losing his control. He couldn't keep the clock back much longer. "Anyhow, it's done," Sylvia murmured. "We did our job. She smiled a little. Bors did his job and we did ours, but the times were against him, and with us. That's right, Tolby agreed. We did our job, and we'll never be sorry. Fowler said nothing. He stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing silently out the window. His fingers were touching something, 3 undamaged synapsis coils, intact memory elements from the dead robot snatched from the scattered remains. Just in case, he said to himself, just in case the times change. The father thing. "Dinner's ready," commanded Mrs. Walton. "Go get your father and tell him to wash his hands. The same applies to you, young man." She carried a steaming casserole to the neatly set table. "You'll find him out in the garage." Charles hesitated. He was only 8 years old, and the problem bothering him would have confounded Hillel. He began uncertainly. "What's wrong?" June Walton caught the uneasy tone in her son's voice, and her matronly bosom fluttered with sudden alarm. "Isn't Ted out in the garage? For heaven's sake, he was sharpening the head shears a minute ago. He didn't go over to the Andersons, did he? I told him dinner was practically on the table." "He's in the garage," Charles said, "but he's talking to himself." Talking to himself! Mrs. Walton removed her bright plastic apron and hung it over the doorknob. "Ted? Why, he never talks to himself. Go tell him to come in here." She poured boiling black coffee in the little blue and white china cups and began ladling out creamed corn. "What's wrong with you? Go tell him." "I don't know which of them to tell," Charles blurted out desperately. "They both look alike." June Walton's fingers lost their hold on the aluminum pan. For a moment the creamed corn slushed dangerously. "Young man," she began angrily, but at that moment Ted Walton came striding into the kitchen, inhaling and sniffing and rubbing his hands together. "Ah!" he cried happily. "Lamb stew." "Beef stew," June murmured. "Ted, what were you doing out there?" Ted threw himself down at his place and unfolded his napkin. "I got the shears sharpened like a razor, oiled and sharpened. Better not touch them. They'll cut your hand off." He was a good-looking man in his early 30s, thick blond hair, strong arms, competent hands, square face, and flashing brown eyes. "Man, this stew looks good. Hard day at the office. Friday, you know. Stuff piles up, and we have to get all the accounts out by 5. Al McKinley claims the department could handle 20% more stuff if we organized our lunch hours, staggered them so somebody was there all the time." He beckoned Charles over. "Sit down and let's go." Mrs. Walton served the frozen peas. "Ted," she said as she slowly took her seat, "is there anything on your mind?" "On my mind?" He blinked. "No, nothing unusual, just the regular stuff. Why?" Uneasily, June Walton glanced over at her son. Charles was sitting bolt upright at his place, face expressionless, white as chalk. He hadn't moved, hadn't unfolded his napkin or even touched his milk. A tension was in the air. She could feel it. Charles had pulled his chair away from his father's. He was huddled in a tense little bundle as far from his father as possible. His lips were moving, but she couldn't catch what he was saying. "What is it?" she demanded, leaning toward him. "The other one," Charles was muttering under his breath. "The other one came in." "What do you mean, dear?" June Walton asked out loud. "What other one?" Ted jerked. A strange expression flitted across his face. It vanished at once, but in the brief instant Ted Walton's face lost all familiarity. Something alien and cold gleamed out, a twisting, wriggling mass. The eyes blurred and receded as an archaic sheen filmed over them. The ordinary look of a tired, middle-aged husband was gone. And then it was back, or nearly back. Ted grinned and began to wolf down his stew and frozen peas and creamed corn. He laughed, stirred his coffee, kidded, and ate. But something terrible was wrong. "The other one," Charles muttered, face white, hands beginning to tremble. Suddenly he leaped up and backed away from the table. "Get away!" he shouted. "Get out of here!" "Hey," Ted rumbled ominously. "What's got into you?" He pointed sternly at the boy's chair. "You sit down there and eat your dinner, young man. Your mother didn't fix it for nothing." Charles turned and ran out of the kitchen, upstairs to his room. June Walton gasped and fluttered in dismay. What in the world? Ted went on eating. His face was grim. His eyes were hard and dark. "That kid," he grated, "is going to have to learn a few things. Maybe he and I need to have a little private conference together." Charles crouched and listened. The father thing was coming up the stairs, nearer and nearer. "Charles!" it shouted angrily. "Are you up there?" He didn't answer. Soundlessly he moved back into his room and pulled the door shut. His heart was pounding heavily. The father thing had reached the landing. In a moment it would come in his room. He hurried to the window. He was terrified. It was already fumbling in the dark hall for the knob. He lifted the window and climbed out on the roof. With a grunt he dropped into the flower garden that ran by the front door, staggered and gasped, then leaped to his feet and ran from the light that streamed out the window, a patch of yellow in the evening darkness. He found the garage. It loomed up ahead, a black square against the skyline. Breathing quickly, he fumbled in his pocket for his flashlight, then cautiously slid the door up and entered. The garage was empty. The car was parked out front. To the left was his father's workbench, hammers and saws on the wooden walls. In the back were the lawnmower, rake, shovel, hoe, a drum of kerosene, license plates nailed up everywhere. Floor was concrete and dirt. A great oil slick stained the center, tufts of weeds greasy and black in the flickering beam of the flashlight. Just inside the door was a big trash barrel. On top of the barrel were stacks of soggy newspapers and magazines, moldy and damp. A thick stench of decay issued from them as Charles began to move them around. Spiders dropped to the cement and scampered off. He crushed them with his foot and went on looking. The sight made him shriek. He dropped the flashlight and leaped wildly back. The garage was plunged into instant gloom. He forced himself to kneel down, and for an ageless moment he groped in the darkness for the light among the spiders and greasy weeds. Finally he had it again. He managed to turn the beam down into the barrel, down the well he had made by pushing back the piles of magazines. The father thing had stuffed it down in the very bottom of the barrel. Among the old leaves and torn-up cardboard, the rotting remains of magazines and curtains, rubbish from the attic his mother had lugged down here with the idea of burning some day. It still looked a little like his father, enough for him to recognize. He had found it, and the sight made him sick at his stomach. He hung on to the barrel and shut his eyes until finally he was able to look again. In the barrel were the remains of his father, his real father. Bits the father thing had no use for, bits it had discarded. He got the rake and pushed it down to stir the remains. They were dry. They cracked and broke at the touch of the rake. They were like a discarded snakeskin, flaky and crumbling, rustling at the touch. An empty skin. The insides were gone, the important part. This was all that remained, just the brittle, cracking skin, wadded down at the bottom of the trash barrel in a little heap. This was all the father thing had left. It had eaten the rest, taken the insides and his father's place. A sound. He dropped the rake and hurried to the door. The father thing was coming down the path toward the garage. Its shoes crushed the gravel. It felt its way along uncertainly. "Charles!" it called angrily. "Are you in there? Wait till I get my hands on you, young man." His mother's ample, nervous shape was outlined in the bright doorway of the house. "Ted, please don't hurt him. He's all upset about something." "I'm not going to hurt him," the father thing rasped. It halted to strike a match. "I'm just going to have a little talk with him. He needs to learn better manners, leaving the table like that and running out at night, climbing down the roof." Charles slipped from the garage. The glare of the match caught his moving shape, and with a bellow, the father thing lunged forward. "Come here!" Charles ran. He knew the ground better than the father thing. It knew a lot, had taken a lot when it got his father's insides, but nobody knew the way like he did. He reached the fence, climbed it, leaped into the Andersons' yard, raced past their clothesline, down the path around the side of their house and out on Maple Street. He listened, crouched down and not breathing. The father thing hadn't come after him. It had gone back. Or it was coming around the sidewalk. He took a deep, shuddering breath. He had to keep moving. Sooner or later it would find him. He glanced right and left, made sure it wasn't watching, and then started off at a rapid dog trot. "What do you want?" Tony Peretti demanded belligerently. Tony was 14. He was sitting at the table in the oak-paneled Peretti dining room, books and pencils scattered around him, half a ham and peanut butter sandwich and a Coke beside him. "You're Walton, aren't you?" Tony Peretti had a job uncrating stoves and refrigerators after school at Johnson's appliance shop downtown. He was big and blunt-faced, black hair, olive skin, white teeth. A couple of times he had beaten up Charles. He had beaten up every kid in the neighborhood. Charles twisted. "Say, Peretti, do me a favor?" "What do you want?" Peretti was annoyed. "You looking for a bruise?" Gazing unhappily down, his fists clenched, Charles explained what had happened in short, mumbled words. When he had finished, Peretti let out a low whistle. "No kidding." "It's true." He nodded quickly. "I'll show you. Come on and I'll show you." Peretti got slowly to his feet. "Yeah, show me. I want to see." He got his BB gun from his room, and the two of them walked silently up the dark street toward Charles' house. Neither of them said much. Peretti was deep in thought, serious and solemn-faced. Charles was still dazed. His mind was completely blank. They turned down the Anderson driveway, cut through the backyard, climbed the fence, and lowered themselves cautiously into Charles' backyard. There was no movement. The yard was silent. The front door of the house was closed. They peered through the living-room window. The shades were down, but a narrow crack of yellow streamed out. Sitting on the couch was Mrs. Walton, sewing a cotton T-shirt. There was a sad, troubled look on her large face. She worked listlessly, without interest. Opposite her was the father thing. Leaning back in his father's easy chair, its shoes off, reading the evening newspaper. The TV was on, playing to itself in the corner. A can of beer rested on the arm of the easy chair. The father thing sat exactly as his own father had sat. It had learned a lot. "Looks just like him," Peretti whispered suspiciously. "You sure you're not bullying me?" Charles led him to the garage and showed him the trash barrel. Peretti reached his long, tanned arms down and carefully pulled up the dry, flaking remains. They spread out, unfolded, until the whole figure of his father was outlined. Peretti laid the remains on the floor and pieced broken parts back into place. The remains were colorless, almost transparent, an amber yellow, thin as paper, dry and utterly lifeless. "That's all," Charles said. Tears welled up in his eyes. "That's all that's left of him. The thing has the insides." Peretti had turned pale. Shakily he crammed the remains back in the trash barrel. "This is really something," he muttered. "You say you saw the two of them together?" "Talking. They looked exactly alike. I ran inside." Charles wiped the tears away and sniveled. He couldn't hold it back any longer. "It ate him while I was inside. Then it came in the house. It pretended it was him, but it isn't. It killed him and ate his insides." For a moment Peretti was silent. "I'll tell you something," he said suddenly. "I've heard about this sort of thing. It's a bad business. You have to use your head and not get scared. You're not scared, are you?" "No," Charles managed to mutter. "The first thing we have to do is figure out how to kill it." He rattled his BB gun. "I don't know if this'll work. It must be plenty tough to get hold of your father. He was a big man." Peretti considered. "Let's get out of here. It might come back. They say that's what a murderer does." They left the garage. Peretti crouched down and peeked through the window again. Mrs. Walton had got to her feet. She was talking anxiously. Vague sounds filtered out. The father thing threw down its newspaper. They were arguing. "For God's sake," the father thing shouted, "don't do anything stupid like that." "Something's wrong," Mrs. Walton moaned. "Something terrible. Just let me call the hospital and see." "Don't call anybody. He's all right. Probably up the street playing." "He's never out this late. He never disobeys. He was terribly upset, afraid of you. I don't blame him." Her voice broke with misery. "What's wrong with you? You're so strange." She moved out of the room into the hall. "I'm going to call some of the neighbors." The father thing glared after her until she had disappeared. Then a terrifying thing happened. Charles gasped. Even Peretti grunted under his breath. "Look," Charles muttered. "What?" "Golly," Peretti said, black eyes wide. As soon as Mrs. Walton was gone from the room, the father thing sagged in its chair. It became limp. Its mouth fell open. Its eyes peered vacantly. Its head fell forward like a discarded rag doll. Peretti moved away from the window. "That's it," he whispered. "That's the whole thing." "What is it?" Charles demanded. He was shocked and bewildered. It looked like somebody turned off its power. "Exactly." Peretti nodded slowly, grim and shaken. "It's controlled from outside." Horror settled over Charles. "You mean something outside our world?" Peretti shook his head with disgust. "Outside the house, in the yard. You know how to find?" "Not very well." Charles pulled his mind together. "But I know somebody who's good at finding." He forced his mind to summon the name. "Bobby Daniels." "That little black kid? Is he good at finding?" "The best." "All right," Peretti said. "Let's go get him. We have to find the thing that's outside. that made it in there and keeps it going. It's near the garage, Peretti said to the small, thin-faced Negro boy who crouched beside them in the darkness. When it got him, he was in the garage, so look there. In the garage? Daniels asked. Around the garage. Walton's already gone over the garage inside. Look around outside, nearby. There was a small bed of flowers growing by the garage, and a great tangle of bamboo and discarded debris between the garage and the back of the house. The moon had come out. A cold, misty light filtered down over everything. If we don't find it pretty soon, Daniels said, I got to go back home. I can't stay up much later. He wasn't any older than Charles, perhaps 9. All right, Peretti agreed. Then get looking. The 3 of them spread out and began to go over the ground with care. Daniels worked with incredible speed. His thin little body moved in a blur of motion as he crawled among the flowers, turned over rocks, peered under the house, separated stalks of plants, ran his expert hands over leaves and stems, in tangles of compost and weeds. No inch was missed. Peretti halted after a short time. I'll guard. It might be dangerous. The father thing might come and try to stop us. He posted himself on the back step with his BB gun while Charles and Bobby Daniels searched. Charles worked slowly. He was tired and his body was cold and numb. It seemed impossible, the father thing and what had happened to his own father, his real father. But terror spurred him on. What if it happened to his mother, or to him, or to everyone, maybe the whole world? I found it, Daniels called in a thin, high voice. You all come around here, quick. Peretti raised his gun and got up cautiously. Charles hurried over. He turned the flickering yellow beam of his flashlight where Daniels stood. The Negro boy had raised a concrete stone. In the moist, rotting soil, the light gleamed on a metallic body. A thin, jointed thing with endless, crooked legs was digging frantically. Plated like an ant, a red-brown bug that rapidly disappeared before their eyes. Its rows of legs scabbed and clutched. The ground gave rapidly under it. Its wicked-looking tail twisted furiously as it struggled down the tunnel it had made. Peretti ran into the garage and grabbed up the rake. He pinned down the tail of the bug with it. Quick, shoot it with the BB gun. Daniel snatched the gun and took aim. The first shot tore the tail of the bug loose. It writhed and twisted frantically. Its tail dragged uselessly, and some of its legs broke off. It was a foot long, like a great millipede. It struggled desperately to escape down its hole. Shoot again, Peretti ordered. Daniels fumbled with the gun. The bug slithered and hissed. Its head jerked back and forth. It twisted and bit at the rake holding it down. Its wicked specks of eyes gleamed with hatred. For a moment it struck futilely at the rake. Then, abruptly, without warning, it thrashed in a frantic convulsion that made them all draw away in fear. Something buzzed through Charles' brain. A loud humming, metallic and harsh, a billion metal wires dancing and vibrating at once. He was tossed about violently by the force. The banging crash of metal made him deaf and confused. He stumbled to his feet and backed off. The others were doing the same, white-faced and shaken. If we can't kill it with the gun, Peretti gasped, we can drown it, or burn it, or stick a pin through its brain. He fought to hold on to the rake, to keep the bug pinned down. I have a jar of formaldehyde, Daniels muttered. His fingers fumbled nervously with the BB gun. How does this thing work? I can't seem to... Charles grabbed the gun from him. I'll kill it. He squatted down, one eye to the sight, and gripped the trigger. The bug lashed and struggled. Its force field hammered in his ears, but he hung on to the gun. His finger tightened. "All right, Charles," the father thing said. Powerful fingers gripped him, a paralyzing pressure around his wrists. The gun fell to the ground as he struggled futilely. The father thing shoved against Peretti. The boy leaped away, and the bug, free of the rake, slithered triumphantly down its tunnel. "You have a spanking coming, Charles," the father thing droned on. "What got into you? Your poor mother's out of her mind with worry." It had been there, hiding in the shadows, crouched in the darkness watching them. Its calm, emotionless voice, a dreadful parody of his father's, rumbled close to his ear as it pulled him relentlessly toward the garage. Its cold breath blew in his face, an icy, sweet odor like decaying soil. Its strength was immense. There was nothing he could do. "Don't fight me," it said calmly. "Come along, into the garage. This is for your own good. I know best, Charles." "Did you find him?" his mother called anxiously, opening the back door. "Yes, I found him." "What are you going to do?" "A little spanking." The father thing pushed up the garage door. "In the garage." In the half-light, a faint smile, humorless and utterly without emotion, touched its lips. "You go back in the living room, June. I'll take care of this. It's more in my line. You never did like punishing him." The back door reluctantly closed. As the light cut off, Peretti bent down and groped for the BB gun. The father thing instantly froze. "Go on home, boys," it rasped. Peretti stood undecided, gripping the BB gun. "Get going," the father thing repeated. "Put down that toy and get out of here." It moved slowly toward Peretti, gripping Charles with one hand, reaching toward Peretti with the other. "No BB guns allowed in town, Sonny. Your father know you have that? There's a city ordinance. I think you better give me that before—" Peretti shot it in the eye. The father thing grunted and pawed at its ruined eye. Abruptly it slashed out at Peretti. Peretti moved down the driveway, trying to cock the gun. The father thing lunged. Its powerful fingers snatched the gun from Peretti's hands. Silently, the father thing mashed the gun against the wall of the house. Charles broke away and ran numbly off. Where could he hide? It was between him and the house. Already it was coming back toward him, a black shape, creeping carefully, peering into the darkness, trying to make him out. Charles retreated. If there were only some place he could hide. The bamboo. He crept quickly into the bamboo. The stalks were huge and old. They closed after him with a faint rustle. The father thing was fumbling in its pocket. It lit a match, then the whole pack flared up. "Charles," it said, "I know you're here someplace. There's no use hiding. You're only making it more difficult." His heart hammering, Charles crouched among the bamboo. Here debris and filth rotted. Weeds, garbage, papers, boxes, old clothing, boards, tin cans, bottles. Spiders and salamanders squirmed around him. The bamboo swayed with the night wind. Insects and filth. And something else. A shape. A silent, unmoving shape that grew up from the mound of filth like some nocturnal mushroom. A white column, a pulpy mass that glistened moistly in the moonlight. Webs covered it, a moldy cocoon. It had vague arms and legs, an indistinct half-shaped head. As yet, the features hadn't formed. but he could tell what it was. A mother thing, growing here in the filth and dampness, between the garage and the house, behind the towering bamboo. It was almost ready. Another few days and it would reach maturity. It was still a larva, white and soft and pulpy, but the sun would dry and warm it, harden its shell, turn it dark and strong. It would emerge from its cocoon, and one day, when his mother came by the garage... Behind the mother thing were other pulpy white larvae, recently laid by the bug. Small, just coming into existence. He could see where the father thing had broken off, the place where it had grown. It had matured here, and in the garage his father had met it. Charles began to move numbly away, past the rotting boards, the filth and debris, the pulpy mushroom larvae. Weakly he reached out to take hold of the fence and scrambled back. Another one, another larvae. He hadn't seen this one at first. It wasn't white. It had already turned dark. The web, the pulpy softness, the moistness were gone. It was ready. It stirred a little, moved its arm feebly. The Charles thing. The bamboos separated, and the father thing's hand clamped firmly around the boy's wrist. "You stay right here," it said. "This is exactly the place for you. Don't move." With its other hand it tore at the remains of the cocoon binding the Charles thing. "I'll help it out. It's still a little weak." The last shred of moist gray was stripped back, and the Charles thing tottered out. It floundered uncertainly as the father thing cleared a path for it toward Charles. "This way," the father thing grunted. "I'll hold him for you. When you've fed, you'll be stronger." The Charles thing's mouth opened and closed. It reached greedily toward Charles. The boy struggled wildly, but the father thing's immense hand held him down. "Stop that, young man," the father thing commanded. "It'll be a lot easier for you if you—" It screamed and convulsed. It let go of Charles and staggered back. Its body twitched violently. It crashed against the garage, limbs jerking. For a time it rolled and flopped in a dance of agony. It whimpered, moaned, tried to crawl away. Gradually it became quiet. The Charles thing settled down in a silent heap. It lay stupidly among the bamboo and rotting debris, body slack, face empty and blank. At last the father thing ceased to stir. There was only the faint rustle of the bamboo in the night wind. Charles got up awkwardly. He stepped down into the cement driveway. Peretti and Daniels approached, wide-eyed and cautious. "Don't go near it," Daniels ordered sharply. "It ain't dead yet. Takes a little while." "What did you do?" Charles muttered. Daniels set down the drum of kerosene with a gasp of relief. "Found this in the garage. We Daniels always used kerosene on our mosquitoes back in Virginia." Daniels poured the kerosene down the bug's tunnel, Peretti explained, still awed. It was his idea. Daniels kicked cautiously at the contorted body of the father thing. "It's dead now. Died as soon as the bug died." "I guess the other'll die too," Peretti said. He pushed aside the bamboo to examine the larvae growing here and there among the debris. The Charles thing didn't move at all, as Peretti jabbed the end of a stick into its chest. "This one's dead." "We better make sure," Daniels said grimly. He picked up the heavy drum of kerosene and lugged it to the edge of the bamboo. "It dropped some matches in the driveway. You get them, Peretti." They looked at each other. "Sure," Peretti said softly. "We better turn on the hose," Charles said, "to make sure it doesn't spread." "Let's get going," Peretti said impatiently. He was already moving off. Charles quickly followed him, and they began searching for the matches in the moonlit darkness. Strange Eden. Captain Johnson was the first man out of the ship. He scanned the planet's great rolling forests, its miles of green that made your eyes ache, the sky overhead that was pure blue. Off beyond the trees lapped the edges of an ocean, about the same color as the sky except for a bubbling surface of incredibly bright seaweed that darkened the blue almost to purple. He had only 4 feet to go from the control board to the automatic hatch, and from there down the ramp to the soft black soil dug up by the jet blast and strewn everywhere, still steaming. He shaded his eyes against the golden sun, and then, after a moment, removed his glasses and polished them on his sleeve. He was a small man, thin and sallow-faced. He blinked nervously without his glasses and quickly fitted them back in place. He took a deep breath of the warm air, held it in his lungs, let it roll through his system, then reluctantly let it escape. "Not bad," Brent rumbled from the open hatch. "If this place were closer to Terra, there'd be empty beer cans and plastic plates strewn around. The trees would be gone. There'd be old jet motors in the water. The beaches would stink to high heaven. Terran development would have a couple of million little plastic houses set up everywhere." Brent grunted indifferently. He jumped down, a huge barrel-chested man, sleeves rolled up, arms dark and hairy. "What's that over there? Some kind of trail?" Captain Johnson uneasily got out a star chart and studied it. "No ship ever reported this area before us. According to this chart, the whole system's uninhabited." Brent laughed. "Ever occur to you there might already be culture here? Non-Terran?" Captain Johnson fingered his gun. He had never used it. This was the first time he had been assigned to an exploring survey outside the patrolled area of the galaxy. "Maybe we ought to take off. Actually, we don't have to map this place. We've mapped the 3 bigger planets, and this one isn't really required." Brent strode across the damp ground toward the trail. He squatted down and ran his hands over the broken grass. "Something comes along here. There's a rut worn in the soil." He gave a startled exclamation. "Footprints! People? Looks like some kind of animal. Large, maybe a big cat." Brent straightened up, his heavy face thoughtful. "Maybe we could get ourselves some fresh game, and if not, maybe a little sport." Captain Johnson fluttered nervously. "How do we know what sort of defenses these animals have? Let's play it safe and stay in the ship. We can make the survey by air. The usual processes ought to be enough for a little place like this. I hate to stick around here." He shivered. "It gives me the creeps." "The creeps?" Brent yawned and stretched, then started along the trail toward the rolling miles of green forest. "I like it. A regular national park, complete with wildlife. You stay in the ship. I'll have a little fun." Brent moved cautiously through the dark woods, one hand on his gun. He was an old-time surveyor. He had wandered around plenty of remote places in his time, enough to know what he was doing. He halted from time to time, examining the trail and feeling the soil. The large prints continued and were joined by others. A whole group of animals had come along this way, several species, all large, probably flocking to a water source, a stream or pool of some kind. He climbed a rise, then abruptly crouched. Ahead of him an animal was curled up on a flat stone, eyes shut, obviously sleeping. Brent moved around in a wide circle, carefully keeping his face to the animal. It was a cat, all right, but not the kind of cat he had ever seen before. Something like a lion, but as large as a Terran rhino. Long, tawny fur, great pads, a tail like a twisted spare rope. A few flies crawled over its flanks. Muscles rippled and the flies darted off. Its mouth was slightly open. He could see gleaming white fangs that sparkled moistly in the sun. A vast pink tongue. It breathed heavily, slowly, snoring in its slumber. Brent toyed with his R-pistol. As a sportsman, he couldn't shoot it sleeping. He'd have to chuck a rock at it and wake it up. But as a man looking at a beast twice his weight, he was tempted to blast its heart out and lug the remains back to the ship. The head would look fine. The whole damn pelt would look fine. He could make up a nice story to go along with it. The thing dropping on him from a branch, or maybe springing out of a thicket, roaring and snarling. He knelt down, rested his right elbow on his right knee, clasped the butt of his pistol with his left hand, closed one eye and carefully aimed. He took a deep breath, steadied the gun, and released the safety catch. As he began squeezing the trigger, two more of the great cats sauntered past him along the trail, nosed briefly at their sleeping relation, and continued on into the brush. Feeling foolish, Brent lowered his gun. The two beasts had paid no attention to him. One had glanced his way slightly, but neither had paused or taken any notice. He got unsteadily to his feet, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Good God! If they had wanted, they could have torn him apart, crouching there with his back turned. He'd have to be more careful, not stop and stay in one place. Keep moving, or go back to the ship. No, he wouldn't go back to the ship. He still needed something to show Pipsqueak Johnson. The little captain was probably sitting nervously at the controls, wondering what had happened to him. Brent pushed carefully through the shrubs and regained the trail on the far side of the sleeping cat. He'd explore some more, find something worth bringing back, maybe camp the night in a sheltered spot. He had a pack of hard rations, and in an emergency he could raise Johnson with his throat transmitter. He came out on a flat meadow. Flowers grew everywhere, yellow and red and violet blossoms. He strode rapidly through them. The planet was virgin, still in its primitive stage. No humans had come here. As Johnson said, in a while there'd be plastic plates and beer cans and rotting debris. Maybe he could take out a lease, form a corporation and claim the whole damn thing. Then slowly subdivide, only to the best people. Promise them no commercialization, only the most exclusive homes. A garden retreat for wealthy Terrans who had plenty of leisure. Fishing and hunting, all the game they wanted. Completely tame, too, unfamiliar with humans. His scheme pleased him. As he came out of the meadow and plunged into dense trees, he considered how he'd raise the initial investment. He might have to cut others in on it, get somebody with plenty of loot to back him. They'd need good promotion and advertising, really push the thing good. Untouched planets were getting scarce. This might well be the last. If he missed this, it might be a long time before he had another chance to... His thoughts died. His scheme collapsed. Dull resentment choked him, and he came to an abrupt halt. Ahead, the trail broadened. The trees were farther apart. Bright sunlight sifted down into the silent darkness of the ferns and bushes and flowers. On a little rise was a building, a stone house with steps, a front porch, solid white walls like marble. A garden grew around it, windows, a path, smaller buildings in the back, all neat and pretty and extremely modern-looking. A small fountain sprinkled blue water into a basin. A few birds moved around the gravel paths, pecking and scratching. The planet was inhabited. Brent approached warily. A wisp of gray smoke trailed out of the stone chimney. Behind the house were chicken pens, a cow-like thing dozing in the shade by its water trough. Other animals, some dog-like, and a group that might have been sheep. A regular little farm, but not like any farm he had seen. The buildings were of marble, or what looked like marble, and the animals were penned in by some kind of force field. Everything was clean. In one corner, a disposal tube sucked exhausted water and refuse into a half-buried tank. He came to steps leading up to a back porch, and after a moment of thought climbed them. He wasn't especially frightened. There was a serenity about the place, an orderly calm. It was hard to imagine any harm coming from it. He reached the door, hesitated, and then began looking for a knob. There wasn't any knob. At his touch, the door swung open. Feeling foolish, Brent entered. He found himself in a luxurious hall. Recessed lights flickered on at the pressure of his boots on the thick carpets. Long, glowing drapes hid the windows. Massive furniture. He peered into a room. Strange machines and objects, pictures on the walls, statues in the corners. He turned a corner and emerged into a large foyer, and still no one. A huge animal, as large as a pony, moved out of a doorway, sniffed at him curiously, licked his wrist, and wandered off. He watched it go, heart in his mouth. Tame. All the animals were tame. What kind of people had built this place? Panic stabbed at him. Maybe not people. Maybe some other race, something alien from beyond the galaxy. Maybe this was the frontier of an alien empire, some kind of advanced station. While he was thinking about it, wondering if he should try to get out, run back to the ship, vid the cruiser station at Orion 9, there was a faint rustle behind him. He turned quickly, hand on his gun. "Who?" he gasped, and froze. A girl stood there, face calm, eyes large and dark, a cloudy black. She was tall, almost as tall as he, a little under 6 feet. Cascades of black hair spilled down her shoulders, down to her waist. She wore a glistening robe of some oddly metallic material. Countless facets glittered and sparkled and reflected the overhead lights. Her lips were deep red and full. Her arms were folded beneath her breasts. They stirred faintly as she breathed. Beside her stood the pony-like animal that had nosed him and gone on. "Welcome, Mr. Brent," the girl said. She smiled at him. He caught a flash of her tiny white teeth. Her voice was gentle and lilting, remarkably pure. Abruptly she turned. Her robe fluttered behind her as she passed through the doorway and into the room beyond. "Come along. I've been expecting you." Brent entered cautiously. A man stood at the end of the long table, watching him with obvious dislike. He was huge, over 6 feet, broad shoulders and arms that rippled as he buttoned his cloak and moved toward the door. The table was covered with dishes and bowls of food. Robot servants were clearing away the things silently. Obviously, the girl and man had been eating. "This is my brother," the girl said, indicating the dark-faced giant. He bowed slightly to Brent, exchanged a few words with a girl in an unfamiliar liquid tongue, and then abruptly departed. His footsteps died down the hall. "I'm sorry," Brent muttered. "I didn't mean to bust in here and break up anything." "Don't worry," he was going. "Actually, we don't get along very well." The girl drew the drapes aside to reveal a wide window overlooking the forest. "You can watch him go. His ship is parked out there, see it?" It took a moment for Brent to make out the ship. It blended into the scenery perfectly. Only when it abruptly shot upward at a 90-degree angle did he realize it had been there all the time. He had walked within yards of it. "He's quite a person," the girl said, letting the drapes fall back in place. "Are you hungry? Here, sit down and eat with me, now that Aetes is gone and I'm all alone." Brent sat down cautiously. The food looked good. The dishes were some kind of semi-transparent metal. A robot set places in front of him, knives, forks, spoons, then waited to be instructed. The girl gave it orders in her strange liquid tongue. It promptly served Brent and retired. He and the girl were alone. Brent began to eat greedily. The food was delicious. He tore the wings from a chicken-like fowl and gnawed at it expertly. He gulped down a tumbler of dark red wine, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and attacked a bowl of fruit. Vegetables, spiced meats, seafood, warm bread. He gobbled down everything with pleasure. The girl ate a few dainty bites. She watched him curiously, until finally he was finished and pushed his empty dishes away. "Where's your captain?" she asked. "Didn't he come?" "Johnson? He's back at the ship." Brent belched noisily. "How come you speak Terran? It's not your natural language. And how did you know there's somebody with me?" The girl laughed, a tinkling musical peal. She wiped her slim hands on a napkin and drank from a dark red glass. "We watched you on the scanner. We were curious. This is the first time one of your ships has penetrated this far. We wondered what your intentions were." "You didn't learn Terran by watching our ship on a scanner." "No. I learned your language from people of your race. That was a long time ago. I've spoken your language as long as I can remember." Brent was baffled. "But you said our ship was the first to come here." The girl laughed. "True, but we've often visited your little world. We know all about it. It's a stopover point when we travel in that direction. I've been there many times, not for a while, but in the old days when I traveled more." A strange chill settled over Brent. "Who are you people? Where are you from?" "I don't know where we're from originally," the girl answered. "Our civilization is all over the universe by now. It probably started from one place back in legendary times. By now it's practically everywhere." "Why haven't we run into your people before?" The girl smiled and continued eating. "Didn't you hear what I said? You have met us, often. We've even brought Terrans here. I remember one time very clearly a few thousand years ago." "How long are your years?" Brent demanded. "We don't have years." The girl's dark eyes bored into him, luminous with amusement. "I mean Terran years." It took a minute for the full impact to hit him. "1,000 years?" he murmured. "You've been alive 1,000 years?" 11,000, the girl answered simply. She nodded, and a robot cleared away the dishes. She leaned back in her chair, yawned, stretched like a small, lithe cat, then abruptly sprang to her feet. "Come on. We've finished eating. I'll show you my house." Brent scrambled up and hurried after her, his confidence shattered. "You're immortal, aren't you?" He moved between her and the door, breathing rapidly, heavy face flushed. "You don't age." "Age? No, of course not." Brent managed to find words. "You're gods." The girl smiled up at him, dark eyes flashing merrily. "Not really. You have just about everything we have, almost as much knowledge, science, culture. Eventually you'll catch up with us. We're an old race. Millions of years ago, our scientists succeeded in slowing down the processes of decay. Since then, we've ceased to die." "Then your race stays constant. None die, none are born." The girl pushed past him, through the doorway and down the hall. "Oh, people are born all the time. Our race grows and expands." She halted at a doorway. "We haven't given up any of our pleasures." She eyed Brent thoughtfully, his shoulders, arms, his dark hair, heavy face. "We're about like you, except that we're eternal. You'll probably solve that, too, sometime." "You've moved among us?" Brent demanded. He was beginning to understand. Then all those old religions and myths were true. Gods, miracles. You've had contact with us, given us things, done things for us. He followed her wonderingly into the room. "Yes, I suppose we've done things for you, as we pass through." The girl moved about the room, letting down massive drapes. Soft darkness fell over the couches and bookcases and statues. "Do you play chess?" "Chess?" "It's our national game. We introduced it to some of your Brahmin ancestors." Disappointment showed on her sharp little face. "You don't play? Too bad. What do you do? What about your companion? He looked as if his intellectual capacity was greater than yours. Does he play chess? Maybe you ought to go back and get him." "I don't think so," Brent said. He moved toward her. "As far as I know, he doesn't do anything." He reached out and caught her by the arm. The girl pulled away, astonished. Brent gathered her up in his big arms and drew her tight against him. "I don't think we need him," he said. He kissed her on the mouth. Her red lips were warm and sweet. She gasped and fought wildly. He could feel her slim body struggling against him. A cloud of fragrant scent billowed from her dark hair. She tore at him with sharp nails, breasts heaving violently. He let go, and she slid away, wary and bright-eyed, breathing quickly, body tense, drawing her luminous robe about her. "I could kill you," she whispered. She touched her jeweled belt. "You don't understand, do you?" Brent came forward. "You probably can, but I bet you won't." She backed away from him. "Don't be a fool." Her red lips twisted, and a smile flickered briefly. "You're brave, but not very smart. Still, that's not such a bad combination in a man, stupid and brave." Agilely she avoided his grasp and slipped out of his reach. "You're in good physical shape, too. How do you manage it aboard that little ship?" "Quarterly fitness courses," Brent answered. He moved between her and the door. "You must get pretty damn bored here all by yourself. After the first few thousand years, it must get trying." "I find things to do," she said. "Don't come any closer to me. As much as I admire your daring, it's only fair to warn you that—" Brent grabbed her. She fought wildly. He pinned her hands together behind her back with one paw, arched her body taut, and kissed her half-parted lips. She sank her tiny white teeth into him. He grunted and jerked away. She was laughing, black eyes dancing as she struggled. Her breath came rapidly, cheeks flushed, half-covered breasts quivering, body twisting like a trapped animal. He caught her around the waist and grabbed her up in his arms. A wave of force hit him. He dropped her. She landed easily on her feet and danced back. Brent was doubled up, face gray with agony. Cold sweat stood out on his neck and hands. He sank down on a couch and closed his eyes, muscles knotted, body writhing with pain. "Sorry," the girl said. She moved around the room, ignoring him. "It's your own fault. I told you to be careful. Maybe you better get out of here, back to your little ship. I don't want anything to happen to you. It's against our policy to kill Terrans." "What was that?" "Nothing much. A form of repulsion, I suppose. This belt was constructed on one of our industrial planets. It protects me, but I don't know the operational principle." Brent managed to get to his feet. "You're pretty tough for a little girl." "A little girl? I'm pretty old for a little girl. I was old before you were born. I was old before your people had rocket ships. I was old before you knew how to weave clothing and write your thoughts down with symbols. I've watched your race advance and fall back into barbarism and advance again. Endless nations and empires. I was alive when the Egyptians first began spreading out into Asia Minor. I saw the city builders of the Tigris Valley begin putting up their brick houses. I saw the Assyrian war chariots roll out to fight. I and my friends visited Greece and Rome and Minos and Lydia and the great kingdoms of the red-skinned Indians. We were gods to the ancients, saints to the Christians. We come and go. As your people advanced, we came less often. We have other way stations. Yours isn't the only stopover point." Brent was silent. Color was beginning to come back to his face. The girl had thrown herself down on one of the soft couches. She leaned back against a pillow and gazed up at him calmly, one arm outstretched, the other across her lap. Her long legs were tucked under her, tiny feet pressed together. She looked like a small, contented kitten resting after a game. It was hard for him to believe what she had told him. But his body still ached. He had felt a minute portion of her power field, and it had almost killed him. That was something to think about. "Well," the girl asked presently, "what are you going to do? It's getting late. I think you ought to go back to your ship. Your captain will be wondering what happened to you." Brent moved over to the window and drew aside the heavy drapes. The sun had set. Darkness was settling over the forests outside. Stars had already begun to come out, tiny dots of white in the thickening violet. A distant line of hills jutted up, black and ominous. "I can contact him," Brent said. He tapped at his neck. "In case of emergency. Tell him I'm all right." "Are you all right? You shouldn't be here. You think you know what you're doing? You think you can handle me?" She raised herself up slightly and tossed her black hair back over her shoulders. "I can see what's going on in your mind. I'm so much like a girl you had an affair with, a young brunette you used to wrap around your finger and boast about to your companions." Brent flushed. "You're a telepath. You should have told me." "A partial telepath. All I need. Toss me your cigarettes. We don't have such things." Brent fumbled in his pocket, got his pack out, and tossed it to her. She lit up and inhaled gratefully. A cloud of gray smoke drifted around her. It mixed with the darkening shadows of the room. The corners dissolved into gloom. She became an indistinct shape curled up on the couch, the glowing cigarette between her dark red lips. "I'm not afraid," Brent said. "No, you're not. You're not a coward. If you were as smart as you are brave, but then I guess you wouldn't be brave. I admire your bravery, stupid as it is. Man has a lot of courage. Even though it's based on ignorance, it's impressive." After a moment she said, "Come over here and sit with me." "What do I have to be worried about?" Brent asked after a while. "If you don't turn on that damn belt, I'll be all right." In the darkness, the girl stirred. "There's more than that." She sat up a little, arranged her hair, pulled a pillow behind her head. "You see, we're of totally different races. My race is millions of years advanced over yours. Contact with us, close contact, is lethal. Not to us, of course, to you. You can't be with me and remain a human being." "What do you mean?" "You'll undergo changes, evolutionary changes. There's pull which we exert. We're fully charged. Close contact with us will exert influence on the cells of your body. Those animals outside, they've evolved slightly. They're no longer wild beasts. They're able to understand simple commands and follow basic routines. As yet, they have no language. With such low animals, it's a long process, and my contact with them hasn't really been close. But with you, I see. We're not supposed to let humans near us. Aedes cleared out of here. I'm too lazy to go. I don't especially care. I'm not mature and responsible, I suppose." She smiled slightly. "And my kind of close contact is a little closer than most." Brent could barely make out her slim form in the darkness. She lay back against the pillows, lips parted, arms folded beneath her breasts, head tilted back. She was lovely, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. After a moment he leaned toward her. This time she didn't move away. He kissed her gently. Then he put his arms around her slender body and drew her tight against him. Her robe rustled. Her soft hair brushed against him, warm and fragrant. "It's worth it," he said. "You're sure? You can't turn back once it's begun. Do you understand? You won't be human anymore. You'll have evolved. Along lines your race will take millions of years from now. You'll be an outcast, a forerunner of things to come, without companions." "I'll stay." He caressed her cheek, her hair, her neck. He could feel the blood pulsing beneath the downy skin, a rapid pounding in the hollow of her throat. She was breathing rapidly. Her breasts rose and fell against him. "If you'll let me." "Yes," she murmured. "I'll let you, if it's what you really want. But don't blame me." A half-sad, half-mischievous smile flitted across her sharp features. Her dark eyes sparkled. "Promise you won't blame me? It's happened before. I hate people to reproach me. I always say never again, no matter what." "Has it happened before?" The girl laughed, softly and close to his ears. She kissed him warmly and hugged him hard against her. "In 11,000 years," she whispered, "it's happened quite often." Captain Johnson had a bad night. He tried to raise Brent on the emergency comm, but there was no response. Only faint static and a distant echo of a vid program from Orion 10, jazz music and sugary commercials. The sounds of civilization reminded him that they had to keep moving. 24 hours was all the time allotted to this planet, smallest of its system. "Damn," he muttered. He fixed a pot of coffee and checked his wristwatch. Then he got out of the ship and wandered around in the early morning sunlight. The sun was beginning to come up. The air turned from dark violet to gray. It was cold as hell. He shivered and stamped his feet and watched some small bird-like things fly down to peck around the bushes. He was just beginning to think of notifying Orion 11 when he saw her. She walked quickly toward the ship. Tall and slim in a heavy fur jacket, her arms buried in the deep pelt. Johnson stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. He was too astonished even to touch his gun. His mouth fell open as the girl halted a little way off, tossed her dark hair back, blew a cloud of silvery breath at him, and then said, "I'm sorry you had a bad night. It's my fault. I should have sent him right back." Captain Johnson's mouth opened and shut. "Who are you?" he managed finally. Fear seized him. "Where's Brent? What happened?" "He'll be along." She turned back toward the forest and made a sign. "I think you'd better leave now. He wants to stay here, and that is best, for he's changed. He'll be happy in my forest with the other men. It's strange how all you humans come out exactly alike. Your race is moving along an unusual path. It might be worth our while to study you sometime. It must have something to do with your low aesthetic plateau. You seem to have an innate vulgarity which eventually will dominate you." From out of the woods came a strange shape. For a moment Captain Johnson thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He blinked, squinted, then grunted in disbelief. Here on this remote planet, but there was no mistake. It was definitely an immense cat-like beast that came slowly and miserably out of the woods after the girl. The girl moved away, then halted to wave to the beast, who whined wretchedly around the ship. Johnson stared at the animal and felt a sudden fear. Instinctively he knew that Brent was not coming back to the ship. Something had happened on this strange planet. That girl. Johnson slammed the airlock shut and hurried to the control panel. He had to get back to the nearest base and make a report. This called for an elaborate investigation. As the rockets blasted, Johnson glanced through the viewplate. He saw the animal shaking a huge paw futilely in the air after the departing ship. Johnson shuddered. That was too much like a man's angry gesture. Tony and the Beetles. Reddish-yellow sunlight filtered through the thick quartz windows into the sleep compartment. Tony Rossi yawned, stirred a little, then opened his black eyes and sat up quickly. With one motion he tossed the covers back and slid to the warm metal floor. He clicked off his alarm clock and hurried to the closet. It looked like a nice day. The landscape outside was motionless, undisturbed by winds or dust shift. The boy's heart pounded excitedly. He pulled his trousers on, zipped up the reinforced mesh, struggled into his heavy canvas shirt, and then sat down onto the edge of the cot to tug on his boots. He closed the seams around their tops and then did the same with his gloves. Next, he adjusted the pressure on his pump unit and strapped it between his shoulder blades. He grabbed his helmet from the dresser, and he was ready for the day. In the dining compartment, his mother and father had finished breakfast. Their voices drifted to him as he clattered down the ramp. A disturbed murmur. He paused to listen. What were they talking about? Had he done something wrong again? And then he caught it. Behind their voices was another voice, static and crackling pops. The all-system audio signal from Rigel 4. They had it turned up full blast. The dull thunder of the monitor's voice boomed loudly. The war, always the war. He sighed and stepped out into the dining compartment. "Morning," his father muttered. "Good morning, dear," his mother said absently. She sat with her head turned to one side, wrinkles of concentration webbing her forehead. Her thin lips were drawn together in a tight line of concern. His father had pushed his dirty dishes back and was smoking, elbows on the table, dark hairy arms bare and muscular. He was scowling, intent on the jumbled roar from the speaker above the sink. "How's it going?" Tony asked. He slid into his chair and reached automatically for the ersatz grapefruit. "Any news from Orion?" Neither of them answered. They didn't hear him. He began to eat his grapefruit. Outside, beyond the little metal and plastic housing unit, sounds of activity grew, shouts and muffled crashes as rural merchants and their trucks rumbled along the highway toward Carnet. The reddish daylight swelled. Beetlejuice was rising quietly and majestically. "Nice day," Tony said. "No flux wind. I think I'll go down to the N quarter a while. We're building a neat spaceport. A model, of course, but we've been able to get enough materials to lay out strips for—" With a savage snarl, his father reached out and struck. The audio roar immediately died. "I knew it." He got up and moved angrily away from the table. "I told them it would happen. They shouldn't have moved so soon. Should have built up Class A supply bases first." "Isn't our main fleet moving in from Bellatrix?" Tony's mother fluttered anxiously. "According to last night's summary, the worst that can happen is Orion 9 and 10 will be dumped." Joseph Rossi laughed harshly. "The hell with last night's summary. They know as well as I do what's happening." "What's happening?" Tony echoed, as he pushed aside his grapefruit and began to ladle out dry cereal. "Are we losing the battle?" "Yes." His father's lips twisted. "Earthmen losing to Beetles. I told them, but they couldn't wait. My God, there's 10 good years left in this system. Why they have to push on? Everybody knew Orion would be tough. The whole damn Beetle fleet strung out around there, waiting for us, and we have to barge right in." "But nobody ever thought Beetles would fight," Leah Rossi protested mildly. "Everybody thought they'd just fire a few blasts and then—" "They have to fight. Orion's the last jump-off. If they don't fight here, where the hell can they fight?" Rossi swore savagely. "Of course they're fighting. We have all their planets except the inner Orion string. Not that they're worth much, but it's the principle of the thing. If we'd built up strong supply bases, we could have broken up the Beetle fleet and really clobbered it." "Don't say Beetle," Tony murmured as he finished his cereal. "They're pas udeti, same as here. The word beetle comes from Beetlejuice, an Arabian word we invented ourselves." Joe Rossi's mouth opened and closed. "What are you, a goddamn beetle lover?" "Joe!" Leah snapped. "For heaven's sake!" Rossi moved toward the door. "If I was 10 years younger, I'd be out there. I'd really show those shiny-shelled insects what the hell they're up against. Them and their junky, beat-up old hulks. Converted freighters." His eyes blazed. "When I think of them shooting down Terran cruisers with our boys in them." "Orion's their system," Tony murmured. "Their system? When the hell did you get to be an authority on space law? Why, I ought to—" He broke off, choked with rage. "My own kid," he muttered. "One more crack out of you today and I'll hang one on you you'll feel the rest of the week." Tony pushed his chair back. "I won't be around today. I'm going into Carnet with my EEP." "Yeah, to play with Beetles." Tony said nothing. He was already sliding his helmet in place and snapping the clamps tight. As he pushed through the back door into the lock membrane, he unscrewed his oxygen tap and set the tank filter into action. An automatic response, conditioned by a lifetime spent on a colony planet in an alien system. A faint flux wind caught at him and swept yellow-red dust around his boots. Sunlight glittered from the metal roof of his family's housing unit, one of endless rows of squat boxes set in the sandy slope, protected by the line of ore-refining installations against the horizon. He made an impatient signal, and from the storage shed his EEP came gliding out, catching the sunlight on its chrome trim. "We're going down into Carnet," Tony said, unconsciously slipping into the Pas dialect. "Hurry up." The EEP took up its position behind him, and he started briskly down the slope, over the shifting sand, toward the road. There were quite a few traders out today. It was a good day for the market. Only a fourth of the year was fit for travel. Beetlejuice was an erratic and undependable son, not at all like Saul. According to the edutapes fed to Tony 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, he had never seen Saul himself. He reached the noisy road. Pazzudetti were everywhere, whole groups of them, with their primitive combustion-driven trucks, battered and filthy, motors grinding protestingly. He waved at the trucks as they pushed past him. After a moment one slowed down. It was piled with tiz, bundled heaps of gray vegetables, dried and prepared for the table. A staple of the Pazzudetti diet. Behind the wheel lounged a dark-faced elderly Paz, one arm over the open window, a rolled leaf between his lips. He was like all other Pazzudetti, lank and hard-shelled, encased in a brittle sheath in which he lived and died. "You want a ride?" the Paz murmured, required protocol when an Earthman on foot was encountered. "Is there room for my EEP?" The Paz made a careless motion with his claw. "It can run behind." Sardonic amusement touched his ugly old face. "If it gets to Carnet, we'll sell it for scrap. We can use a few condensers and relay tubing. We're short of electronic maintenance stuff." "I know," Tony said solemnly as he climbed into the cabin of the truck. "It's all been sent to the big repair base at Orion 1 for your war fleet." Amusement vanished from the leathery face. Yes, the war fleet. He turned away and started up the truck again. In the back, Tony's EEP had scrambled up on the load of tiz and was gripping precariously with its magnetic lines. Tony noticed the Pazzudetti's sudden change of expression, and he was puzzled. He started to speak to him, but now he noticed unusual quietness among the other Paz in the other trucks behind and in front of his own. The war, of course. It had swept through this system a century ago. These people had been left behind. Now all eyes were on Orion, on the battle between the Terran war fleet and the Pazzudetti collection of armed freighters. "Is it true," Tony asked carefully, "that you're winning?" The elderly Paz grunted. "We hear rumors." Tony considered. "My father says Terra went ahead too fast. He says we should have consolidated. We didn't assemble adequate supply bases. He used to be an officer when he was younger. He was with the fleet for 2 years. The Paz was silent a moment. "It's true," he said at last, "that when you're so far from home, supply is a great problem. We, on the other hand, don't have that. We have no distances to cover." "Do you know anybody fighting?" "I have distant relatives." The answer was vague. The Paz obviously didn't want to talk about it. "Have you ever seen your war fleet?" "Not as it exists now. When this system was defeated, most of our units were wiped out. Remnants limped to Orion and joined the Orion fleet." "Your relatives were with the remnants?" "That's right." "Then you were alive when this planet was taken?" "Why do you ask?" The old Paz quivered violently. "What business is it of yours?" Tony leaned out and watched the walls and buildings of Carnet grow ahead of them. Carnet was an old city. It had stood thousands of years. The Paz-Udeti civilization was stable. It had reached a certain point of technocratic development and then leveled off. The Paz had intersystem ships that had carried people and freight between planets in the days before the Terran Confederation. They had combustion-driven cars, audiophones, a power network of a magnetic type. Their plumbing was satisfactory, and their medicine was highly advanced. They had art forms, emotional and exciting. They had a vague religion. "Who do you think will win the battle?" Tony asked. "I don't know." With a sudden jerk, the old Paz brought the truck to a crashing halt. "This is as far as I go. Please get out and take your EEP with you." Tony faltered in surprise. "But aren't you going—" "No farther." Tony pushed the door open. He was vaguely uneasy. There was a hard, fixed expression on the leathery face, and the old creature's voice had a sharp edge he had never heard before. "Thanks," he murmured. He hopped down into the red dust and signaled his EEP. It released its magnetic lines, and instantly the truck started up with a roar, passing on inside the city. Tony watched it go, still dazed. The hot dust lapped at his ankles. He automatically moved his feet and slapped at his trousers. A truck honked, and his EEP quickly moved him from the road up to the level pedestrian ramp. Paz-Udeti in swarms moved by, endless lines of rural people hurrying into Carnet on their daily business. A massive public bus had stopped by the gate and was letting off passengers, male and female Paz, and children. They laughed and shouted, the sounds of their voices blended with the low hum of the city. "Going in!" A sharp Paz-Udeti voice sounded close behind him. "Keep moving! You're blocking the ramp!" It was a young female with a heavy arm-load clutched in her claws. Tony felt embarrassed. Female Paz had a certain telepathic ability, part of their sexual makeup. It was effective on Earthmen at close range. "Here," she said, "give me a hand." Tony nodded his head, and the EEP accepted the female's heavy arm-load. "I'm visiting the city," Tony said as they moved with the crowd toward the gates. "I got a ride most of the way, but the driver let me off out here." "You're from the settlement?" "Yes." She eyed him critically. "You've always lived here, haven't you?" "I was born here. My family came here from Earth 4 years before I was born. My father was an officer in the fleet. He earned an emigration priority." "So you've never seen your own planet. How old are you?" 10 years, Terran." "You shouldn't have asked the driver so many questions." They passed through the decontamination shield and into the city. An information square loomed ahead. Paz men and women were packed around it. Moving chutes and transport cars rumbled everywhere. Buildings and ramps and open-air machinery. The city was sealed in a protective, dust-proof envelope. Tony unfastened his helmet and clipped it to his belt. The air was stale-smelling, artificial but usable. "Let me tell you something," the young female said carefully as she strode along the foot-ramp beside Tony. I wonder if this is a good day for you to come to Carnet. I know you've been coming here regularly to play with your friends, but perhaps today you ought to stay home in your settlement. Why? Because today everybody is upset. I know, Tony said. My mother and father were upset. They were listening to the news from our base in the Rigel system. I don't mean your family. Other people are listening too. These people here, my race. They're upset, all right, Tony admitted. But I come here all the time. There's nobody to play with at the settlement, and anyhow, we're working on a project. A model spaceport. That's right. Tony was envious. I sure wish I was a telepath. It must be fun. The female Paz Udeti was silent. She was deep in thought. What would happen, she asked, if your family left here and returned to Earth? That couldn't happen. There's no room for us on Earth. Sea bombs destroyed most of Asia and North America back in the 20th century. Suppose you had to go back. Tony did not understand. But we can't. Habitable portions of Earth are overcrowded. Our main problem is finding places for Terrans to live in other systems, he added. And anyhow, I don't particularly want to go to Terra. I'm used to it here. All my friends are here. I'll take my packages, the female said. I go this other way, down this third-level ramp. Tony nodded to his EEP, and it lowered the bundles into the female's claws. She lingered a moment, trying to find the right words. Good luck, she said. With what? She smiled, faintly, ironically. With your model spaceport. I hope you and your friends get to finish it. Of course we'll finish it, Tony said, surprised. It's almost done. What did she mean? The Paz Udeti woman hurried off before he could ask her. Tony was troubled and uncertain. More doubts filled him. After a moment he headed slowly into the lane that took him toward the residential section of the city, past the stores and factories, to the place where his friends lived. The group of Paz Udeti children eyed him silently as he approached. They had been playing in the shade of an immense bungalow, whose ancient branches drooped and swayed with the air currents pumped through the city. Now they sat unmoving. I didn't expect you today, Beprith said in an expressionless voice. Tony halted awkwardly, and his EEP did the same. How are things? He murmured. Fine. I got a ride part way. Fine. Tony squatted down in the shade. None of the Paz children stirred. They were small, not as large as Terran children. Their shells had not hardened, had not turned dark and opaque like horn. It gave them a soft, unformed appearance, but at the same time it lightened their load. They moved more easily than their elders. They could hop and skip around still. But they were not skipping right now. "What's the matter?" Tony demanded. "What's wrong with everybody?" No one answered. "Where's the model?" he asked. "Have you fellows been working on it?" After a moment, Lear nodded slightly. Tony felt dull anger rise up inside him. "Say something! What's the matter? What are you all mad about?" "Mad?" Beprith echoed. "We're not mad." Tony scratched aimlessly in the dust. He knew what it was, the war, again. The battle going on near Orion. His anger burst up wildly. "Forget the war. Everything was fine yesterday before the battle." "Sure," Lear said. "It was fine." Tony caught the edge to his voice. "It happened 100 years ago. It's not my fault." "Sure," Beprith said. "This is my home, isn't it? Haven't I got as much right here as anybody else? I was born here." Sure, Lear said tonelessly. Tony appealed to them helplessly. Do you have to act this way? You didn't act this way yesterday. I was here yesterday. All of us were here yesterday. What's happened since yesterday? The battle, Beprith said. What difference does that make? Why does that change everything? There's always war. There have been battles all the time as long as I can remember. What's different about this? Beprith broke apart a clump of dirt with his strong claws. After a moment he tossed it away and got slowly to his feet. Well, he said thoughtfully, according to our audio relay, it looks as if our fleet is going to win this time. Yes, Tony agreed, not understanding. My father says we didn't build up adequate supply bases. We'll probably have to fall back to... And then the impact hit him. You mean for the first time in 100 years? Yes, Lear said, also getting up. The others got up too. They moved away from Tony toward the nearby house. We're winning. The Terran flank was turned half an hour ago. Your right wing has folded completely. Tony was stunned. And it matters. It matters to all of you. Matters. Beprith halted, suddenly blazing out in fury. Sure it matters. For the first time in a century. The first time in our lives we're beating you. We have you on the run, you... He choked out the word, almost spat it out. You white grubs! They disappeared into the house. Tony sat gazing stupidly down at the ground, his hands still moving aimlessly. He had heard the word before, seen it scrawled on walls and in the dust near the settlement. White grubs. The past term of derision for Terrans, because of their softness, their whiteness, lack of hard shells, pulpy, doughy skin. But they had never dared say it out loud before, to an Earthman's face. Beside him, his EEP stirred restlessly. Its intricate radio mechanisms sensed the hostile atmosphere. Automatic relays were sliding into place. Circuits were opening and closing. It's all right, Tony murmured, getting slowly up. Maybe we better go back. He moved unsteadily toward the ramp, completely shaken. The EEP walked calmly ahead, its metal face blank and confident, feeling nothing, saying nothing. Tony's thoughts were a wild turmoil. He shook his head, but the crazy spinning kept up. He couldn't make his mind slow down, lock in place. Wait a minute, a voice said. Beprith's voice from the open doorway, cold and withdrawn, almost unfamiliar. What do you want? Beprith came toward him, claws behind his back in the formal Pasudeti posture used between total strangers. You shouldn't have come here today. I know, Tony said. Beprith got out a bit of tiz-stock and began to roll it into a tube. He pretended to concentrate on it. Look, he said, you said you have a right here, but you don't. Tony murmured. Do you understand why not? You said it isn't your fault. I guess not. But it's not my fault either. Maybe it's nobody's fault. I've known you a long time. 5 years, Terran. Beprith twisted the stock up and tossed it away. Yesterday we played together. We worked on the spaceport. But we can't play today. My family said to tell you not to come here any more. He hesitated and did not look Tony in the face. I was going to tell you anyhow, before they said anything. Oh, Tony said. Everything that happened today, the battle, our fleet's stand. We didn't know. We didn't dare hope, you see? A century of running. First this system, then the Rigel system, all the planets, then the other Orion stars. We fought here and there, scattered fights. Those that got away joined up. We supplied the base at Orion. You people didn't know. But there was no hope. At least nobody thought there was." He was silent a moment. "Funny," he said, "what happens when your back's to the wall and there isn't any further place to go. Then you have to fight." "If our supply bases—" Tony began thickly, but Beprith cut him off savagely. "Your supply bases? Don't you understand? We're beating you. Now you'll have to get out, all you white grubs, out of our system." Tony's EEP moved forward ominously. Beprith saw it. He bent down, snatched up a rock, and hurled it straight at the EEP. The rock clanged off the metal hull and bounced harmlessly away. Beprith snatched up another rock. Lear and the others came quickly out of the house. An adult Paz loomed up behind them. Everything was happening too fast. More rocks crashed against the EEP. One struck Tony on the arm. "Get out!" Beprith screamed. "Don't come back! This is our planet!" His claws snatched at Tony. "We'll tear you to pieces if you—" Tony smashed him in the chest. The soft shell gave like rubber and the Paz stumbled back. He wobbled and fell over, gasping and screeching. "Beetle!" Tony breathed hoarsely. Suddenly he was terrified. A crowd of Pazudeti was forming rapidly. They surged on all sides, hostile faces, dark and angry, a rising thunder of rage. More stones showered. Some struck the EEP, others fell around Tony, near his boots. One whizzed past his face. Quickly he slid his helmet in place. He was scared. He knew his EEP's E-signal had already gone out, but it would be minutes before a ship could come. Besides, there were other Earthmen in the city to be taken care of. There were Earthmen all over the planet, in all the cities, on all the 23 Beetlejuice planets, on the 14 Rigel planets, on the other Orion planets. "We have to get out of here," he muttered to the EEP. "Do something." A stone hit him on the helmet. The plastic cracked, air leaked out, and then the auto seal filmed over. More stones were falling. The Paz swarmed close, a yelling, seething mass of black-sheathed creatures. He could smell them, the acrid body odor of insects, hear their claws snap, feel their weight. The EEP threw its heat beam on. The beam shifted in a wide band toward the crowd of Pazudeti. Crude hand weapons appeared. A clatter of bullets burst around Tony. They were firing at the EEP. He was dimly aware of the metal body beside him. A shuddering crash. The EEP was toppled over. The crowd poured over it. The metal hull was lost from sight. Like a demented animal, the crowd tore at the struggling EEP. A few of them smashed in its head. Others tore off struts and shiny arm sections. The EEP ceased struggling. The crowd moved away, panting and clutching jagged remains. They saw Tony. As the first line of them reached for him, the protective envelope high above them shattered. A Terran scout ship thundered down, heat beams screaming. The crowd scattered in confusion, some firing, some throwing stones, others leaping for safety. Tony picked himself up and made his way unsteadily toward the spot where the scout was landing. "I'm sorry," Joe Rossi said gently. He touched his son on the shoulder. "I shouldn't have let you go down there today. I should have known." Tony sat hunched over in the big plastic easy chair. He rocked back and forth, face pale with shock. The scout ship which had rescued him had immediately headed back toward Carnet. There were other Earthmen to bring out besides this first load. The boy said nothing. His mind was blank. He still heard the roar of the crowd, felt its hate, a century of pent-up fury and resentment. The memory drove out everything else. It was all around him even now. And the sight of the floundering EEP, the metallic ripping sound as its arms and legs were torn off and carried away. His mother dabbed at his cuts and scratches with antiseptic. Joe Rossi shakily lit a cigarette and said, "If your EEP hadn't been along, they'd have killed you." "Beetles," he shuddered. "I never should have let you go down there, all this time. They might have done it any time, any day, knifed you, cut you open with their filthy goddamn claws." Below the settlement, the reddish-yellow sunlight glinted on gun barrels. Already dull booms echoed against the crumbling hills. The defense ring was going into action. Black shapes darted and scurried up the side of the slope. Black patches moved out from Carnet toward the Terran settlement, across the dividing line the Confederation surveyors had set up a century ago. Carnet was a bubbling pot of activity. The whole city rumbled with feverish excitement. Tony raised his head. They turned our flank." "Yeah." Joe Rossi stubbed out his cigarette. "They sure did. That was at 1 o'clock. At 2 they drove a wedge right through the center of our line, split the fleet in half, broke it up, sent it running. Picked us off one by one as we fell back. Christ, they're like maniacs. Now that they've got the scent, the taste of our blood." "But it's getting better," Leah fluttered. "Our main fleet units are beginning to appear." "We'll get them," Joe muttered. "It'll take a while, but by God we'll wipe them out, every last one of them. If it takes 1,000 years, we'll follow every last ship down. We'll get them all." His voice rose in frenzy. "Beetles! Goddamn insects! When I think of them trying to hurt my kid with their filthy black claws—" "If you were younger, you'd be in the line," Leah said. "It's not your fault you're too old. The heart-strain's too great. You did your job. They can't let an older person take chances. It's not your fault." Joe clenched his fists. "I feel so futile. If there was only something I could do." "The fleet will take care of them," Leah said soothingly. "You said so yourself. They'll hunt every one of them down, destroy them all. There's nothing to worry about." Joe sagged miserably. "It's no use. Let's cut it out. Let's stop kidding ourselves." "What do you mean?" "Face it. We're not going to win, not this time. We went too far. Our time's come." There was silence. Tony sat up a little. "When did you know?" "I've known a long time." "I found out today. I didn't understand at first. This is stolen ground. I was born here, but it's stolen ground." "Yes, it's stolen. It doesn't belong to us." "We're here because we're stronger. But now we're not stronger. We're being beaten." "They know Terrans can be licked, like anybody else." Joe Rossi's face was gray and flabby. "We took their planets away from them. Now they're taking them back. It'll be a while, of course. We'll retreat slowly. It'll be another 5 centuries going back. There are a lot of systems between here and Sol." Tony shook his head, still uncomprehending. "Even Lear and Beprith, all of them, waiting for their time to come, for us to lose and go away again, where we came from." Joe Rossi paced back and forth. Yeah, we'll be retreating from now on, giving ground instead of taking it. It'll be like this today, losing fights, draws, stalemates, and worse. He raised his feverish eyes toward the ceiling of the little metal housing unit, face wild with passion and misery. But by God, we'll give them a run for their money, all the way back, every inch. Null-O. Lemuel clung to the wall of his dark bedroom, tense, listening. A faint breeze stirred the lace curtains. Yellow streetlight filtered over the bed, the dresser, the books and toys and clothes. In the next room, two voices were murmuring together. "Gene, we've got to do something," the man's voice said. A strangled gasp. "Ralph, please don't hurt him. You must control yourself. I won't let you hurt him." "I'm not going to hurt him." There was brute anguish in the man's whisper. "Why does he do these things? Why doesn't he play baseball and tag like normal boys? Why does he have to burn down stores and torture helpless animals? Why?" "He's different, Ralph. We must try to understand." "Maybe we better take him to the doctor," his father said. "Maybe he's got some kind of glandular disease." "You mean old Doc Grady? But you said he couldn't find—" "Not Doc Grady. He quit after Lemuel destroyed his X-ray equipment and smashed all the furniture in his office. No, this is bigger than that." A tense pause. "Gene, I'm taking him up to the hill." "Oh, Ralph, please!" "I mean it." Grim determination, the harsh growl of a trapped animal. Those psychologists may be able to do something. Maybe they can help him. Maybe not. "But they might not let us have him back. And oh, Ralph, he's all we've got." "Sure," Ralph muttered hoarsely. "I know he is. But I've made up my mind. That day he slashed his teacher with a knife and leaped out the window. That day I made up my mind. Lemuel is going up to the hill." The day was warm and bright. Between the swaying trees, the huge white hospital sparkled, all concrete and steel and plastic. Ralph Jorgensen peered about uncertainly, his hat twisted between his fingers, subdued by the immensity of the place. Lemuel listened intently. Straining his big, mobile ears, he could hear many voices, a shifting sea of voices that surged around him. The voices came from all the rooms and offices, on all the levels. They excited him. Dr. James North came toward them, holding out his hand. He was tall and handsome, perhaps 30, with brown hair and black horn-rimmed glasses. His stride was firm, his grip, when he shook hands with Lemuel, brief and confident. "Come in here," he boomed. Ralph moved toward the office, but Dr. North shook his head. "Not you, the boy. Lemuel and I are going to have a talk alone." Excited, Lemuel followed Dr. North into his office. North quickly secured the door with triple magnetic locks. "You can call me James," he said, smiling warmly at the boy. "And I'll call you Lem, right?" "Sure," Lemuel said guardedly. He felt no hostility emanating from the man, but he had learned to keep his guard up. He had to be careful, even with this friendly, good-looking doctor, a man of obvious intellectual ability. North lit a cigarette and studied the boy. "When you tied up and dissected those old derelicts," he said thoughtfully, "you were scientifically curious, weren't you? You wanted to know. Facts, not opinions. You wanted to find out for yourself how human beings were constructed." Lemuel's excitement grew, but no one understood. "No." North shook his head. "No, they wouldn't. Do you know why?" "I think so." North paced back and forth. "I'll give you a few tests to find out things. You don't mind, do you? We'll both learn more about you. I've been studying you, Lem. I've examined the police records and the newspaper files." Abruptly he opened the drawer of his desk and got out the Minnesota Multiphasic, the Rorschach blots, the Bender Gestalt, the Rhine deck of ESP cards, an Ouija board, a pair of dice, a magic writing tablet, a wax doll with fingernail parings and bits of hair, and a small piece of lead to be turned into gold. "What do you want me to do?" Lemuel asked. "I'm going to ask you a few questions and give you a few objects to play with. I'll watch your reactions, note down a few things. How's that sound?" Lemuel hesitated. He needed a friend so badly, but he was afraid. Dr. North put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You can trust me. I'm not like those kids that beat you up that morning." Lemuel glanced up gratefully. "You know about that? I discovered the rules of their game were purely arbitrary. Therefore I naturally oriented myself to the basic reality of the situation, and when I came up at bat I hit the pitcher and the catcher over the head. Later I discovered that all human ethics and morals are exactly the same sort of—" He broke off, suddenly afraid. "Maybe I—" Dr. North sat down behind his desk and began shuffling the Rhine ESP deck. "Don't worry, Lem," he said softly. "Everything will be all right. I understand." After the tests, the two of them sat in silence. It was 6 o'clock, and the sun was beginning to set outside. At last, Dr. North spoke. "Incredible. I can scarcely believe it myself. You're utterly logical. You've completely cast off all thalamic emotion. Your mind is totally free of moral and cultural bias. You're a perfect paranoid, without any empathic ability whatever. You're utterly incapable of feeling sorrow or pity or compassion, or any of the normal human emotions." Lemuel nodded. "True." Dr. North leaned back, dazed. "It's hard even for me to grasp this. It's overwhelming. You possess superlogic, completely free of value orientation bias, and you conceive of the entire world as organized against you." "Yes." "Of course, you've analyzed the structure of human activity and seen that as soon as they find out, they'll pounce on you and try to destroy you." "Because I'm different." North was overcome. "They've always classed paranoia as a mental illness, but it isn't. There's no lack of contact with reality. On the contrary, the paranoid is directly related to reality. He's a perfect empiricist, not cluttered with ethical and moral cultural inhibitions. The paranoid sees things as they really are. He's actually the only sane man." "I've been reading Mein Kampf," Lemuel said. "It shows me I'm not alone." And in his mind he breathed the silent prayer of thanks. Not alone. Us. There are more of us. Dr. North caught his expression. "The wave of the future," he said. "I'm not a part of it, but I can try to understand. I can appreciate I'm just a human being, limited by my thalamic emotional and cultural bias. I can't be one of you, but I can sympathize." He looked up, face alight with enthusiasm. "And I can help." The next few days were filled with excitement for Lemuel. Dr. North arranged for custody of him, and the boy took up residence at the doctor's uptown apartment. Here he was no longer under pressure from his family. He could do as he pleased. Dr. North began at once to aid Lemuel in locating other mutant paranoids. One evening after dinner, Dr. North asked, "Lemuel, Do you think you could explain your theory of Null-O to me? It's hard to grasp the principle of non-object orientation. Lemuel indicated the apartment with a wave of his hand. All these apparent objects, each has a name: book, chair, couch, rug, lamp, drapes, window, door, wall, and so on. But this division into objects is purely artificial, based on an antiquated system of thought. In reality, there are no objects. The universe is actually a unity. We have been taught to think in terms of objects. This thing, that thing. When Null-O is realized, this purely verbal division will cease. It has long since outlived its usefulness. Can you give me an example, a demonstration? Lemuel hesitated. It's hard to do alone. Later on, when we've contacted others, I can do it crudely on a small scale. As Dr. North watched intently, Lemuel rushed about the apartment, gathering everything together in a heap. Then, when all the books, pictures, rugs, drapes, furniture, and bric-a-brac had been collected, he systematically smashed everything into a shapeless mass. "You see," he said, exhausted and pale from the violent effort, "the distinction into arbitrary objects is now gone. This unification of things into their basic homogeneity can be applied to the universe as a whole. The universe is a gestalt, a unified substance, without division into living and non-living, being and non-being. A vast vortex of energy, not discrete particles. Underlying the purely artificial appearance of material objects lies the world of reality, a vast, undifferentiated realm of pure energy. Remember, the object is not the reality. First law of Null-O thought." Dr. North was solemn, deeply impressed. He kicked at a bit of broken chair, part of the shapeless heap of wood and cloth and paper and shattered glass. "Do you think this restoration to reality can be accomplished?" "I don't know," Lemuel said simply. "There will be opposition, of course. Human beings will fight us. They're incapable of rising above their monkey-like preoccupation with things, bright objects they can touch and possess. It will all depend on how well we can coordinate with each other." Dr. North unfolded a slip of paper from his pocket. "I have a lead," he said quietly. "The name of a man I think is one of you. We'll visit him tomorrow, then we'll see." Dr. Jacob Weller greeted them with brisk efficiency at the entrance of his well-guarded lab overlooking Palo Alto. Rows of uniformed government guards protected the vital work he was doing, the immense system of labs and research offices. Men and women in white robes were working day and night. "My work," he explained as he signaled for the heavy-duty entrance locks to be closed behind them, "was basic in the development of the C-bomb, the cobalt case for the H-bomb. You will find that many top nuclear physicists are Null-O." Lemuel's breath caught. "Then, of course," Weller wasted no words. "We've been working for years. Rockets at Peenemünde, the A-bomb at Los Alamos, the hydrogen bomb, and now this, the C-bomb. There are, of course, many scientists who are not Null-O, regular human beings with thalamic bias. Einstein, for example. But we're well on the way. Unless too much opposition is encountered, we'll be able to go into action very shortly." The rear door of the laboratory slid aside, and a group of white-clad men and women filed solemnly in. Lemuel's heart gave a jump. Here they were, full-fledged adult Null-Os, men and women both, and they had been working for years. He recognized them easily. All had the elongated and mobile ears by which the mutant Null-O picked up minute air vibrations over great distances. It enabled them to communicate wherever they were throughout the world. "Explain our program," Weller said to a small blond man who stood beside him, calm and collected, face stern with the importance of the moment. "The C-bomb is almost ready," the man said quietly with a slight German accent. "But it is not the final step in our plans. There is also the E-bomb, which is the ultimate of this initial phase. We have never made the E-bomb public. If human beings should find out about it, we should have to cope with serious emotional opposition." "What is the E-bomb?" Lemuel asked, glowing with excitement. "The phrase, the E-bomb," said the small blond man, "describes the process by which the Earth itself becomes a pile, is brought up to critical mass, and then allowed to detonate." Lemuel was overcome. "I had no idea you had developed the plan this far." The blond man smiled faintly. "Yes, we have done a lot since the early days. Under Dr. Rust, I was able to work out the basic ideological concepts of our program. Ultimately, we will unify the entire universe into a homogeneous mass. Right now, however, our concern is with the Earth. But once we have been successful here, there's no reason why we can't continue our work indefinitely." "Transportation," Weller explained, "has been arranged to other planets. Dr. Frisch here—" "A modification of the guided missiles we developed at Peenemünde," the blond man continued. "We have constructed a ship which will take us to Venus. There we will initiate the second phase of our work. A V-bomb will be developed which will restore Venus to its primordial state of homogeneous energy. And then," he smiled faintly, "and then an S-bomb, the Sol bomb, which will, if we are successful, unify this whole system of planets and moons into a vast gestalt." By June 25, 1969, Null-O personnel had gained virtual control of all major world governments. The process, begun in the middle 30s, was for all practical purposes complete. The United States and Soviet Russia were firmly in the hands of Null-O individuals. Null-O men controlled all policy-level positions and hence could speed up the program of Null-O. The time had come. Secrecy was no longer necessary. Lemuel and Dr. North watched from a circling rocket as the first H-bombs were detonated. By careful arrangement, both nations began H-bomb attacks simultaneously. Within an hour, Class 1 results were obtained. Most of North America and Eastern Europe were gone. Vast clouds of radioactive particles drifted and billowed. Fused pits of metal bubbled and sputtered as far as the eye could see. In Africa, Asia, on endless islands and out-of-the-way places, surviving human beings cowered in terror. "Perfect," came Dr. Weller's voice in Lemuel's ears. He was somewhere below the surface, down in the carefully protected headquarters where the Venus ship was in its last stages of assembly. Lemuel agreed. "Great work. We've managed to unify at least a fifth of the world's land surface. But there's more to come. Next, the C-bombs are to be released. This will prevent human beings from interfering with our final work, the E-bomb installations. The terminals must still be erected. That can't be done as long as humans remain to interfere." Within a week, the first C-bomb was set off. More followed, hurtled up from carefully concealed launchers in Russia and America. By August 5, 1969, the human population of the world had been diminished to 3,000. The Null-Os in their subsurface offices glowed with satisfaction. Unification was proceeding exactly as planned. The dream was coming true. "Now," said Dr. Weller, "we can begin erection of the E-bomb terminals." One terminal was begun at Arequipa, Peru, the other at the opposite side of the globe at Bandung, Java. Within a month, the two immense towers rose high against the dust-swept sky. In heavy protective suits and helmets, the two colonies of Null-Os worked day and night to complete the program. Dr. Weller flew Lemuel to the Peruvian installation. All the way from San Francisco to Lima, there was nothing but rolling ash and still burning metallic fires. No sign of life or separate entities. Everything had been fused into a single mass of heaving slag. The oceans themselves were steam and boiling water. All distinction between land and sea had been lost. The surface of the earth was a single expanse of dull gray and white, where blue oceans and green forests, roads and cities and fields had once been. "There," Dr. Weller said. "See it?" Lemuel saw it all right. His breath caught in his throat at its sheer beauty. The Null-Os had erected a vast bubble shield, a sphere of transparent plastic amidst the rolling sea of liquid slag. Within the bubble, the terminal itself could be seen, an intricate web of flashing metal and wires that made both Dr. Weller and Lemuel fall silent. "You see," Weller explained as he dropped the rocket through the locks of the shield, "we have only unified the surface of the earth and perhaps a mile of rock beneath. The vast mass of the planet, however, is unchanged, but the E-bomb will handle that. The still liquid core of the planet will erupt, the whole sphere will become a new sun. And when the S-bomb goes off, the entire system will become a unified mass of fiery gas." Lemuel nodded, logical. And then, the G-bomb. The galaxy itself is next. The final stages of the plan. So vast, so awesome, we scarcely dare think of them. The G-bomb, and finally, Weller smiled slightly, his eyes bright. Then the U-bomb. They landed and were met by Dr. Frisch, full of nervous excitement. "Dr. Weller," he gasped, "something has gone wrong." "What is it?" Frisch's face was contorted with dismay. By a violent Null-O leap, he managed to integrate his mental faculties and throw off thalamic impulses. "A number of human beings have survived." Weller was incredulous. "What do you mean? How?" "I picked up the sound of their voices. I was rotating my ears, enjoying the roar and lap of the slag outside the bubble, when I picked up the noise of ordinary human beings." "But where?" "Below the surface. Certain wealthy industrialists had secretly transferred their factories below ground, in violation of their government's absolute orders to the contrary. Yes, we had an explicit policy to prevent that. These industrials acted with typical thalamic greed. They transferred whole labor forces below to work as slaves when war began. At least 10,000 humans were spared. They are still alive, and what? They have improvised huge bores, are now moving this way as quickly as possible. We are going to have a fight on our hands. I've already notified the Venus ship. It's being brought up to the surface at once." Lemuel and Dr. Weller glanced at each other in horror. There were only 1,000 Null-Os. They'd be outnumbered 10 to 1. "This is terrible," Weller said thickly, "just when everything seemed near completion. How long before the power towers are ready?" "It will be another 6 days before the Earth can be brought up to critical mass," Frisch muttered. And the boars are virtually here. Rotate your ears, you'll hear them." Lemuel and Dr. Weller did so. At once a confusing babble of human voices came to them, a chaotic clang of sound from a number of boars converging on the two terminal bubbles. "Perfectly ordinary humans," Lemuel gasped. "I can tell by the sound." "We're trapped." Weller grabbed up a blaster, and Frisch did so too. All the Null-Os were arming themselves. Work was forgotten. With a shattering roar, the snout of a boar burst through the ground and aimed itself directly at them. The Null-Os fired wildly. They scattered and fell back toward the tower. A second boar appeared, and then a third. The air was alive with blazing beams of energy as the Null-Os fired and the humans fired back. The humans were the most common possible, a variety of laborers taken subsurface by their employers, the lower forms of human life. Clerks, bus drivers, day laborers, typists, janitors, tailors, bakers, turret lathe operators, shipping clerks, baseball players, radio announcers, garage mechanics, policemen, necktie peddlers, ice cream vendors, door-to-door salesmen, bill collectors, receptionists, welders, carpenters, construction laborers, farmers, politicians, merchants. The men and women whose very existence terrified the Null-Os to their core. The emotional masses of ordinary people who resented the great work, the bombs and bacteria and guided missiles, were coming to the surface. They were rising up, finally, putting an end to the super logic, rationality without responsibility. "We haven't a chance," Weller gasped. "Forget the towers. Get the ship to the surface." A salesman and two plumbers were setting fire to the terminal. A group of men in overalls and canvas shirts were ripping down the wiring. Others, just as ordinary, were turning their heat guns on the intricate controls. Flames licked up. The terminal tower swayed ominously. The Venus ship appeared, lifted to the surface by an intricate stage system. At once the Null-Os poured into it in two efficient lines, all of them controlled and integrated as the crazed human beings decimated their ranks. "Animals," Weller said sadly. "The mass of men. Mindless animals dominated by their emotions, beasts unable to see things logically." A heat beam finished him off, and the man behind moved forward. Finally, the last remaining Null-O was aboard, and the great hatches slammed shut. With a thunderous roar, the jets of the ship opened, and it shot through the bubble into the sky. Lemuel lay where he had fallen when a heat beam, wielded by a crazed electrician, had touched his left leg. Sadly, he saw the ship rise, hesitate, then crash through and dwindle into the flaming sky. Human beings were all around him, repairing the damaged protection bubble, shouting orders and yelling excitedly. The babble of their voices beat against his sensitive ears. Feebly he put his hands up and covered them. The ship was gone. He had been left behind, but the plan would continue without him. A distant voice came to him. It was Dr. Frisch aboard the Venus ship, yelling down with cupped hands. The voice was faint, lost in the trackless miles of space, but Lemuel managed to make it out above the noise and hubbub around him. "Goodbye. We'll remember you." "Work hard," the boys shouted back. "Don't give up until the plan is complete." "We'll work." The voice grew more faint. "We'll keep on." It died out, then returned for a brief instant. "We'll succeed." And then there was only silence. With a peaceful smile on his face, a smile of happiness and contentment, satisfaction at a job well done, Lemuel lay back and waited for the pack of irrational human animals to finish him. To serve the master. Applequist was cutting across a deserted field up a narrow path beside the yawning crack of a ravine when he heard the voice. He stopped, frozen, hand on his S-pistol. For a long time he listened, but there was only the distant lap of the wind among the broken trees along the ridge, a hollow murmuring that mixed with the rustle of the dry grass beside him. The sound had come from the ravine. Its bottom was snarled and debris-filled. He crouched down at the lip and tried to locate the voice. There was no motion, nothing to give away the place. His legs began to ache. Flies buzzed at him, settled on his sweating forehead. The sun made his head ache. The dust clouds had been thin the last few months. His radiation-proof watch told him it was 3 o'clock. Finally he shrugged and got stiffly to his feet. The hell with it. Let them send out an armed team. It wasn't his business. He was a letter carrier grade 4 and a civilian. As he climbed the hill toward the road, the sound came again. And this time, standing high above the ravine, he caught a flash of motion. Fear and puzzled disbelief touched him. It couldn't be, but he had seen it with his own eyes. It wasn't a news circular rumor. What was a robot doing down in the deserted ravine? All robots had been destroyed years ago. But there it lay among the debris and weeds, a rusted, half-corroded wreck, calling feebly up at him as he passed along the trail. The company defense ring admitted him through the 3-stage lock into the tunnel area. He descended slowly, deep in thought, all the way down to the organizational level. As he slid off his letter pack, Assistant Supervisor Jenkins hurried over. "Where the hell have you been? It's almost 4. "Sorry." Applequist turned his S-pistol over to a nearby guard. "What are the chances of a 5-hour pass? There's something I want to look into." "Not a chance. You know they're scrapping the whole right-wing setup. They need everybody on strict 24-hour alert." Applequist began sorting letters. Most were personals between big-shot supervisors of the North American companies, letters to entertainment women beyond the company peripheries, letters to families, and petitions from minor officials. "In that case," he said thoughtfully, "I'll have to go anyhow." Jenkins eyed the young man suspiciously. "What's going on? Maybe you found some undamaged equipment left over from the war, and intact cash buried someplace. Is that it?" Applequist almost told him at that point, but he didn't. "Maybe," he answered indifferently. "It's possible." Jenkins shot him a glance of hate and stalked off to roll aside the doors of the observation chamber. At the big wall map, officials were examining the day's activities. 6 middle-aged men, most of them bald, collars dirty and stained, lounged around in chairs. In the corner, Supervisor Rudd was sound asleep, fat legs stuck out in front of him, hairy chest visible under his open shirt. These were the men who ran the Detroit company. 10,000 families, the whole subsurface living shelter, depended on them. "What's on your mind?" a voice rumbled in Applequist's ear. Director Laws had come into the chamber and, as usual, taken him unawares. "Nothing, sir," Applequist answered. But the keen eyes, blue as china, bored through and beneath. "The usual fatigue. My tension index is up. I've been meaning to take some of my leave, but with all the work—" "Don't try to fool me. A 4th-class letter carrier isn't needed. What are you really getting at?" "Sir," Applequist said bluntly. Why were the robots destroyed? There was silence. Law's heavy face registered surprise, then hostility. Before he could speak, Applequist hurried on. I know my class is forbidden to make theoretical inquiries, but it's very important I find out. The subject is closed, Laws rumbled ominously, even to top-level personnel. What did the robots have to do with the war? Why was the war fought? What was life like before the war? The subject, Laws repeated, is closed. He moved slowly toward the wall map, and Applequist was left standing alone in the middle of the clicking machines among the murmuring officials and bureaucrats. Automatically he resumed sorting letters. There had been the war, and robots were involved in it. That much he knew. A few had survived. When he was a child, his father had taken him to an industrial center, and he had seen them at their machines. Once there had been more complex types. Those were all gone. Even the simple ones would soon be scrapped. Absolutely no more were manufactured. What happened? He had asked as his father dragged him away. Where did all the robots go? No answer then, either. That was 16 years ago, and now the last had been scrapped. Even the memory of robots was disappearing. In a few years the word itself would cease. Robots. What had happened? He finished with the letters and moved out of the chamber. None of the supervisors noticed. They were arguing some erudite point of strategy, maneuvering and counter-maneuvering among the companies, tension and exchanged insults. He found a crushed cigarette in his pocket and inexpertly lit up. "Dinner call," the passage speaker announced tinnily. 1 hour break for top-class personnel. A few supervisors filed noisily past him. Applequist crushed out his cigarette and moved toward his station. He worked until 6. Then his dinner hour came up. No other break until Saturday. But if he went without dinner... The robot was probably a low-order type, scrapped with the final group, the inferior kind he had seen as a child. It couldn't be one of the elaborate wartime robots. To have survived in the ravine, rusting and rotting through the years since the war... His mind skirted the hope. Heart-pounding, he entered a lift and touched the stud. By nightfall, he'd know. The robot lay among heaps of metal slag and weeds. Jagged, rusted fragments barred Applequist's way as he moved cautiously down the side of the ravine, S-gun in one hand, radiation mask pulled tight over his face. His counter clicked loudly. The floor of the ravine was hot. Pools of contamination over the reddish metal fragments, the piles and masses of fused steel and plastic and gutted equipment. He kicked webs of blackened wiring aside and gingerly stepped past the yawning fuel tank of some ancient machine, now overgrown with vines. A rat scuttled off. It was almost sunset. Dark shadows lay over everything. The robot was watching him silently. Half of it was gone. Only the head, arms, and upper trunk remained. The lower waist ended in shapeless struts abruptly sliced off. It was clearly immobile. Its whole surface was pitted and corroded. One eye lens was missing. Some of its metal fingers were bent grotesquely. It lay on its back, facing the sky. It was a wartime robot, all right. In the one remaining eye glinted archaic consciousness. This was not the simple worker he had glimpsed as a child. Applequist's breath hammered in his throat. This was the real thing. It followed his movements intently. It was alive. All this time, Applequist thought, all these years. The hackles of his neck rose. Everything was silent, the hills and trees and masses of ruin. Nothing stirred. He and the ancient robot were the only living things, down here in this crack, waiting for somebody to come along. A cold wind rustled at him, and he automatically pulled his overcoat together. Some leaves blew over the inert face of the robot. Vines had crept along its trunk, twisted into its works. It had been rained on, the sun had shone on it. In winter, the snow had covered it. Rats and animals had sniffed at it. Insects had crawled through it. And it was still alive. "I heard you," Applequist muttered. "I was walking along the path." Presently the robot said, "I know. I saw you stop." Its voice was faint and dry, like ashes rubbing together, without quality or pitch. "Would you make the date known to me? I suffered a power failure for an indefinite period. Wiring terminals shorted temporarily." "It's June 11th, Applequist said. 2136, he added. The robot was obviously hoarding its meager strength. It moved one arm slightly, then let it fall back. Its one good eye blurred over, and deep within, gears whirred rustily. Realization came to Applequist. The robot might expire any moment. It was a miracle it had survived this long. Snails clung to its body. It was crisscrossed with slimy trails. A century. "How long have you been here?" he demanded. "Since the war?" "Yes." Applequist grinned nervously. "That's a long time. Over 100 years." "That's so." It was getting dark fast. Automatically, Applequist fumbled for his flashlight. He could hardly make out the sides of the ravine. Someplace a long way off, a bird croaked dismally in the darkness. The bushes rustled. "I need help," the robot said. "Most of my motor equipment was destroyed. I can't move from here." "In what condition is the rest of you? Your energy supply? How long can—" "There's been considerable cell destruction. Only a limited number of relay circuits still function, and those are overloaded." The robot's one good eye was on him again. "What is the technological situation? I have seen airborne ships fly overhead. You still manufacture and maintain electronic equipment?" "We operate an industrial unit near Pittsburgh." "If I describe basic electronic units, will you understand?" the robot asked. "I'm not trained in mechanical work. I'm classed as a fourth-grade letter carrier. But I have contacts in the repair department. We keep our own machines functioning." He licked his lips tensely. "It's risky, of course. There are laws." "Laws?" "All robots were destroyed. You are the only one left. The rest were liquidated years ago." No expression showed in the robot's eye. "Why did you come down here?" it demanded. Its eye moved to the S-gun in Applequist's hand. "You are a minor official in some hierarchy, acting on orders from above, a mechanically operated integer in a larger system." Applequist laughed. "I suppose so." Then he stopped laughing. "Why was the war fought? What was life like before?" "Don't you know?" "Of course not. No theoretical knowledge is permitted except to top-level personnel, and even the supervisors don't know about the war." Applequist squatted down and shone the beam of his flashlight into the darkening face of the robot. "Things were different before, weren't they? We didn't always live in subsurface shelters. The world wasn't always a scrap heap. People didn't always slave for their companies. Before the war, there were no companies. Applequist grunted with triumph. I knew it. Men lived in cities which were demolished in the war. Companies which were protected survived. Officials of these companies became the government. The war lasted a long time. Everything of value was destroyed. What you have left is a burned-out shell. The robot was silent a moment and then continued. The first robot was built in 1979. By 2000, all routine work was done by robots. Human beings were free to do what they wanted. Art, science, entertainment, whatever they liked. What is art? Applequist asked. Creative work, directed toward realization of an internal standard. The whole population of the Earth was free to expand culturally. Robots maintained the world. Man enjoyed it. What were cities like? Robots rebuilt and reconstructed new cities according to plans drawn up by human artists. Clean, sanitary, attractive. They were the cities of gods. Why was the war fought? The robot's single eye flickered. I've already talked too much. My power supply is dangerously low. Applequist trembled. What do you need? I'll get it. Immediately, I need an atomic APAC, capable of putting out 10,000 F units. Yes. After that, I'll need tools and aluminum sections, low-resistance wiring. Bring pen and paper. I'll give you a list. You won't understand it, but someone in electronic maintenance will. A power supply is the first need. And you'll tell me about the war? Of course. The robot's dry rasp faded into silence. Shadows flickered around it. Cold evening air stirred the dark weeds and bushes. Kindly hurry. Tomorrow, if possible. I ought to turn you in, Assistant Supervisor Jenkins snapped. Half an hour late, and now this business. What are you doing? You want to get fired out of the company? Applequist pushed close to the man. I have to get this stuff. The cache is below surface. I have to construct a secure passage. Otherwise, the whole thing will be buried by falling debris. How large a cache is it? Greed edged suspicion off Jenkins' gnarled face. He was already spending the company reward. Have you been able to see in? Are there unknown machines? I didn't recognize any, Applequist said impatiently. Don't waste time. The whole mass of debris is apt to collapse. I have to work fast. Where is it? I want to see it. I'm doing this alone. You supply the material and cover for my absence. That's your part. Jenkins twisted uncertainly. If you're lying to me, Applequist. I'm not lying, Applequist answered angrily. When can I expect the power unit? Tomorrow morning. I'll have to fill out a bushel of forms. Are you sure you can operate it? I better send a repair team along with you, to be sure. I can handle it, Applequist interrupted. Just get me the stuff. I'll take care of the rest. Morning sunlight filtered over the rubble and trash. Applequist nervously fitted the new power pack in place, screwed the leads tight, clamped the corroded shield over it, and then got shakily to his feet. He tossed away the old pack and waited. The robot stirred. Its eye gained life and awareness. Presently it moved its arm in exploratory motions over its damaged trunk and shoulders. "All right?" Applequist demanded huskily. "Apparently." The robot's voice was stronger, full and more confident. "The old power pack was virtually exhausted. It was fortunate you came along when you did." "You say men lived in cities," Applequist plunged in eagerly. "Robots did the work?" Robots did the routine labor needed to maintain the industrial system. Humans had leisure to enjoy whatever they wanted. We were glad to do their work for them. It was our job. What happened? What went wrong? The robot accepted the pencil and paper. As it talked, it carefully wrote down figures. There was a fanatic group of humans, a religious organization. They claimed that God intended man to work by the sweat of his brow. They wanted robots scrapped and men put back in the factories to slave away at routine tasks. But why? They claimed work was spiritually ennobling. The robot tossed the paper back. Here's the list of what I want. I'll need those materials and tools to restore my damaged system. Applequist fingered the paper. This religious group, men separated in two factions, the moralists and the leisurists. They fought each other for years, while we stood on the sidelines waiting to know our fate. I couldn't believe the moralists would win out over reason and common sense, but they did. Do you think— Applequist began and then broke off. He could hardly give voice to the thought that was struggling inside him. Is there a chance robots might be brought back? Your meaning is obscure. The robot abruptly snapped the pencil in half and threw it away. What are you driving at? Life isn't pleasant in the companies. Death and hard work, forms and shifts and work periods and orders. It's your system. I'm not responsible. How much do you recall about robot construction? What were you before the war? I was a unit controller. I was on my way to an emergency unit factory when my ship was shot down. The robot indicated the debris around it. That was my ship and cargo. What is a unit controller? I was in charge of robot manufacture. I designed and put into production basic robot types. Applequist's head spun dizzily. Then you do know robot construction. Yes. The robot gestured urgently at the paper in Applequist's hand. Kindly get those tools and materials as soon as possible. I'm completely helpless this way. I want my mobility back. If a rocket ship should fly overhead. Communication between companies is bad. I deliver my letters on foot. Most of the country is in ruins. You could work undetected. What about your emergency unit factory? Maybe it wasn't destroyed. The robot nodded slowly. It was carefully concealed. There is the bare possibility. It was small but completely outfitted, self-sufficient. If I get repair parts, can you— We'll discuss this later. The robot sank back down. When you return, we'll talk further. He got the material from Jenkins and a 24-hour pass. Fascinated, he crouched against the wall of the ravine as the robot systematically pulled apart its own body and replaced the damaged elements. In a few hours, a new motor system had been installed. Basic leg cells were welded into position. By noon, the robot was experimenting with its pedal extremities. During the night, the robot said, I was able to make weak radio contact with the emergency unit factory. It exists intact according to the robot monitor. Robot? You mean— An automatic machine for relaying transmission. Not alive as I am. Strictly speaking, I'm not a robot. Its voice swelled. I'm an android. The fine distinction was lost on Applequist. His mind was racing excitedly over the possibilities. Then we can go ahead. With your knowledge and the materials available at the— You didn't see the terror and destruction. The moralists systematically demolished us. Each town they seized was cleared of androids. Those of my race were brutally wiped out as the leisurists retreated. We were torn from our machines and destroyed. But that was a century ago. Nobody wants to destroy robots anymore. We need robots to rebuild the world. The moralists won the war and left the world in ruins. The robot adjusted its motor system until its legs were coordinated. Their victory was a tragedy, but I understand the situation better than you. We must advance cautiously. If we are wiped out this time, it may be for good. Applequist followed after the robot as it moved hesitantly through the debris toward the wall of the ravine. We're crushed by work, slaves in underground shelters. We can't go on this way. People will welcome robots. We need you. When I think how it must have been in the Golden Age, the fountains and flowers, the beautiful cities above ground. Now there's nothing but ruin and misery. The moralists won, but nobody's happy. We'd gladly— Where are we? What is the location here? Slightly west of the Mississippi, a few miles or so. We must have freedom. We can't live this way, toiling underground. If we had free time, we could investigate the mysteries of the whole universe. I found some old scientific tapes, theoretical work in biology. Those men spent years working on abstract topics. They had the time. They were free. While robots maintained the economic system, those men could go out and— During the war, the robot said thoughtfully, the moralists rigged up detection screens over hundreds of square miles. Are those screens still functioning? I don't know. I doubt it. Nothing outside of the immediate company shelters still works. The robot was deep in thought. It had replaced its ruined eye with a new cell. Both eyes flickered with concentration. Tonight we'll make plans concerning your company. I'll let you know my decision then. Meanwhile, don't bring this situation up with anyone. You understand? Right now I'm concerned with the road system. Most roads are in ruins. Applequist tried hard to hold back his excitement. I'm convinced most in my company are leisurists. Maybe a few at the top are moralists, some of the supervisors, perhaps, but the lower classes and families— All right, the robot interrupted. We'll see about that later. It glanced around. I can use some of that damaged equipment. Part of it will function, for the moment at least. Applequist managed to avoid Jenkins as he hurriedly made his way across the organizational level to his workstation. His mind was in a turmoil. Everything around him seemed vague and unconvincing. The quarreling supervisors, the clattering, humming machines, clerks and minor bureaucrats hurrying back and forth with messages and memoranda. He grabbed a mass of letters and mechanically began sorting them into their slots. "You've been outside," Director Laws observed sourly. "What is it? A girl? If you marry outside the company, you lose the little rating you have." Applequist pushed aside his letters. "Director, I want to talk to you." Director Laws shook his head. "Be careful. You know the ordinances governing fourth-class personnel. Better not ask any more questions. Keep your mind on your work and leave the theoretical issues to us." "Director," Applequist asked, "which side was our company, moralist or leisurist?" Laws didn't seem to understand the question. "What do you mean?" He shook his head. "I don't know those words." "In the war, which side of the war were we on?" "Good God," Laws said. "The human side, of course." An expression like a curtain dropped over his heavy face. "What do you mean, moralist? What are you talking about?" Suddenly Applequist was sweating. His voice would hardly come. "Director, something's wrong. The war was between the two groups of humans. The moralists destroyed the robots because they disapproved of humans living in leisure." "The war was fought between men and robots," Laws said harshly. "We won. We destroyed the robots." "But they worked for us." "They were built as workers, but they revolted. They had a philosophy. Superior beings, androids. They considered us nothing but cattle." Applequist was shaking all over. "But it told me—" "They slaughtered us. Millions of humans died before we got the upper hand. They murdered, lied, hid, stole, did everything to survive. It was them or us, no quarter." Laws grabbed Applequist by the collar. "You damn fool! What the hell have you done? Answer me, what have you done?" The sun was setting as the armored twin-track roared up to the edge of the ravine. Troops leaped out and poured down the sides, rifles clattering. Laws emerged quickly, Applequist beside him. "This is the place?" Laws demanded. "Yes," Applequist sagged, "but it's gone." "Naturally. It was fully repaired. There was nothing to keep it here." Laws signaled his men. "No use looking. Plant a tactical A-bomb and let's get out of here. The air fleet may be able to catch it. We'll spray this area with radioactive gas." Applequist wandered numbly to the edge of the ravine. Below, in the darkening shadows, were the weeds and tumbled debris. There was no sign of the robot, of course. A place where it had been, bits of wire and discarded body sections. The old power pack where he had thrown it. A few tools, nothing else. "Come on," Laws ordered his men. "Let's get moving. We have a lot to do. Get the general alarm system going." The troops began climbing the sides of the ravine. Applequist started after them toward the twin track. "No," Laws said quickly. "You're not coming with us." Applequist saw the look on their faces, the pent-up fear, the frantic terror and hate. He tried to run, but they were on him almost at once. They worked grimly and silently. When they were through, they kicked aside his still-living remains and climbed into the twin track. They slammed the locks and the motor thundered up. The track rumbled down the trail to the road. In a few moments it dwindled and was gone. He was alone, with the half-buried bomb and the settling shadows, and the vast empty darkness that was collecting everywhere. Exhibit piece. "That's a strange suit you have on," a robot pub trans driver observed. It slid back its door and came to rest at the curb. "What are the little round things?" "Those are buttons," George Miller explained. "They are partly functional, partly ornamental. This is an archaic suit of the 20th century. I wear it because of the nature of my employment." He paid the robot, grabbed up his briefcase, and hurried along the ramp to the History Agency. The main building was already open for the day. Robed men and women wandered everywhere. Miller entered a private lift, squeezed between two immense controllers from the pre-Christian division, and in a moment was on his way to his own level, the middle 20th century. "Gorning," he murmured as Controller Fleming met him at the atomic engine exhibit. "Gorning," Fleming responded brusquely. "Look here, Miller, let's have this out once and for all. What if everyone dressed like you? The government set up strict rules for dress. Can't you forget your damn anachronisms once in a while? What in God's name is that thing in your hand? It looks like a squashed Jurassic lizard." "This is an alligator hide briefcase," Miller explained. "I carry my study spools in it. The briefcase was an authority symbol of the managerial class of the later 20th century." He unzipped the briefcase. Try to understand, Fleming. By accustoming myself to everyday objects of my research period, I transform my relation from mere intellectual curiosity to genuine empathy. You have frequently noticed I pronounce certain words oddly. The accent is that of an American businessman of the Eisenhower administration. Dig me? Eh? Fleming muttered. Dig me was a 20th century expression. Miller laid out his study spools on his desk. Was there anything you wanted? If not, I'll begin today's work. I've uncovered fascinating evidence to indicate that although 20th century Americans laid their own floor tiles, they did not weave their own clothing. I wish to alter my exhibits on this matter. There's no fanatic like an academician, Fleming grated. You're 200 years behind times, immersed in your relics and artifacts, your damn authentic replicas of discarded trivia. I love my work, Miller answered mildly. Nobody complains about your work, but there are other things than work. You're a political social unit here in this society. Take warning, Miller. The board has reports on your eccentricities. They approve devotion to work. His eyes narrowed significantly. But you go too far. My first loyalty is to my art, Miller said. Your what? What does that mean? A 20th century term. There was undisguised superiority on Miller's face. You're nothing but a minor bureaucrat in a vast machine. You're a function of an impersonal cultural totality. You have no standards of your own. In the 20th century, men had personal standards of workmanship, artistic craft, pride of accomplishment. These words mean nothing to you. You have no soul, another concept from the golden days of the 20th century when men were free and could speak their minds. Beware, Miller. Fleming blanched nervously and lowered his voice. You damn scholars. Come up out of your tapes and face reality. You'll get us all in trouble talking this way. Idolize the past if you want, but remember, it's gone and buried. Times change. Society progresses. He gestured impatiently at the exhibits that occupied the level. That's only an imperfect replica. You impugn my research? Miller was seething. This exhibit is absolutely accurate. I corrected to all new data. There isn't anything I don't know about the 20th century. Fleming shook his head. It's no use. He turned and stalked wearily off the level, onto the descent ramp. Miller straightened his collar and bright hand-painted necktie. He smoothed down his blue pinstripe coat, expertly lit a pipeful of 2-century-old tobacco, and returned to his spools. Why didn't Fleming leave him alone? Fleming, the officious representative of the great hierarchy that spread like a sticky gray web over the whole planet, into each industrial, professional, and residential unit. Ah, the freedom of the 20th century! He slowed his tape scanner a moment, and a dreamy look slid over his features. The exciting age of virility and individuality, when men were men. It was just about then, just as he was settling deep in the beauty of his research, that he heard the inexplicable sounds. They came from the center of his exhibit, from within the intricate, carefully regulated interior. Somebody was in his exhibit. He could hear them back there, back in the depths. Somebody or something had gone past the safety barriers set up to keep the public out. Miller snapped off his tape scanner and got slowly to his feet. He was shaking all over as he moved cautiously toward the exhibit. He killed the barrier and climbed the railing onto a concrete pavement. A few curious visitors blinked as the small, oddly dressed man crept among the authentic replicas of the 20th century that made up the exhibit and disappeared within. Breathing hard, Miller advanced up the pavement and onto a carefully tended gravel path. Maybe it was one of the other theorists, a minion of the board, snooping around looking for something with which to discredit him. An inaccuracy here, a trifling error of no consequence there. Sweat came out of his forehead. Anger became terror. To his right was a flower bed. Pall scarlet roses and low-growing pansies. Then the moist green lawn, the gleaming white garage with its door half up, the sleek rear of a 1954 Buick, and then the house itself. He'd have to be careful. If it was somebody from the board, he'd be up against official hierarchy. Maybe it was somebody big. Maybe even Edwin Carnap, president of the board, the highest-ranking official in the New York branch of the World Directorate. Shakily, Miller climbed the 3 cement steps. Now he was on the porch of the 20th century house that made up the center of the exhibit. It was a nice little house. If he had lived back in those days, he would have wanted one of his own. 3 bedrooms, a ranch-style California bungalow. He pushed open the front door and entered the living room. Fireplace at one end, dark wine-colored carpets, modern couch and easy chair, low hardwood glass-topped coffee table, copper ashtrays, a cigarette lighter and a stack of magazines, sleek plastic and steel floor lamps, a bookcase, television set, picture window overlooking the front garden. He crossed the room to the hall. The house was amazingly complete. Below his feet the floor furnace radiated a faint aura of warmth. He peered into the first bedroom, a woman's boudoir. Silk bed cover, white starched sheets, heavy drapes, a vanity table, bottles and jars, huge round mirror, clothes visible within the closet, a dressing gown thrown over the back of a chair, slippers, nylon hose carefully placed at the foot of the bed. Miller moved down the hall and peered into the next room. Brightly painted wallpaper, clowns and elephants and tightrope walkers. The children's room. 2 little beds for the 2 boys. Model airplanes. A dresser with a radio on it, pair of combs, school books, pennants, a no parking sign, snapshots stuck in the mirror, a postage stamp album. Nobody there either. Miller peered in the modern bathroom, even in the yellow tiled shower. He passed through the dining room, glanced down the basement stairs where the washing machine and dryer were. Then he opened the back door and examined the backyard. A lawn and the incinerator, a couple of small trees, and then the 3-dimensional projected backdrop of other houses receding off into incredibly convincing blue hills, and still no one. The yard was empty, deserted. He closed the door and started back. From the kitchen came laughter. A woman's laugh, the clink of spoons and dishes, and smells. It took him a moment to identify them, scholar that he was. Bacon and coffee and hot cakes. Somebody was eating breakfast, a 20th century breakfast. He made his way down the hall, past a man's bedroom, shoes and clothing strewn about, to the entrance of the kitchen. A handsome late 30-ish woman and 2 teenage boys were sitting around the little chrome and plastic breakfast table. They had finished eating. The 2 boys were fidgeting impatiently. Sunlight filtered through the window over the sink. The electric clock read 8:30. The radio was chirping merrily in the corner. A big pot of black coffee rested in the center of the table, surrounded by empty plates and milk glasses and silverware. The woman had on a white blouse and checkered tweed skirt. Both boys wore faded blue jeans, sweatshirts, and tennis shoes. As yet they hadn't noticed him. Miller stood frozen at the doorway, while laughter and small talk bubbled around him. "You'll have to ask your father," the woman was saying with mock sternness. "Wait until he comes back." "He already said we could," one of the boys protested. "Well, ask him again. He's always grouchy in the morning." "Not today. He had a good night's sleep. His hay fever didn't bother him. The new anti-hiss the doctor gave him." She glanced up at the clock. "Go see what's keeping him, Don. He'll be late for work." He was looking for the newspaper. One of the boys pushed back his chair and got up. It missed the porch again and fell in the flowers. He turned towards the door, and Miller found himself confronting him face to face. Briefly, the observation flashed through his mind that the boy looked familiar, damn familiar, like somebody he knew, only younger. He tensed himself for the impact, and the boy abruptly halted. "Gee," the boy said, "you scared me." The woman glanced quickly up at Miller. "What are you doing out there, George?" she demanded. "Come on back in here and finish your coffee." Miller came slowly into the kitchen. The woman was finishing her coffee. Both boys were on their feet and beginning to press around him. "Didn't you tell me I could go camping over the weekend up at Russian River with a group from school?" Don demanded. "You said I could borrow a sleeping bag from the gym because the one I had you gave to the Salvation Army because you were allergic to the kapok in it." "Yeah," Miller muttered uncertainly. Don. That was the boy's name, and his brother, Ted. But how did he know that? At the table, the woman had got up and was collecting the dirty dishes to carry over to the sink. "They said you already promised them," she said over her shoulder. The dishes clattered into the sink, and she began sprinkling soap flakes over them. "But you remember that time they wanted to drive the car, and the way they said it, you'd think they had got your okay, and they hadn't, of course." Miller sank weakly down at the table. Aimlessly he fooled with his pipe. He set it down in the copper ashtray and examined the cuff of his coat. What was happening? His head spun. He got up abruptly and hurried to the window over the sink. Houses, streets, the distant hills beyond the town, the sights and sounds of people. The three-dimensional projected backdrop was utterly convincing. Or was it the projected backdrop? How could he be sure? What was happening? "George, what's the matter?" Marjorie asked as she tied a pink plastic apron around her waist and began running hot water in the sink. "You better get the car out and get started to work. Weren't you saying last night old man Davidson was shouting about employees being late for work and standing around the water cooler talking and having a good time on company time?" Davidson. The word stuck in Miller's mind. He knew it, of course. A clear picture leaped up. A tall, white-haired old man, thin and stern, vest and pocket watch. And the whole office, United Electronics Supply. The 12-story building in downtown San Francisco, the newspaper and cigar stand in the lobby, the honking cars, jammed parking lots, the elevator packed with bright-eyed secretaries, tight sweaters, and perfume. He wandered out of the kitchen, through the hall, past his own bedroom, his wife's, and into the living room. The front door was open, and he stepped out onto the porch. The air was cool and sweet. It was a bright April morning. The lawns were still wet. Cars moved down Virginia Street towards Shattuck Avenue. Early morning commuting traffic, businessmen on their way to work. Across the street, Earl Kelly cheerfully waved his Oakland Tribune as he hurried down the pavement towards the bus stop. A long way off, Miller could see the Bay Bridge, Yerba Buena Island, and Treasure Island. Beyond that was San Francisco itself. In a few minutes, he'd be shooting across the bridge in his Buick on his way to the office, along with thousands of other businessmen in blue pinstripe suits. Ted pushed past him and out on the porch. "Then it's okay? You don't care if we go camping?" Miller licked his dry lips. "Ted, listen to me. There's something strange." "Like what?" "I don't know." Miller wandered nervously around on the porch. "This is Friday, isn't it?" "Sure." "I thought it was." But how did he know it was Friday? How did he know anything? But of course it was Friday. A long, hard week. Old man Davidson breathing down his neck. Wednesday, especially when the General Electric order was slowed down because of a strike. "Let me ask you something," Miller said to his son. "This morning, I left the kitchen to get the newspaper." Ted nodded. "Yeah, so?" "I got up and went out of the room. How long was I gone? Not long, was I?" He searched for words, but his mind was a maze of disjointed thoughts. "I was sitting at the breakfast table with you all, and then I got up and went to look for the paper, right? And then I came back in, right?" His voice rose desperately. "I got up and shaved and dressed this morning. I ate breakfast, hot cakes and coffee, bacon, right?" "Right," Ted agreed. "So? Like I always do. We only have hot cakes on Friday." Miller nodded slowly. "That's right. Hot cakes on Friday. Because your Uncle Frank eats with us Saturday and Sunday, and he can't stand hot cakes, so we stopped having them on weekends. Frank is Marjorie's brother. He was in the Marines in the First World War. He was a corporal." "Goodbye," Ted said as Don came out to join him. "We'll see you this evening." Schoolbooks clutched, the boys sauntered off towards the big modern high school in the center of Berkeley. Miller re-entered the house and automatically began searching the closet for his briefcase. Where was it? Damn it, he needed it. The whole Throckmorton account was in it. Davidson would be yelling his head off if he left it anywhere, like in the True Blue cafeteria that time they were all celebrating the Yankees winning the series. Where the hell was it? He straightened up slowly as memory came. Of course. He had left it by his work desk, where he had tossed it after taking out the research tapes, while Fleming was talking to him, back at the history agency. He joined his wife in the kitchen. "Look," he said huskily, "Marjorie, I think maybe I won't go down to the office this morning." Marjorie spun in alarm. "George, is anything wrong?" "I'm completely confused." "Your hay fever again?" "No, my mind. What's the name of that psychiatrist the PTA recommended when Mrs. Bentley's kid had that fit?" He searched his disorganized brain. "Grunberg, I think, in the medical dental building." He moved towards the door. "I'll drop by and see him. Something's wrong, really wrong, and I don't know what it is." Adam Grunberg was a large, heavy-set man in his late 40s with curly brown hair and horn-rimmed glasses. After Miller had finished, Grunberg cleared his throat, brushed at the sleeve of his Brooks Brothers suit, and asked thoughtfully, "Did anything happen while you were out looking for the newspaper? Any sort of accident? You might try going over that part in detail. You got up from the breakfast table, went out on the porch, and started looking around in the bushes. And then what?" Miller rubbed his forehead vaguely. I don't know. It's all confused. I don't remember looking for any newspaper. I remember coming back in the house. Then it gets clear. But before that, it's all tied up with the history agency and my quarrel with Fleming. What was that again about your briefcase? Go over that. Fleming said it looked like a squashed Jurassic lizard, and I said, no, I mean about looking for it in the closet and not finding it. I looked in the closet, and it wasn't there, of course. It's sitting beside my desk at the history agency, on the 20th century level, by my exhibits. A strange expression crossed Miller's face. Good God, Grunberg, you realize this may be nothing but an exhibit? You and everybody else. Maybe you're not real, just pieces of this exhibit. That wouldn't be very pleasant for us, would it? Grunberg said with a faint smile. People in dreams are always secure until the dreamer wakes up, Miller retorted. So you're dreaming me? Grunberg laughed tolerantly. I suppose I should thank you. I'm not here because I especially like you. I'm here because I can't stand Fleming and the whole history agency. Grunberg protested. This Fleming, are you aware of thinking about him before you went out looking for the newspaper? Miller got to his feet and paced around the luxurious office, between the leather-covered chairs and the huge mahogany desk. I want to face this thing. I'm an exhibit, an artificial replica of the past. Fleming said something like this would happen to me. Sit down, Mr. Miller, Grunberg said in a gentle but commanding voice. When Miller had taken his chair again, Grunberg continued. I understand what you say. You have a general feeling that everything around you is unreal, a sort of stage, an exhibit. Yes, an exhibit in a museum. In the New York History Agency, Level R, the 20th century level. And in addition to this general feeling of insubstantiality, there are specific projected memories of persons and places beyond this world, another realm in which this one is contained. Perhaps I should say, the reality within which this is only a sort of shadow world. This world doesn't look shadowy to me. Miller struck the leather arm of the chair savagely. This world is completely real. That's what's wrong. I came in to investigate the noises, and now I can't get back out. Good God, do I have to wander around this replica the rest of my life? You know, of course, that your feeling is common to most of mankind, especially during periods of great tension. Where, by the way, was the newspaper? Did you find it? As far as I'm concerned, is that a source of irritation with you? I see you react strongly to a mention of the newspaper. Miller shook his head wearily. Forget it. Yes, a trifle. The paper boy carelessly throws the newspaper in the bushes, not on the porch. It makes you angry. It happens again and again. Early in the day, just as you're starting to work. It seems to symbolize in a small way the whole petty frustrations and defeats of your job, your whole life. Personally, I don't give a damn about the newspaper. Miller examined his wristwatch. I'm going. It's almost noon. Old man Davidson will be yelling his head off if I'm not at the office by... He broke off. There it is again. There what is? All this. Miller gestured impatiently out the window. This whole place, this damn world, this exhibition. I have a thought, Dr. Grunberg said slowly. I'll put it to you for what it's worth. Feel free to reject it if it doesn't fit. He raised his shrewd professional eyes. Ever see kids playing with rocket ships? Lord, Miller said wretchedly. I've seen commercial rocket freighters hauling cargo between Earth and Jupiter, landing at LaGuardia Spaceport. Grunberg smiled slightly. Follow me through on this. A question. Is it job tension? What do you mean? It would be nice, Grunberg said blandly, to live in the world of tomorrow, with robots and rocket ships to do all the work. You could just sit back and take it easy. No worries, no cares, no frustrations. My position in the History Agency has plenty of cares and frustrations. Miller rose abruptly. Look, Grunberg, either this is an exhibit on our level of the History Agency, or I'm a middle-class businessman with an escape fantasy. Right now I can't decide which. One minute I think this is real, and the next minute, we can decide easily, Grunberg said. How? You were looking for the newspaper. Down the path, onto the lawn. Where did it happen? Was it on the path? On the porch? Try to remember. I don't have to try. I was still on the pavement. I had just jumped over the rail past the safety screens. On the pavement. Then go back there. Find the exact place. Why? So you can prove to yourself there's nothing on the other side. Miller took a deep, slow breath. Suppose there is. There can't be. You said yourself, only one of the worlds can be real. This world is real. Grunberg thumped his massive mahogany desk. Ergo, you won't find anything on the other side. Yes, Miller said after a moment's silence. A peculiar expression cut across his face and stayed there. You found the mistake. What mistake? Grunberg was puzzled. What? Miller moved towards the door of the office. I'm beginning to get it. I've been putting up a false question, trying to decide which world is real. He grinned humorlessly back at Dr. Grunberg. They're both real, of course. He grabbed a taxi and headed back to the house. No one was home. The boys were in school, and Marjorie had gone downtown to shop. He waited indoors until he was sure nobody was watching along the street, and then started down the path to the pavement. He found the spot without any trouble. There was a faint shimmer in the air, a weak place just at the edge of the parking strip. Through it, he could see faint shapes. He was right. There it was, complete and real as the pavement under him. A long metallic bar was cut off by the edges of the circle. He recognized it, the safety railing he had leaped over to enter the exhibit. Beyond it was the safety screen system. Turned off, of course, and beyond that the rest of the level and the far walls of the history building. He took a cautious step into the weak haze. It shimmered around him, misty and oblique. The shapes beyond became clearer. A moving figure in a dark blue robe, some curious person examining the exhibits. The figure moved on and was lost. He could see his own work desk now, his tape scanner and heaps of study spools. Beside the desk was his briefcase, exactly where he had expected it. While he was considering stepping over the railing to get the briefcase, Fleming appeared. Some inner instinct made Miller step back through the weak spot as Fleming approached. Maybe it was the expression on Fleming's face. In any case, Miller was back and standing firmly on the concrete pavement when Fleming halted just beyond the juncture, face red, lips twisted with indignation. "Miller," he said thickly, "come out of there." Miller laughed. "Be a good fellow, Fleming. Toss me my briefcase. It's that strange-looking thing over by the desk. I showed it to you, remember?" "Stop playing games and listen to me," Fleming snapped. "This is serious. Carnap knows. I had to inform him." "Good for you, the loyal bureaucrat." Miller bent over to light his pipe. He inhaled and puffed a great cloud of gray tobacco smoke through the weak spot out into the R-level. Fleming coughed and retreated. "What's that stuff?" he demanded. "Tobacco. One of the things they have around here. Very common substance in the 20th century. You wouldn't know about that. Your period is the 2nd century B.C., the Hellenistic world. I don't know how well you'd like that. They didn't have very good plumbing back there. Life expectancy was damn short." "What are you talking about?" "In comparison, the life expectancy of my research period is quite high. And you should see the bathroom I've got. Yellow tile, and a shower. We don't have anything like that at the agency leisure quarters." Fleming grunted sourly. "In other words, you're going to stay in there." "It's a pleasant place," Miller said easily. "Of course, my position is better than average. Let me describe it for you. I have an attractive wife. Marriage is permitted, even sanctioned in this era. I have 2 fine kids, both boys, who are going up to the Russian River this weekend. They live with me and my wife. We have complete custody of them. The state has no power of that yet. I have a brand-new Buick." "Illusions," Fleming spat. "Psychotic delusions." "Are you sure?" "You damn fool! I always knew you were too ego-recessive to face reality. You and your anachronistic retreats. Sometimes I'm ashamed I'm a theoretician. I wish I had gone into engineering." Fleming's lips twitched. "You're insane, you know. You're standing in the middle of an artificial exhibit, which is owned by the History Agency, a bundle of plastic and wire and struts. A replica of a past age, an imitation. And you'd rather be there than in the real world." "Strange," Miller said thoughtfully. "Seems to me I've heard the same thing very recently. You don't know a Dr. Grunberg, do you? A psychiatrist?" Without formality, Director Carnap arrived with his company of assistants and experts. Fleming quickly retreated. Miller found himself facing one of the most powerful figures of the 22nd century. He grinned and held out his hand. "You insane imbecile," Carnap rumbled. "Get out of there before we drag you out. If we have to do that, you're through. You know what they do with advanced psychotics? It'll be euthanasia for you. I'll give you one last chance to come out of that fake exhibit." "Sorry," Miller said. "It's not an exhibit." Carnack's heavy face registered sudden surprise. For a brief instant his massive pose vanished. "You still try to maintain—" "This is a time gate," Miller said quietly. "You can't get me out, Carnap. You can't reach me. I'm in the past, 200 years back. I've crossed back to a previous existence coordinate. I found a bridge and escaped from your continuum to this, and there's nothing you can do about it." Carnap and his experts huddled together in a quick technical conference. Miller waited patiently. He had plenty of time. He had decided not to show up at the office until Monday. After a while, Carnap approached the juncture again, being careful not to step over the safety rail. "An interesting theory, Miller. That's the strange part about psychotics. They rationalize their delusions into a logical system. A priori, your concept stands up well. It's internally consistent, only what? Only it doesn't happen to be true." Carnap had regained his confidence. He seemed to be enjoying the interchange. "You think you're really back in the past? Yes, this exhibit is extremely accurate. Your work has always been good. The authenticity of detail is unequaled by any of the other exhibits." "I tried to do my work well," Miller murmured. You wore archaic clothing and affected archaic speech mannerisms. You did everything possible to throw yourself back. You devoted yourself to your work. Carnap tapped the safety railing with his finger. It would be a shame, Miller, a terrible shame, to demolish such an authentic replica. I see your point, Miller said after a time. I agree with you, certainly. I've been very proud of my work. I'd hate to see it all torn down. But that really won't do you any good. All you'll succeed in doing is closing the time gate. You're sure? Of course. The exhibit is only a bridge, a link with the past. I passed through the exhibit, but I'm not there now. I'm beyond the exhibit. He grinned tightly. Your demolition can't reach me, but seal me off if you want. I don't think I'll be wanting to come back. I wish you could see this side, Carnap. It's a nice place here. Freedom, opportunity, limited government responsible to the people. If you don't like a job here, you quit. There's no euthanasia here. Come on over, I'll introduce you to my wife. We'll get you, Carnap said, and all your psychotic figments along with you. I doubt if any of my psychotic figments are worried. Grunberg wasn't. I don't think Marjorie is. We've already begun demolition preparations, Carnap said calmly. We'll do it piece by piece, not all at once. So you may have the opportunity to appreciate the scientific and artistic way we take your imaginary world apart. You're wasting your time, Miller said. He turned and walked off down the pavement to the gravel path and up onto the front porch of the house. In the living room, he threw himself down in the easy chair and snapped on the television set. Then he went to the kitchen and got a can of ice-cold beer. He carried it happily back into the safe, comfortable living room. As he was seating himself in front of the television set, he noticed something rolled up on the low coffee table. He grinned wryly. It was the morning newspaper, which he had looked so hard for. Marjorie had brought it in with the milk as usual, and of course forgotten to tell him. He yawned contentedly and reached over to pick it up. Confidently he unfolded it and read the big black headlines. Russia reveals cobalt bomb. Total world destruction ahead. The crawlers. He built, and the more he built, the more he enjoyed building. Hot sunlight filtered down. Summer breezes stirred around him as he toiled joyfully. When he ran out of material, he paused a while and rested. His edifice wasn't large. It was more a practice model than the real thing. One part of his brain told him that, and another part thrilled with excitement and pride. It was at least large enough to enter. He crawled down the entrance tunnel and curled up inside in a contented heap. Through a rent in the roof, a few bits of dirt rained down. He used binder fluid and reinforced the weak place. In his edifice the air was clean and cool, almost dust-free. He crawled over the inner walls one last time, leaving a quick-drying coat of binder over everything. What else was needed? He was beginning to feel drowsy. In a moment he'd be asleep. He thought about it, and then he extended a part of himself up through the still open entrance. That part watched and listened warily as the rest of him dozed off in a grateful slumber. He was peaceful and content, conscious that from a distance all that was visible was a light mound of dark clay. No one would notice it. No one would guess what lay beneath. And if they did notice, he had methods of taking care of them. The farmer halted his ancient Ford truck with a grinding shriek of brakes. He cursed and backed up a few yards. "There's one. Hop down and take a look at it. Watch the cars. They go pretty fast along here." Ernest Gretry pushed the cabin door open and stepped down gingerly onto the hot mid-morning pavement. The air smelled of sun and drying grass. Insects buzzed around him as he advanced cautiously up the highway, hands in his trouser pockets, lean body bent forward. He stopped and peered down. The thing was well mashed. Wheel marks crossed it in 4 places, and its internal organs had ruptured and burst through. The whole thing was snail-like, a gummy, elongated tube with sense organs at one end and a confusing mass of protoplasmic extensions at the other. What got him most was the face. For a time he couldn't look directly at it. He had to contemplate the road, the hills, the big cedar trees, anything else. There was something in the little dead eyes, a glint that was rapidly fading. They weren't the lusterless eyes of a fish, stupid and vacant. The life he had seen haunted him, and he had got only a brief glimpse as the truck bore down on it and crushed it flat. "They crawl across here every once in a while," the farmer said quietly. "Sometimes they get as far as town. The first one I saw was heading down the middle of Grant Street, about 50 yards an hour. They go pretty slow. Some of the teenage kids like to run them down. Personally, I avoid them if I see them." Gretry kicked aimlessly at the thing. He wondered vaguely how many more there were in the bushes and hills. He could see farmhouses set back from the road, white gleaming squares in the hot Tennessee sun. Horses and sleeping cattle, dirty chickens scratching, a sleepy, peaceful countryside basking in the late summer sun. "Where's the radiation lab from here?" he asked. The farmer indicated. "Over there, on the other side of those hills. You want to collect the remains? They have one down at the Standard Oil Station in a big tank. Dead, of course. They filled the tank with kerosene to try to preserve it. That one's in pretty good shape compared to this. Joe Jackson cracked its head with a 2x4. He found it crawling across his property one night." Gretry got shakily back into the truck. His stomach turned over, and he had to take some long, deep breaths. "I didn't realize there were so many. When they sent me out from Washington, they said just a few had been seen. There's been quite a lot." The farmer started up the truck and carefully skirted the remains on the pavement. "We're trying to get used to them, but we can't. It's not nice stuff. A lot of people are moving away. You can feel it in the air, a sort of heaviness. We've got this problem, and we have to meet it." He increased speed, leathery hands tight around the wheel. "It seems like there's more of them born all the time, and almost no normal children." Back in town, Gretry called Freeman long distance from the booth in the shabby hotel lobby. "We'll have to do something. They're all around here. I'm going out at 3 to see a colony of them. The fellow who runs the taxi stand knows where they are. He says there must be 11 or 12 of them together." "How do the people around there feel?" "How the hell do you expect? They think it's God's judgment. Maybe they're right." "We should have made them move earlier. We should have cleaned out the whole area for miles around. Then we wouldn't have this problem." Freeman paused. "What do you suggest?" "That island we took over for the H-bomb tests. It's a damn big island. There was a whole group of natives we moved off and resettled." Freeman choked. "Good God. Are there that many of them?" "The staunch citizens exaggerate, of course, but I get the impression there must be at least 100. Freeman was silent a long time. "I didn't realize," he said finally. "I'll have to put it through channels, of course. We were going to make further tests on that island, but I see your point. I'd like it, Gretry said. This is a bad business. We can't have things like this. People can't live with this sort of thing. You ought to drop out here and take a look. It's something to remember. I'll see what I can do. I'll talk to Gordon. Give me a ring tomorrow. Gretry hung up and wandered out of the drab, dirty lobby onto the blazing sidewalk. Dingy stores and parked cars. A few old men hunched over on steps and sagging cane-bottomed chairs. He lit a cigarette and shakily examined his watch. It was almost 3. He moved slowly toward the taxi stand. The town was dead. Nothing stirred. Only the motionless old men in their chairs and the out-of-town cars zipping along the highway. Dust and silence lay over everything. Age, like a gray spider web, covered all the houses and stores. No laughter, no sounds of any kind, no children playing games. A dirty blue taxicab pulled up silently beside him. "Okay, mister," the driver said, a rat-faced man in his 30s, toothpick hanging between his crooked teeth. He kicked the bent door open. "Here we go." "How far is it?" Gretry asked as he climbed in. "Just outside town." The cab picked up speed and hurtled noisily along, bouncing and bucking. "You from the FBI?" "No." "I thought from your suit and hat you was." The driver eyed him curiously. "How'd you hear about the crawlers?" "From the radiation lab." "Yeah, it's that hot stuff they got there." The driver turned off the highway and onto a dirt side road. "It's up here on the Higgins farm. The crazy damn things picked the bottom of old lady Higgins' place to build their houses." "Houses?" "They've got some sort of city down under the ground. You'll see it. The entrance is, at least. They work together, building and fussing." He twisted the cab off the dirt road, between 2 huge cedars, over a bumpy field, and finally brought it to rest at the edge of a rocky gully. "This is it." It was the first time Gretry had seen one alive. He got out of the cab awkwardly, his legs numb and unresponding. The things were moving slowly between the woods and the entrance tunnels in the center of the clearing. They were bringing building material, clay and weeds, smearing it with some kind of ooze and plastering it in rough forms which were carefully carried beneath the ground. The crawlers were 2 or 3 feet long. Some were older than others, darker and heavier. All of them moved with agonizing slowness, a silent flowing motion across the sun-baked ground. They were soft, shell-less, and looked harmless. Again he was fascinated and hypnotized by their faces, the weird parody of human faces, wizened little baby features, tiny shoe-button eyes, slit of a mouth, twisted ears, and a few wisps of damp hair. What should have been arms were elongated pseudopods that grew and receded like soft dough. The crawlers seemed incredibly flexible. They extended themselves, then snapped their bodies back as their feelers made contact with obstructions. They paid no attention to the 2 men. They didn't even seem to be aware of them. "How dangerous are they?" Gretry asked finally. "Well, they have some sort of stinger. They stung a dog, I know, stung him pretty hard. He swelled up and his tongue turned black. He had fits and got hard. He died." The driver added half apologetically, "He was nosing around, interrupting their building. They work all the time, keep busy." "Is this most of them?" "I guess so. They sort of congregate here. I see them crawling this way." The driver gestured. "See, They're born in different places, one or two at each farmhouse near the radiation lab. Which way is Mrs. Higgins' farmhouse? Gretry asked. Up there. See it through the trees? You want to— I'll be right back, Gretry said, and started abruptly off. Wait here. The old woman was watering the dark red geraniums that grew around her front porch when Gretry approached. She looked up quickly, her ancient wrinkled face shrewd and suspicious, the sprinkling can poised like a blunt instrument. Afternoon, Gretry said. He tipped his hat and showed her his credentials. I'm investigating the crawlers at the edge of your land. Why? Her voice was empty, bleak, cold, like her withered face and body. We're trying to find a solution. Gretry felt awkward and uncertain. It's been suggested we transport them away from here, out to an island in the Gulf of Mexico. They shouldn't be here. It's too hard on people. It isn't right. He finished lamely. No, it isn't right. And we've already begun moving everybody away from the radiation lab. I guess we should have done that a long time ago. The woman's eyes flashed. You people and your machines. See what you've done? She jabbed a bony finger at him excitedly. Now you have to fix it. You have to do something. We're taking them away to an island as soon as possible. But there's one problem. We have to be sure about the parents. They have complete custody of them. We can't just— He broke off futilely. How do they feel? Would they let us cart up their children and haul them away? Mrs. Higgins turned and headed into the house. Uncertainly, Gretry followed her through the dim, dusty interior rooms. Musty chambers full of oil lamps and faded pictures, ancient sofas and tables. She led him through a great kitchen of immense cast-iron pots and pans, down a flight of wooden stairs to a painted white door. She knocked sharply. Flurry and movement on the other side, the sound of people whispering and moving things hurriedly. "Open the door," Mrs. Higgins commanded. After an agonized pause, the door opened slowly. Mrs. Higgins pushed it wide and motioned Gretry to follow her. In the room stood a young man and woman. They backed away as Gretry came in. The woman hugged a long pasteboard carton which the man had suddenly passed to her. "Who are you?" the man demanded. He abruptly grabbed the carton back. His wife's small hands were trembling under the shifting weight. Gretry was seeing the parents of one of them. The young woman, brown-haired, not more than 19. Slender and small in a cheap green dress, a full-breasted girl with dark, frightened eyes. The man was bigger and stronger, a handsome, dark youth with massive arms and competent hands gripping the pasteboard carton tight. Gretry couldn't stop looking at the carton. Holes had been punched in the top. The carton moved slightly in the man's arms, and there was a faint shudder that rocked it back and forth. "This man," Mrs. Higgins said to the husband, "has come to take it away." The couple accepted the information in silence. The husband made no move except to get a better grip on the box. "He's going to take all of them to an island," Mrs. Higgins said. "It's all arranged. Nobody'll harm them. They'll be safe and they can do what they want, build and crawl around where nobody has to look at them." The young woman nodded blankly. "Give it to him," Mrs. Higgins ordered impatiently. "Give him the box and let's get it over with once and for all." After a moment the husband carried the box over to a table and put it down. "You know anything about them?" he demanded. "You know what they eat?" Gretry began helplessly. They eat leaves, nothing but leaves and grass. We've been bringing in the smallest leaves we could find." "It's only a month old," the young woman said huskily. "It already wants to go down with the others, but we keep it here. We don't want it to go down here, not yet. Later, maybe, we thought. We didn't know what to do. We weren't sure." Her large, dark eyes flashed briefly in mute appeal, then faded out again. "It's a hard thing to know." Her husband untied the heavy brown twine and took the lid from the carton. "Here, you can see it." It was the smallest Gretry had seen, pale and soft, less than a foot long. It had crawled in a corner of the box and was curled up in a messy web of chewed leaves and some kind of wax. A translucent covering spun clumsily around it, behind which it lay asleep. It paid no attention to them. They were out of its scope. Gretry felt a strange, helpless horror rise up in him. He moved away, and the young man replaced the lid. "We knew what it was," he said hoarsely, "right away, as soon as it was born. Up the road there was one we saw, one of the first. Bob Douglas made us come over and look at it. It was his and Julie's. That was before they started coming down and collecting together by the gully." "Tell him what happened," Mrs. Higgins said. "Douglas smashed its head with a rock. Then he poured gasoline on it and burned it up. Last week he and Julie packed and left." "Have many of them been destroyed?" Gretry managed to ask. "A few. A lot of men, they see something like that, and they go sort of wild. You can't blame them." The man's dark eyes darted hopelessly. "I guess I almost did the same thing." "Maybe we should have," his wife murmured. "Maybe I should have let you." Gretry picked up the pasteboard carton and moved toward the door. "We'll get this done as quickly as we can. The trucks are on the way. It should be over in a day." "Thank God for that," Mrs. Higgins exclaimed in a clipped, emotionless voice. She held the door open, and Gretry carried the carton through the dim, musty house, down the sagging front steps, and out into the blazing mid-afternoon sun. Mrs. Higgins stopped at the red geraniums and picked up her sprinkling can. "When you take them all. Don't leave any behind, understand?" "Yes," Gretry muttered. "Keep some of your men in trucks here. Keep checking. Don't let any stay where we have to look at them. When we get the people near the radiation lab moved away, there shouldn't be any more of—" He broke off. Mrs. Higgins had turned her back and was watering the geraniums. Bees buzzed around her. The flowers swayed dully with the hot wind. The old woman passed on around the side of the house, still watering and stooping over. In a few moments she was gone, and Gretry was alone with his carton. Embarrassed and ashamed, he carried the carton slowly down the hill and across the field to the ravine. The taxi driver was standing by his cab, smoking a cigarette and waiting patiently for him. The colony of crawlers was working steadily on its city. There were streets and passages. On some of the entrance mounds he noticed intricate scratches that might have been words. Some of the crawlers were grouped together, setting up involved things he couldn't make out. "Let's go," he said wearily to the driver. The driver grinned and yanked the back door. "I left the meter running," he said, his ratty face bright with craft. "You guys all have a swindle sheet. You don't care." He built, and the more he built, the more he enjoyed building. By now the city was over 80 miles deep and 5 miles in diameter. The whole island had been converted into a single vast city that honeycombed and interlaced farther each day. Eventually, it would reach the land beyond the ocean. Then the work would begin in earnest. To his right, 1,000 methodically moving companions toiled silently on the structural support that was to reinforce the main breeding chamber. As soon as it was in place, everyone would feel better. The mothers were just now beginning to bring forth their young. That was what worried him. It took some of the joy out of building. He had seen one of the firstborn before it was quickly hidden and the thing hushed up. A brief glimpse of a bulbous head, foreshortened body, incredibly rigid extensions. It shrieked and wailed and turned red in the face, gurgled and plucked aimlessly and kicked its feet. In horror, somebody had finally mashed the throwback with a rock and hoped there wouldn't be any more. Sales pitch. Commute ships roared on all sides as Ed Morris made his way wearily home to Earth at the end of a long, hard day at the office. The Ganymede-Terra lanes were choked with exhausted, grim-faced businessmen. Jupiter was in opposition to Earth, and the trip was a good 2 hours. Every few million miles the great flows slowed to a grinding, agonized halt. Signal lights flashed as streams from Mars and Saturn fed into the main traffic arteries. "Lord," Morris muttered, "how tired can you get?" He locked the autopilot and momentarily turned from the control board to light a much-needed cigarette. His hands shook, his head swam. It was past 6. Sally would be fuming. Dinner would be spoiled. The same old thing. Nerve-wracking driving, honking horns, and irate drivers zooming past his little ship, furious gesturing, shouting, cursing. And the ads. That was what really did it. He could have stood everything else but the ads, the whole long way from Ganymede to Earth. And on Earth, the swarms of sales robots. It was too much, and they were everywhere. He slowed to avoid a 50-ship smash-up. Repair ships were scurrying around trying to get the debris out of the lane. His audio speaker wailed as police rockets hurried up. Expertly, Morris raised his ship, cut between 2 slow-moving commercial transports, zipped momentarily into the unused left lane, and then sped on, the wreck left behind. Horns honked furiously at him. He ignored them. "Trans-Solar Products greets you," an immense voice boomed in his ear. Morris groaned and hunched down in his seat. He was getting near Terra. The barrage was increasing. Is your tension index pushed over the safety margin by the ordinary frustrations of the day? Then you need an id persona unit, so small it can be worn behind the ear, close to the frontal lobe. Thank God he was past it. The ad dimmed and receded behind as his fast-moving ship hurtled forward, but another was right ahead. Drivers, thousands of unnecessary deaths each year from interplanet driving. Hypno-motor control from an expert source point ensures your safety. Surrender your body and save your life. The voice roared louder. Industrial experts say... Both audio ads, the easiest to ignore, but now a visual ad was forming. He winced, closed his eyes, but it did no good. "Men," an unctuous voice thundered on all sides of him, "banish internally caused obnoxious odors forever. Removal by modern painless methods of the gastrointestinal tract and substitution system will relieve you of the most acute cause of social rejection." The visual image locked. A vast, nude girl, blonde hair disarrayed, blue eyes half shut, lips parted, head tilted back in sleep-drugged ecstasy. The features ballooned as the lips approached his own. Abruptly, the orgiastic expression on the girl's face vanished. Disgust and revulsion swept across, and then the image faded out. "Does this happen to you?" the voice boomed. "During erotic sex play, do you offend your love partner by the presence of gastric processes which—" The voice died, and he was past. His mind his own again, Morris kicked savagely at the throttle and sent the little ship leaping. The pressure, applied directly to the audio-visual regions of his brain, had faded below spark point. He groaned and shook his head to clear it. All around him the vague, half-defined echoes of ads glittered and gibbered like ghosts of distant video stations. Ads waited on all sides. He steered a careful course, dexterity born of animal desperation, but not all could be avoided. Despair seized him. The outline of a new visual-audio ad was already coming into being. "You, Mr. Wage Earner!" it shouted into the eyes and ears, noses, and throats of 1,000 weary commuters. "Tired of the same old job? Wonder Circuits Incorporated has perfected a marvelous long-range thought-wave scanner. Know what others are thinking and saying. Get the edge on fellow employees. Learn facts, figures about your employer's personal existence. Banish uncertainty." Morris' despair swept up wildly. He threw the throttle on full blast. The little ship bucked and rolled as it climbed from the traffic lane into the dead zone beyond. A shrieking roar as his fender whipped through the protective wall, and then the ad faded behind him. He slowed down, trembling with misery and fatigue. Earth lay ahead. He'd be home soon. Maybe he could get a good night's sleep. He shakily dropped the nose of the ship and prepared to hook onto the tractor beam of the Chicago commute field. "The best metabolism adjuster on the market," the sales robot shrilled. "Guaranteed to maintain a perfect endocrine balance or your money refunded in full." Morris pushed warily past the sales robot, up the sidewalk toward the residential block that contained his living unit. The robot followed a few steps, then forgot him and hurried after another grim-faced commuter. "All the news while it's news," a metallic voice dinned at him. "Have a retinal vid screen installed in your least used eye. Keep in touch with the world. Don't wait for out-of-date hourly summaries." "Get out of the way," Morris muttered. The robot stepped aside for him, and he crossed the street with a pack of hunched-over men and women. Robot salesmen were everywhere, gesturing, pleading, shrilling. One started after him, and he quickened his pace. It scurried along, chanting its pitch and trying to attract his attention, all the way up the hill to his living unit. It didn't give up until he stooped over, snatched up a rock, and hurled it futilely. He scrambled in the house and slammed the door lock after him. The robot hesitated, then turned and raced after a woman with an armload of packages toiling up the hill. She tried vainly to elude it without success. "Darling!" Sally cried. She hurried from the kitchen, drying her hands on her plastic shorts, bright-eyed and excited. "Oh, you poor thing, you look so tired." Morris peeled off his hat and coat and kissed his wife briefly on her bare shoulder. "What's for dinner?" Sally gave his hat and coat to the closet. "We're having Uranian wild pheasant, your favorite dish." Morris' mouth watered, and a tiny surge of energy crawled back into his exhausted body. "No kidding? What the hell's the occasion?" His wife's brown eyes moistened with compassion. "Darling, it's your birthday. You're 37 years old today. Had you forgotten?" "Yeah," Morris grinned a little. "I sure had." He wandered into the kitchen. The table was set. Coffee was steaming in the cups, and there was butter and white bread, mashed potatoes and green peas. My golly, a real occasion. Sally punched the stove controls, and the container of smoking pheasant was slid onto the table and neatly sliced open. "Go wash your hands and we're ready to eat. Hurry before it gets cold." Morris presented his hands to the wash slot and then sat down gratefully at the table. Sally served the tender, fragrant pheasant, and the two of them began eating. "Sally," Morris said when his plate was empty and he was leaning back and sipping slowly at his coffee, "I can't go on like this. Something's got to be done." "You mean the drive? I wish you could get a position on Mars like Bob Young. Maybe if you talk to the Employment Commission and explain to them how all the strain—" "It's not just the drive. They're right out front, everywhere, waiting for me, all day and night." "Who are, dear?" "Robots selling things. As soon as I set down the ship, robots and visual audio ads. They dig right into a man's brain. They follow people around until they die." "I know." Sally patted his hand sympathetically. "When I go shopping, they follow me in clusters, all talking at once. It's really a panic. You can't understand half what they're saying." "We've got to break out." "Break out?" Sally faltered. "What do you mean?" "We've got to get away from them. They're destroying us." Morris fumbled in his pocket and carefully got out a tiny fragment of metal foil. He unrolled it with painstaking care and smoothed it out on the table. "Look at this. It was circulated in the office among the men. It got to me, and I kept it." "What does it mean?" Sally's brow wrinkled as she made out the words. "Dear, I don't think you got all of it. There must be more than this." "A new world," Morris said softly, "where they haven't got to yet. It's a long way off, out beyond the solar system, out in the stars." "Proxima?" 20 planets, half of them habitable. Only a few thousand people out there. Families, workmen, scientists, some industrial survey teams. Land free for the asking. "But it's so—" Sally made a face. "Dear, isn't it sort of underdeveloped? They say it's like living back in the 20th century. Flush toilets, bathtubs, gasoline-driven cars." "That's right." Morris rolled up the bit of crumpled metal, his face grim and dead serious. "It's 100 years behind times. None of this." He indicated the stove and the furnishings in the living room. "We'll have to do without. We'll have to get used to a simpler life, the way our ancestors lived." He tried to smile, but his face wouldn't cooperate. "You think you'd like it? No ads, no sales robots, traffic moving at 60 miles an hour instead of 60 million. We could raise passage on one of the big trans-system liners. I could sell my commute rocket." There was a hesitant, doubtful silence. "Ed," Sally began, "I think we should think it over more. What about your job? What would you do out there?" "I'd find something." "But what? Haven't you got that part figured out?" A shrill tinge of annoyance crept into her voice. "It seems to me we should consider that part just a little more before we throw away everything and just take off." "If we don't go," Morris said slowly, trying to keep his voice steady, "they'll get us. There isn't much time left. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off." "Really, Ed, you make it sound so melodramatic. If you feel that bad, why don't you take some time off and have a complete inhibition check? I was watching a vid program, and I saw them going over a man whose psychosomatic system was much worse than yours, a much older man." She leaped to her feet. "Let's go out tonight and celebrate, okay?" Her slim fingers fumbled at the zipper of her shorts. "I'll put on my new plaster robe, the one I've never had nerve enough to wear." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried into the bedroom. "You know the one I mean? When you're up close, it's translucent, but as you get farther off, it becomes more and more sheer until—" "I know the one," Morris said wearily. "I've seen them advertised on my way home from work." He got slowly to his feet and wandered into the living room. At the door of the bedroom he halted. "Sally." "Yes?" Morris opened his mouth to speak. He was going to ask her again, talk to her about the metal foil fragment he had carefully wadded up and carried home. He was going to talk to her about the frontier, about Proxima Centauri, going away and never coming back, but he never had a chance. The door chimes sounded. "Somebody's at the door!" Sally cried excitedly. "Hurry up and see who it is." In the evening darkness, the robot was a silent, unmoving figure. A cold wind blew around it and into the house. Morris shivered and moved back from the door. "What do you want?" he demanded. A strange fear licked at him. "What is it?" The robot was larger than any he had seen, tall and broad with heavy metallic grippers and elongated eye lenses. Its upper trunk was a square tank instead of the usual cone. It rested on 4 treads, not the customary 2. It towered over Morris, almost 7 feet high, massive and solid. "Good evening," it said calmly. Its voice was whipped around by the night wind. It mixed with the dismal noises of evening, the echoes of traffic and the clang of distant street signals. A few vague shapes hurried through the gloom. The world was black and hostile. "Evening," Morris responded automatically. He found himself trembling. "What are you selling?" "I would like to show you a Fasrad," the robot said. Morris' mind was numb. It refused to respond. What was a Fasrad? There was something dreamlike and nightmarish going on. He struggled to get his mind and body together. "A what?" he croaked. "A Fasrad." The robot made no effort to explain. It regarded him without emotion, as if it was not its responsibility to explain anything. "It will take only a moment." Morris began. He moved back out of the wind, and the robot, without change of expression, glided past him and into the house. "Thank you," it said. It halted in the middle of the living room. "Would you call your wife, please? I would like to show her the Fasrad also." "Sally?" Morris muttered helplessly. "Come here." Sally swept breathlessly into the living room, her breasts quivering with excitement. "What is it? Oh!" She saw the robot and halted uncertainly. "Ed, did you order something? Are we buying something?" "Good evening," the robot said to her. "I am going to show you the Fasrad. Please be seated, on the couch if you will, both together." Sally sat down expectantly, her cheeks flushed, eyes bright with wonder and bewilderment. Numbly, Ed seated himself beside her. "Look," he muttered thickly. "What the hell is a Fasrad? What's going on? I don't want to buy anything." "What is your name?" the robot asked him. "Morris." He almost choked. "Ed Morris." The robot turned to Sally. "Mrs. Morris." It bowed slightly. "I'm glad to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Morris. You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see the Fasrad. This is the initial demonstration in this area." Its cold eyes swept the room. "Mr. Morris, you are employed, I assume. Where are you employed?" "He works on Ganymede," Sally said dutifully, like a little girl in school, "for the Terran Metals Development Company." The robot digested this information. "A Fasrad will be of value to you." It eyed Sally. "What do you do?" "I'm a tape transcriber at Histo Research." A fast rad will be of no value in your professional work, but it will be helpful here in the home. It picked up a table in its powerful steel grippers. For example, sometimes an attractive piece of furniture is damaged by a clumsy guest. The robot smashed the table to bits. Fragments of wood and plastic rained down. A fast rad is needed. Morris leaped helplessly to his feet. He was powerless to halt events. A numbing weight hung over him as the robot tossed the fragments of table away and selected a heavy floor lamp. "Oh, dear," Sally gasped. "That's my best lamp." When a fast rad is possessed, there is nothing to fear. The robot seized the lamp and twisted it grotesquely. It ripped the shade, smashed the bulbs, then threw away the remnants. A situation of this kind can occur from some violent explosion, such as an H-bomb. "For God's sake," Morris muttered, "An H-bomb attack may never occur," the robot continued, "but in such an event a fast rad is indispensable." It knelt down and pulled an intricate tube from its waist. Aiming the tube at the floor, it atomized a hole 5 feet in diameter. It stepped back from the yawning pocket. "I have not extended this tunnel, but you can see a fast rad would save your life in case of attack." The word attack seemed to set off a new train of reactions in its metal brain. "Sometimes a thug or hood will attack a person at night," it continued. Without warning, it whirled and drove its fist through the wall. A section of the wall collapsed in a heap of powder and debris. That takes care of the thug. The robot straightened out and peered around the room. "Often you are too tired in the evening to manipulate the buttons on the stove." It strode into the kitchen and began punching stove controls. Immense quantities of food spilled in all directions. "Stop!" Sally cried. "Get away from my stove!" "You may be too weary to run water for your bath." The robot tripped the controls of the tub and water poured down. "Or you may wish to go right to bed." It yanked the bed from its concealment and threw it flat. Sally retreated in fright as the robot advanced toward her. "Sometimes after a hard day at work you are too tired to remove your clothing. In that event—" "Get out of here!" Morris shouted at it. "Sally, run and get the cops. The thing's gone crazy. Hurry!" "The fast rad is a necessity in all modern homes," the robot continued. "For example, an appliance may break down. The fast rad repairs it instantly." It seized the automatic humidity control and tore the wiring and replaced it on the wall. "Sometimes you would prefer not to go to work. The fast rad is permitted by law to occupy your position for a consecutive period not to exceed 10 days. If, after that period—" "Good God," Morris said, as understanding finally came. "You're the fast rad." "That's right," the robot agreed. "Fully automatic, self-regulating android, domestic. There is also the fast rack, construction, the fast ram, managerial, the fast rus, soldier, and the fast rab, bureaucrat. I am designed for home use." "You—" Sally gasped. "You're for sale? You're selling yourself?" "I am demonstrating myself," the fast rad, the robot, answered. Its impassive metal eyes were fixed intently on Morris as it continued. "I am sure, Mr. Morris, you would like to own me. I am reasonably priced and fully guaranteed. A full book of instructions is included. I cannot conceive of taking no for an answer." At 12:30, Ed Morris still sat at the foot of the bed, one shoe on, the other in his hand. He gazed vacantly ahead. He said nothing. "For heaven's sake," Sally complained, Finish untying that knot and get into bed. You have to be up at 5:30. Morris fooled aimlessly with the shoelace. After a while he dropped the shoe and tugged at the other one. The house was cold and silent. Outside, the dismal night wind whipped and lashed at the cedars that grew along the side of the building. Sally lay curled up beneath the radiant lens, a cigarette between her lips, enjoying the warmth and half-dozing. In the living room stood the Fassrad. It hadn't left. It was still there, was waiting for Morris to buy it. "Come on," Sally said sharply. "What's wrong with you? It fixed all the things it broke. It was just demonstrating itself." She sighed drowsily. "It certainly gave me a scare. I thought something had gone wrong with it. They certainly had an inspiration, sending it around to sell itself to people." Morris said nothing. Sally rolled over on her stomach and languidly stubbed out her cigarette. "That's not so much, is it? 10,000 gold units, and if we get our friends to buy one, we get a 5% commission. All we have to do is show it. It isn't as if we had to sell it. It sells itself." She giggled. "They always wanted a product that sold itself, didn't they?" Morris untied the knot in his shoelace. He slid his shoe back on and tied it tight. "What are you doing?" Sally demanded angrily. "You come to bed." She sat up furiously as Morris left the room and moved slowly down the hall. "Where are you going?" In the living room, Morris switched on the light and sat down facing the Fassrad. "Can you hear me?" he said. "Certainly," the Fassrad answered. "I'm never inoperative. Sometimes an emergency occurs at night. A child is sick or an accident takes place. You have no children as yet, but in the event—" "Shut up," Morris said. "I don't want to hear you." "You asked me a question. Self-regulating androids are plugged into a central information exchange. Sometimes a person wishes immediate information. The Fassrad is always ready to answer any theoretical or factual inquiry, anything not metaphysical." Morris picked up the book of instructions and thumbed it. The Fassrad did thousands of things. It never wore out. It was never at a loss. It couldn't make a mistake. He threw the book away. "I'm not going to buy you," he said to it. "Never. Not in a million years." "Oh, yes, you are," the Fassrad corrected. "This is an opportunity you can't afford to miss." There was calm, metallic confidence in its voice. "You can't turn me down, Mr. Morris. A Fassrad is an indispensable necessity in the modern home." "Get out of here," Morris said evenly. "Get out of my house and don't come back. I'm not your Fassrad to order around. Until you've purchased me at the regular list price, I'm responsible only to Self-Regulating Android Incorporated. Their instructions were to the contrary. I'm to remain with you until you buy me." "Suppose I never buy you," Morris demanded. But in his heart ice formed even as he asked. Already he felt the cold terror of the answer that was coming. There could be no other. "I'll continue to remain with you," the Fassrad said. "Eventually you'll buy me." It plucked some withered roses from a vase on the mantel and dropped them into its disposal slot. "You will see more and more situations in which a Fassrad is indispensable. Eventually you'll wonder how you ever existed without one." "Is there anything you can't do?" "Oh, yes, there's a great deal I can't do, but I can do anything you can do, and considerably better." Morris let out his breath slowly. "I'd be insane to buy you." "You've got to buy me," the impassive voice answered. The Fassrad extended a hollow pipe and began cleaning the carpet. I am useful in all situations. Notice how fluffy and free of dust this rug is." It withdrew the pipe and extended another. Morris coughed and staggered quickly away. Clouds of white particles billowed out and filled every part of the room. "I am spraying for moths," the fast rat explained. The white cloud turned to an ugly blue-black. The room faded into ominous darkness. The fast rat was a dim shape moving methodically about in the center. Presently the cloud lifted and the furniture emerged. "I sprayed for harmful bacteria," the fast rat said. It painted the walls of the room and constructed new furniture to go with them. It reinforced the ceiling in the bathroom. It increased the number of heat vents from the furnace. It put in new electrical wiring. It tore out all the fixtures in the kitchen and assembled more modern ones. It examined Morris' financial accounts and computed his income tax for the following year. It sharpened all the pencils. It caught hold of his wrist and quickly diagnosed his high blood pressure as psychosomatic. "You'll feel better after you've turned responsibility over to me," it explained. It threw out some old soup Sally had been saving. "Danger of botulism," it told him. "Your wife is sexually attractive, but not capable of a high order of intellectualization." Morris went to the closet and got his coat. "Where are you going?" the fast rat asked. "To the office." "At this time of night?" Morris glanced briefly into the bedroom. Sally was sound asleep under the soothing radiant lens. Her slim body was rosy pink and healthy, her face free of worry. He closed the front door and hurried down the steps into the darkness. Cold night wind slashed at him as he approached the parking lot. His little commute ship was parked with hundreds of others. A quarter sent the attendant robot obediently after it. In 10 minutes he was on his way to Ganymede. The fast rat boarded his ship when he stopped at Mars to refuel. "Apparently you don't understand," the fast rat said. "My instructions are to demonstrate myself until you're satisfied. As yet you're not wholly convinced. Further demonstration is necessary." It passed an intricate web over the controls of the ship until all the dials and meters were in adjustment. "You should have more frequent servicing." It retired to the rear to examine the drive jets. Morris numbly signaled the attendant and the ship was released from the fuel pumps. He gained speed and the small sandy planet fell behind. Ahead, Jupiter loomed. "Your jets aren't in good repair," the fast rat said, emerging from the rear. "I don't like that knock to the main brake drive. As soon as you land, I'll make extensive repair." "The company doesn't mind your doing favors for me?" Morris asked with bitter sarcasm. "The company considers me your fast rat. An invoice will be mailed to you at the end of the month." The robot whipped out a pen and a pad of forms. "I'll explain the 4 easy payment plans. 10,000 gold units cash means a 3% discount. In addition, a number of household items may be traded in, items you won't have further need for. If you wish to divide the purchase in 4 parts, the first is due at once, and the last in 90 days. "I always pay cash," Morris muttered. He was carefully resetting the route positions on the control board. "There's no carrying charge for the 90-day plan. For the 6-month plan, there's a 6% per annum charge, which will amount to approximately—" It broke off. "We've changed course. We've left the official traffic lane." The fast rat stuck its pen and pad away and hurried to the control board. "What are you doing? There's a 2-unit fine for this." Morris ignored it. He hung on grimly to the controls and kept his eyes on the view screen. The ship was gaining speed rapidly. Warning buoys sounded angrily as he shot past them and into the bleak darkness of space beyond. In a few seconds they had left all traffic behind. They were alone, shooting rapidly away from Jupiter out into deep space. The FASRAD computed the trajectory. We're moving out of the solar system toward Centaurus. You guessed it. Hadn't you better call your wife? Morris grunted and notched the drive bar farther up. The ship bucked and pitched, then managed to right itself. The jets began to whine ominously. Indicators showed the main turbines were beginning to heat. He ignored them and threw on the emergency fuel supply. "I'll call Mrs. Morris," the FASRAD offered. "We'll be beyond range in a short while." "Don't bother. She'll worry." The FASRAD hurried to the back and examined the jets again. It popped back into the cabin, buzzing with alarm. "Mr. Morris, this ship is not equipped for inter-system travel. It's a Class D 4-shaft domestic model for home consumption only. It was never made to stand this velocity." "To get to Proxima," Morris answered. "We need this velocity." The FASRAD connected its power cables to the control board. "I can take some of the strain off the wiring system, but unless you rev her back to normal, I can't be responsible for the deterioration of the jets." "The hell with the jets!" The FASRAD was silent. It was listening intently to the growing whine under them. The whole ship shuddered violently. Bits of paint drifted down. The floor was hot from the grinding shafts. Morris' foot stayed on the throttle. The ship gained more velocity as Saul fell behind. They were out of the charted area. Saul receded rapidly. "It's too late to vid your wife," the FASRAD said. "There are 3 emergency rockets in the stern. If you want, I'll fire them off in the hope of attracting a passing military transport." "Why?" "They can take us in tow and return us to the Sol system. There's a 600 gold unit fine, but under the circumstances it seems to me the best policy." Morris turned his back to the FASRAD and jammed down the throttle with all his weight. The whine had grown to a violent roar. Instruments smashed and cracked. Fuses blew up and down the board. The lights dimmed, faded, then reluctantly came back. "Mr. Morris," the FASRAD said, "you must prepare for death. The statistical probabilities of turbine explosion are 70-30. I'll do what I can, but the danger point has already passed." Morris returned to the view screen. For a time he gazed hungrily up at the growing dot that was the twin star Centaurus. "They look all right, don't they? Prox is the important one. 20 planets." He examined the wildly fluttering instruments. "How are the jets holding up? I can't tell from these. Most of them are burned out." The FASRAD hesitated. It started to speak, then changed its mind. "I'll go back and examine them," it said. It moved to the rear of the ship and disappeared down the short ramp into the thundering, vibrating engine chamber. Morris leaned over and put out his cigarette. He waited a moment longer, then reached out and yanked the drives full up, the last possible notch on the board. The explosion tore the ship in half. Sections of hull hurtled around him. He was lifted weightless and slammed into the control board. Metal and plastic rained down on him. Flashing incandescent points winked, faded, and finally died into silence, and there was nothing but cold ash. The dull swish-swish of emergency air pumps brought consciousness back. He was pinned under the wreckage of the control board. One arm was broken and bent under him. He tried to move his legs, but there was no sensation below his waist. The splintered debris that had been his ship was still hurtling toward Centaurus. Hull sealing equipment was feebly trying to patch the gaping holes. Automatic temperature and grav feeds were thumping spasmodically from self-contained batteries. In the view screen, the vast, flaming bulk of the twin suns grew quietly, inexorably. He was glad. In the silence of the ruined ship, he lay buried beneath the debris, gratefully watching the growing bulk. It was a beautiful sight. He had wanted to see it for a long time. There it was, coming closer each moment. In a day or two the ship would plunge into the fiery mass and be consumed. But he could enjoy this interval. There was nothing to disturb his happiness. He thought about Sally, sound asleep under the radiant lens. Would Sally have liked Proxima? Probably not. Probably she would have wanted to go back home as soon as possible. This was something he had to enjoy alone. This was for him only. A vast peace descended over him. He could lie here without stirring, and the flaming magnificence would come nearer and nearer. A sound. From the heaps of fused wreckage, something was rising. A twisted, dented shape dimly visible in the flickering glare of the view screen. Morris managed to turn his head. The Fasrad staggered to a standing position. Most of its trunk was gone, smashed and broken away. It tottered, then pitched forward on its face with a grinding crash. Slowly it inched its way toward him, then settled to a dismal halt a few feet off. Gears whirred creakily. Relays popped open and shut. Vague, aimless life animated its devastated hulk. "Good evening," its shrill metallic voice grated. Morris screamed. He tried to move his body, but the ruined beams held him tight. He shrieked and shouted and tried to crawl away from it. He spat and wailed and wept. "I would like to show you a Fasrad," the metallic voice continued. "Would you call your wife, please? I would like to show her a Fasrad, too." "Get away!" Morris screamed. "Get away from me!" "Good evening," the Fasrad continued like a broken tape. "Good evening. Please be seated. I am happy to meet you. What is your name? Thank you. You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see the Fasrad. Where are you employed?" Its dead eye lenses gaped at him, empty and vacant. "Please be seated," it said again. "This will only take a second. Only a second. This demonstration will take only a—" Shell game. A sound awoke O'Keefe instantly. He threw back his covers, slid from the cot, grabbed his B-pistol from the wall, and, with his foot, smashed the alarm box. High-frequency waves tripped emergency bells throughout the camp. As O'Keefe burst from his house, lights already flickered on every side. "Where?" Fisher demanded shrilly. He appeared beside O'Keefe, still in his pajamas, grubby-faced with sleep. "Over to the right." O'Keefe leaped aside for a massive cannon being rolled from its underground storage chambers. Soldiers were appearing among the night-clad figures. To the right lay the black bog of mists and obese foliage, ferns and pulpy onions, sunk in the half-liquid ooze that made up the surface of Beetlejuice 2. Nocturnal phosphorescence danced and flitted over the bog. Ghostly yellow lights snapped in the thick darkness. "I figure," Horstakowski said. "They came in close to the road, but not actually on it. There's a shoulder 50 feet on each side, where the bog is piled up. That's why our radar's silent." An immense mechanical fusing bug was eating its way into the mud and shifting water of the bog, leaving behind a trail of hard, smoked surface. The vegetation and the rotting roots and dead leaves were sucked up and efficiently cleared away. "What did you see?" Portbane asked O'Keefe. "I didn't see anything. I was sound asleep, but I heard them." "Doing what?" "They were getting ready to pump nerve gas into my house. I heard them unreeling the hose from the portable drums and uncapping the pressure tanks. But by God, I was out of the house before they could get the joints leak tight." Daniels hurried up. "You say it's a gas attack?" He fumbled for the gas mask at his belt. "Don't stand there. Get your masks on." "They didn't get their equipment going," Silberman said. "O'Keefe gave the alarm in time. They retreated back to the bog." "You're sure?" Daniels demanded. "You don't smell anything, do you?" "No," Daniels admitted, "but the odorless type is the most deadly, and you don't know you've been gassed till it's too late." He put on his gas mask just to be sure. A few women appeared by the rows of houses, slim, large-eyed shapes in the flickering glare of the emergency searchlights. Some children crept cautiously after them. Silberman and Horstakowski moved over in the shadows by the heavy cannon. "Interesting," Horstakowski said. "Third gas attack this month, plus 2 tries to wirebomb terminals within the campsite. They're stepping it up. You have it all figured out, don't you?" "I don't have to wait for the composite to see we're getting it heavier all the time." Horstakowski peered warily around, then pulled Silberman close. "Maybe there's a reason why the radar screen didn't react. It's supposed to get everything, even knocker bats. But if they came in along the shoulder like you said—" "I just said that as a plant. There's somebody waving them in, setting up interference for the radar." "You mean one of us?" Horstakowski was intently watching Fisher through the moist night gloom. Fisher had moved carefully to the edge of the road where the hard surface ended and the slimy, scorched bog began. He was squatting down and rooting in the ooze. "What's he doing?" Horstakowski demanded. "Picking up something," Silberman said indifferently. "Why not? He's supposed to be looking around, isn't he?" "Watch," Horstakowski warned. "When he comes back, he's going to pretend nothing happened." Presently Fisher returned, walking rapidly and rubbing the muck from his hands. Horstakowski intercepted him. "What'd you find?" "Me?" Fisher blinked. "I didn't find anything." "Don't kid me. You were down on your hands and knees, grubbing in the bog." "I thought I saw something metal, that's all." A vast inner excitement radiated through Horstakowski. He had been right. "Come on," he shouted. "What'd you find?" "I thought it was a gas pipe," Fisher muttered, "but it was only a root, a big wet root." There was a tense silence. "Search him," Portbane ordered. 2 soldiers grabbed Fisher. Silberman and Daniels quickly searched him. They spilled out his belt pistol, knife, emergency whistle, automatic relay checker, Geiger counter, pulse tab, medical kit, and identification papers. There was nothing else. The soldiers let him go, disappointed, and Fisher sullenly collected his things. "No, he didn't find anything," Portbane stated. "Sorry, Fisher. We have to be careful. We have to watch all the time, as long as they're out there, plotting and conspiring against us." Silberman and Horstakowski exchanged glances, then moved quietly away. "I think I get it," Silberman said softly. "Sure," Horstakowski answered. "He hid something. We'll dig up that section of bog he was poking around in. I think maybe we'll find something interesting." He hunched his shoulders combatively. "I knew somebody was working for them here in the camp. A spy for Terra. Silberman started. Terra? Is that who's attacking us? Of course that's who. There was a puzzled look on Silberman's face. Seemed to me we're fighting somebody else. Horst Stokowski was outraged. For instance? Silberman shook his head. I don't know. I didn't think about who so much as what to do about it. I guess I just took it for granted they were aliens. And what do you think those Terran monkey men are? Horst Stokowski challenged. The weekly pattern conference brought together the 9 leaders of the camp in their reinforced underground conference chamber. Armed guards protected the entrance, which was sealed tight as soon as the last leader had been examined, checked over, and finally passed. Domgraf Schwach, the conference chairman, sat attentively in his deep chair, one hand on the pattern composite, the other on the switch that could instantly catapult him from the room and into a special compartment, safe from attack. Portbane was making his routine inspection of the chamber, examining each chair and desk for scanning eyes. Daniels sat with eyes fixed on his Geiger counter. Silberman was completely encased in an elaborate steel and plastic suit, configured with wiring from which continual whirrings came. "What in God's name is that suit of armor?" Domgraf Schwach asked angrily. "Take it off so we can see you." "Nuts to you," Silberman snapped, his voice muted by his intricate hull. "I'm wearing this from now on. Last night somebody tried to jab me with bacteria-impregnated needles." Lanoir, who was half dozing at his place, came alive. "Bacteria-impregnated needles?" He leaped up and hurried over to Silberman. "Let me ask you if—" "Keep away from me!" Silberman shouted. "If you come any closer, I'll electrocute you." "The attempt I reported last week," Lanoir panted excitedly, "when they tried to poison the water supply with metallic salts. It occurred to me their next method would be bacterial wastes, filterable virus we couldn't detect until actual outbreak of disease." From his pocket he yanked a bottle and shook out a handful of white capsules. One after another he popped the capsules into his mouth. Every man in the room was protected in some fashion. Each chose whatever apparatus conformed to his individual experience. But the totality of defense systems was integrated in the general pattern planning. The only man who didn't seem busy with the device was Tate. He sat, pale and tense, but otherwise unoccupied. Domgraf Schwach made a mental note. Tate's confidence level was unusually high. It suggested he somehow felt safe from attack. "No talking," Domgraf Schwach said. "Time to start." He had been chosen as chairman by the turn of a wheel. There was no possibility of subversion under such a system. In an isolated, autonomous colony of 60 men and 50 women, such a random method was necessary. "Daniels will read the week's pattern composite," Domgraf Schwach ordered. "Why?" Portbane demanded bluntly. "We were the ones who put it together. We all know what's in it." "For the same reason it's always read," Silberman answered, "so we'll know it wasn't tampered with." "Just the summation," Horst Stokowski said loudly. "I don't want to stay down here in this vault any longer than I have to." "Afraid somebody'll fill up the passage?" Daniels jeered. "There are half a dozen emergency escape exits. You ought to know you insisted on every one of them." "Read the summation," Lanoir demanded. Daniels cleared his throat. "During the last 7 days there were 11 overt attacks in all. The main attack was on our new Class A bridge network, which was sabotaged and wrecked. The struts were weakened and the plastic mix that served as base material was diluted, so that when the very first convoy of trucks passed over it, the whole thing collapsed. "We know that," Portbane said gloomily. Loss consisted of 6 lives and considerable equipment. Troops scoured the area for a whole day, but the saboteurs managed to escape. Shortly after this attack, it was discovered that the water supply was poisoned with metallic salts. The wells were therefore filled, and new ones drilled. Now all our water passes through filter and analysis systems. "I boil mine," Lenoir added feelingly. "It's agreed by everyone that the frequency and severity of attacks have been stepped up." Daniels indicated the massive wall charts and graphs. "Without our bomb-proof screen and our constant direction network, we'd be overwhelmed tonight. The real question is, who are our attackers?" "Terrans," Horstakowski said. Tate shook his head. "Terrans, hell! What would monkey men be doing out this far?" "We're out this far, aren't we?" Lenoir retorted. "And we were Terrans once." "Never!" Fisher shouted. "Maybe we lived on Terra, but we aren't Terrans. We're a superior mutant race." "Then who are they?" Horstakowski insisted. "They're other survivors from the ship," Tate said. "How do you know?" asked Silberman. "Have you ever seen them?" "We salvaged no lifeboats, remember? They must have blasted off in them." "If they were isolated survivors," O'Keefe objected, "they wouldn't have the equipment and weapons and machines they're using. They're a trained, integrated force. We haven't been able to defeat them or even kill any of them in 5 years. That certainly shows their strength." "We haven't tried to defeat them," Fisher said. "We've only tried to defend ourselves." A sudden, tense silence fell over the 9 men. "You mean the ship?" Horstakowski said. "It'll be up out of the bog soon," Tate replied, "and then we'll have something to show them, something they'll remember." "Good God!" Lenoir exclaimed, disgusted. "The ship's a wreck. The meteor completely smashed it. What happens when we do get it up? We can't operate it unless we can completely rebuild it." "If the monkey men could build the thing," Portbane said, "we can repair it. We have the tools and machinery." "And we've finally located the control cabin," O'Keefe pointed out. "I see no reason why we can't raise it." There was an abrupt change of expression on Lenoir's face. "All right, I withdraw my objections. Let's get it up." "What's your motive?" Daniels yelled excitedly. "You're trying to put something over on us." "He's planning something," Fisher furiously agreed. "Don't listen to him. Leave the damn thing down there." "Too late for that," O'Keefe said. "It's been rising for weeks." "You're in with him," Daniels screeched. "Something's being put over on us." The ship was a dripping, corroded ruin. Slime poured from it as the magnetic grapples dragged it from the bog and onto the hard surface that the fusing bugs had laid down. The bugs burned a hard track through the bog out to the control cabin. While the lift suspended the cabin, heavy reinforced plastic beams were slid under it. Tangled weeds, matted like ancient hair, covered the globular cabin in the midday sun, the first light that had struck it in 5 years. "In you go," Domgraf Schwach said eagerly. Portbane and Lenoir advanced over the fused surface to the moored control cabin. Their handlights flashed ominously yellow around the steaming walls and encrusted controls. Livid eels twisted and convulsed in the thick pools underfoot. The cabin was a smashed, twisted ruin. Lenoir, who was first, motioned Portbane impatiently after him. "You look at these controls. You're the engineer." Portbain set down his light on a sloping heap of rusted metal and sloshed through the knee-deep rubbish to the demolished control panel. It was a maze of fused, buckled machinery. He squatted down in front of it and began tearing away the pitted guard plates. Lenoir pushed open a supply closet and brought down metal-packed audio and videotapes. He eagerly spilled open a can of the video and held a handful of frames to the flickering light. "Here's the ship's data. Now I'll be able to prove there was nobody but us aboard." O'Keefe appeared at the jagged doorway. "How's it coming?" Lenoir elbowed past him and out onto the support boards. He deposited a load of tape cans and returned to the drenched cabin. "Find anything on the controls?" he asked Portbain. "Strange," Portbain murmured. "What's the matter?" Tate demanded. "Too badly wrecked?" "There are lots of wires and relays, plenty of meters and power circuits and switches, but no controls to operate them." Lenoir hurried over. "There must be. For repairs, you have to remove all these plates, practically dismantle the works to even see them. Nobody could sit here and control the ship. There's nothing but a smooth, sealed shell." "Maybe this wasn't the control cabin," Fisher offered. "This is the steering mechanism, no doubt about that." Portbain pulled out a heap of charred wiring. "But all this was self-contained. They're robot controls, automatic." They looked at each other. "Then we were prisoners," Tate said, dazed. "Whose?" Fisher asked baffledly. "The Terrans," Lenoir said. "I don't get it," Fisher muttered vaguely. "We planned the whole flight, didn't we? We broke out of Ganymede and got away." "Get the tapes going," Portbain said to Lenoir. "Let's see what's in them." Daniels snapped the vidtape scanner off and raised the light. "Well," he said, "you saw for yourselves this was a hospital ship. It carried no crew. It was directed from a central guide beam at Jupiter. The beam carried it from the Sol system here, where, because of a mechanical error, a meteor penetrated the protection screen and the ship crashed." "And if it hadn't crashed?" Dom Graf Schwach asked faintly. "Then we would have been taken to the main hospital at Fomalhaut 4. "Play the last tape again," Tate urged. The wall speaker spluttered and then said smoothly, "The distinction between paranoids and paranoiac syndromes in other psychotic personality disorders must be borne in mind when dealing with these patients. The paranoid retains his general personality structure unimpaired. Outside of the region of his complex, he is logical, rational, even brilliant. He can be talked to. He can discuss himself. He is aware of his surroundings. The paranoid differs from other psychotics in that he remains actively oriented to the outside world. He differs from so-called normal personality types in that he has a set of fixed ideas, false postulates from which he has relentlessly constructed an elaborate system of beliefs, logical and consistent with these false postulates." Shakily, Daniels interrupted the tape. "These tapes were for the hospital authorities on Fomalhaut 4, locked in a supply closet in the control cabin. The control cabin itself was sealed off from the rest of the ship. None of us was able to enter it." "The paranoid is totally rigid," the calm voice of the Terran doctor continued. "His fixed ideas cannot be shaken. They dominate his life. He logically weaves all events, all persons, all chance remarks and happenings into his system. He is convinced the world is plotting against him, that he is a person of unusual importance and ability, against whom endless machinations are directed. To thwart these plots, the paranoid goes to infinite lengths to protect himself. He repeatedly vidtapes the authorities, constantly moves from place to place, and, in the dangerous final phases, may even become... Silberman snapped it off savagely, and the chamber was silent. The 9 leaders of the camp sat unmoving in their places. "We're a bunch of nuts," Tate said finally. "A shipload of psychos who got wrecked by a chance meteor." "Don't kid yourself," Horstakowski snapped. "There wasn't anything chance about that meteor." Fisher giggled hysterically. "More paranoid talk. Good God, all these attacks, hallucinations, all in our minds." Lenoir poked vaguely at the pile of tape. "What are we to believe? Are there any attackers?" "We've been defending ourselves against them for 5 years," Portbane retorted. "Isn't that proof enough?" "Have you ever seen them?" Fisher asked slyly. "We're up against the best agents in the galaxy. Terran shock troops and military spies, carefully trained in subversion and sabotage. They're too clever to show themselves." "They wrecked the bridge system," O'Keefe said. "It's true we didn't see them, but the bridge is sure as hell in ruins." "Maybe it was badly built," Fisher pointed out. "Maybe it just collapsed." "Things don't just collapse. There's a reason for all these things that have been happening." "Like what?" Tate demanded. "Weekly poison gas attacks," Portbane said. "Metallic wastes in the water supply, to name only 2. "And bacteriological crystals," Daniels added. "Maybe none of these things exist," Lenoir argued. "But how are we to prove it? If we're all insane, how would we know?" "There are over 100 of us," Domgraf Schwach said. "We've all experienced these attacks. Isn't that proof enough?" "A myth can be picked up by a whole society, believed and taught to the next generation. Gods, fairies, witches. Believing a thing doesn't make it true. For centuries, Terrans believed the earth was flat." "If all foot rulers grow to 13 inches, Fisher asked, "how would anybody know? One of them would have to stay 12 inches long, a non-variable, a constant. We're a bunch of inaccurate rulers, each 13 inches long. We need one non-paranoid for comparison." "Or maybe this is all part of their strategy," Silberman said. "Maybe they rigged up that control cabin and planted those tapes there." "This ought to be no different from trying to test any belief," Portbane explained. "What's the characteristic of a scientific test?" "It can be duplicated," Fisher said promptly. "Look, we're going around in circles. We're trying to measure ourselves. You can't take your ruler, either 12 inches or 13 inches long, and ask it to measure itself. No instrument can test its own accuracy." "Wrong," Portbane answered calmly. "I can put together a valid, objective test." "There's no such test!" Tate shouted excitedly. "There sure as hell is, and inside of a week I'll have it set up." "Gas!" the soldier shouted. On all sides, sirens wailed into life. Women and children scrambled for their masks. Heavy-duty cannon rumbled up from subsurface chambers and took up positions. Along the perimeter of the bog, the fusing bugs were searing away a ribbon of muck. Searchlights played out into the fern-thick darkness. Portbane snapped off the cock of the steel tank and signaled the workmen. The tank was rolled quickly away from the sea of mud and seared weeds. "All right," Portbane gasped. "Get it below." He emerged in the subsurface chamber as the cylinder was being rolled into position. "That cylinder," Portbane said, "should contain hydrocyanic vapor. It's a sampling made at the site of the attack." "This is useless," Fisher complained. "They're attacking, and here we stand." Portbane signaled the workmen, and they began laying out the test apparatus. There will be 2 samples, precipitates of different vapors, each clearly marked and labeled A and B. One comes from the cylinder filled at the scene of the attack. The other is condensed from air taken out of this room. "Suppose we describe both as negative?" Silberman asked worriedly. "Won't that throw your test off?" "Then we'll take more tests. After a couple of months, if we still haven't got anything but negative findings, then the attack hypothesis is destroyed." "We may see both as positive," Tate said, perplexed. "In that case, we're dead right now. If we see both samples as positive, I think the case for the paranoid hypothesis has been proved." After a moment, Domgraf Schrock reluctantly agreed. "One is the control. If we maintain that it isn't possible to get a control sample that is free of hydrocyanic acid—" "Pretty damn slick," O'Keefe admitted. "You start from the one known factor, our own existence. We can't very well doubt that." "Here are all the choices," Portbane said. "Both positive means we're psychotic. Both negative means either the attack was a false alarm or there are no attackers. One positive and one negative would indicate there are real attackers, that we're fully sane and rational." He glanced around at the camp leaders. "But we'll all have to agree which sample is which." "Our reactions will be recorded secretly?" Tate asked. "Tabulated and punched by the mechanical eye, tallied by machinery. Each of us will make an individual discrimination." After a pause, Fisher said, "I'll try it." He came forward, leaned over the colorimeter, and studied the 2 samples intently. He alternated them for a time and then firmly grabbed the check stylus. "You're sure?" Domgraf Schrock asked. "You really know which is the negative control sample?" "I know." Fisher noted his findings on the punch sheet and moved away. "I'm next," Tate said, impatiently pushing up. "Let's get this over with." One by one the men examined the 2 samples, recorded their findings, and then moved off to stand waiting uneasily. "All right," Portbane said finally. "I'm the last one." He peered down briefly, scribbled his results, then pushed the equipment away. "Give me the readings," he told the workmen by the scanner. A moment later the findings were flashed up for everyone to see. Fisher, A. Tate, A. O'Keefe, B. Horstakowski, B. Silberman, B. Daniels, B. Portbane, A. Domgraf Schrock, B. Lenoir, A. "I'll be damned," Silberman said softly. "As simple as that. We're paranoids." "You cluck!" Tate shouted at Horstakowski. "It was A, not B. How the hell could you get it wrong?" "B was as bright as a searchlight," Domgraf Schrock answered furiously. "A was completely colorless." O'Keefe pushed forward. "Which was it, Portbane? Which was the positive sample?" "I don't know," Portbane confessed. "How could any of us be sure?" The buzzer on Domgraf Schrock's desk clicked, and he snapped on the vid screen. The face of a soldier operator appeared. "The attack's over, sir. We drove them away." Domgraf Schrock smiled ironically. "Catch any of them?" "No, sir. They slipped back into the bog. I think we hit a couple, though. We'll go out tomorrow and try to find the corpses." "You think you'll find them?" "Well, the bog usually swallows them up, but maybe this time—" "All right," Domgraf Schrock interrupted. "If this turns out to be an exception, let me know." He broke the circuit. "Now what?" Daniels inquired icily. "There's no point in continuing work on the ship," O'Keefe said. "Why waste our time bombing empty bogs?" I suggest we keep working on the ship, Tate contradicted. Why? O'Keefe asked. So we can head for Fomalhaut and give ourselves up to the hospital station. Silverman stared at him incredulously. Turn ourselves in? Why not stay here? We're not harming anybody. No, not yet. It's the future I'm thinking of, centuries from now. We'll be dead. Those of us in this room, sure, but what about our descendants? He's right, Lenoir conceded. Eventually our descendants will fill this whole solar system. Sooner or later our ships might spread over the galaxy. He tried to smile, but his muscles would not respond. The tapes point out how tenacious paranoids are. They cling fanatically to their fixed beliefs. If our descendants expand into Terran regions, there'll be a fight, and we might win because we're more one track. We would never deviate. Fanatics, Daniels whispered. We'll have to keep this information from the rest of the camp, O'Keefe said. Absolutely, Fisher agreed. We'll have to keep them thinking the ship is for H-bomb attacks. Otherwise, we'll have one hell of a situation on our hands. They began moving numbly toward the sealed door. Wait a minute, Domgraf Schwach said urgently. The two workmen. He started back, while some of them went out into the corridor, the rest back toward their seats. And then it happened. Silberman fired first. Fisher screamed as half of him vanished in swirling particles of radioactive ash. Silberman dropped to one knee and fired up at Tate. Tate leaped back and brought out his own B-pistol. Daniels stepped from the path of Lenoir's beam. It missed him and struck the first row of seats. Lenoir calmly crept along the wall through the billowing clouds of smoke. A figure loomed ahead. He raised his gun and fired. The figure fell to one side and fired back. Lenoir staggered and collapsed like a deflated balloon, and Silberman hurried on. At his desk, Domgraf Schwach was groping wildly for his escape button. His fingers touched it, but as he depressed the stud, a blast from Portbane's pistol removed the top of his head. The lifeless corpse stood momentarily, then was whisked to safety by the intricate apparatus beneath the desk. "This way!" Portbane shouted above the sizzle of the bee-blasts. "Come on, Tate!" Various beams were turned in his direction. Half the chamber burst apart and thundered down, disintegrating into rubble and flaming debris. He and Tate scrambled for one of the emergency exits. Behind them the others hurried, firing savagely. Horstakowski found the exit and slid past the jammed lock. He fired as the two figures raced up the passage ahead of him. One of them stumbled, but the other grabbed at him and they hobbled off together. Daniels was a better shot. As Tate and Portbane emerged on the surface, one of Daniels' blasts undercut the taller of the two. Portbane continued running a little way, and then silently pitched face forward against the side of a plastic house, a gloomy square of opaque blackness against the night sky. "Where'd they go?" Silberman demanded hoarsely as he appeared at the mouth of the passage. His right arm had been torn away by Lenoir's blast. The stump was seared hard. "I got one of them." Daniels and O'Keefe approached the inert figure warily. "It's Portbane. That leaves Tate. We got 3 of the 4. Not bad on such short notice." "Tate's damn smart," Silberman panted. "I think he's suspected." He scanned the darkness around them. Soldiers returning from the gas attack came hurrying up. Searchlights rumbled toward the scene of the shooting. Off in the distance, sirens wailed. "Which way did he go?" Daniels asked. "Over toward the bog." O'Keefe moved cautiously along the narrow street. The others came slowly behind. "You were the first to realize," Horstakowski said to Silberman. "For a while I believed the test. Then I realized we were being tricked. The 4 of them were plotting in unison." I didn't expect 4 of them, Silberman admitted. I knew there was at least one Terran spy among us, but Lenoir— I always knew Lenoir was a Terran agent, O'Keefe declared flatly. I wasn't surprised at the test results. They gave themselves away by faking their findings. Silberman waved over a group of soldiers. Have Tate picked up and brought here. He's somewhere at the periphery of the camp. The soldiers hurried away, dazed and muttering. Alarm bells dinned shrilly on all sides. Figures scampered back and forth. Like a disturbed ant colony, the whole camp was alive with excitement. In other words, Daniels said, the 4 of them really saw the same as we. They saw B as the positive sample, but they put down A instead. They knew we'd put down B, O'Keefe said, since B was the positive sample taken from the attack site. All they had to do was record the opposite. The results seemed to substantiate Lenoir's paranoid theory, which was why Portbane set up the test in the first place. It was planned a long time ago, part of their overall job. Lenoir dug up the tapes in the first place, Daniels exclaimed. Fisher and he planted them down in the ruins of the ship. Portbane got us to accept his testing device. What were they trying to do? Silberman asked suddenly. Why were they trying to convince us we're paranoids? Isn't it obvious? O'Keefe replied. They wanted us to turn ourselves in. The Terran monkey men naturally are trying to choke off the race that's going to supplant them. We won't surrender, of course. The 4 of them were clever. They almost had me convinced. When the results flashed up 5-4, I had a momentary doubt. But then I realized what an intricate strategy they had worked out. Horstakowski examined his B-pistol. I'd like to get hold of Tate and wring the whole story from him, the whole damn account of their planning, so we'd have it in black and white. You're still not convinced? Daniels inquired. Of course, but I'd like to hear him admit it. I doubt if we'll see Tate again, O'Keefe said. He must have reached the Terran lines by now. He's probably sitting in a big inter-system military transport, giving his story to gold-braid Terran officials. I'll bet they're moving up heavy guns and shock troops while we stand here. We'd better get busy, Daniels said sharply. We'll repair the ship and load it with H-bombs. After we wipe out their bases here, we'll carry the war to them. A few raids on the Sol system ought to teach them to leave us alone. Horstakowski grinned. It'll be an uphill fight. We're alone against a whole galaxy, but I think we'll take care of them. One of us is worth 1,000,000 Terran monkey men. Tate lay trembling in the dark tangle of weeds. Dripping black stalks of nocturnal vegetables clutched and stirred around him. Poisonous night insects slithered across the surface of the fetid bog. He was covered with slime. His clothing was torn and ripped. Somewhere along the way, he had lost his B-pistol. His right shoulder ached. He could hardly move his arm. Bones broken, probably. He was too numb and dazed to care. He lay face down in the sticky muck and closed his eyes. He didn't have a chance. Nobody survived in the bogs. He feebly smashed an insect oozing across his neck. It squirmed in his hand and then reluctantly died. For a long time, its dead legs kicked. The probing stalk of a stinging snail began tracing webs across Tate's inert body. As the sticky pressure of the snail crept heavily onto him, he heard the first faint, far-off sounds of the camp going into action. For a time it meant nothing to him. Then he understood, and shuddered miserably, helplessly. The first phase of the big offensive against Earth was already moving into high gear.